Hello and welcome to LNAudioBooks. Please subscribe and leave your suggestions and favorite novels on this channel. Thank you so much, and please enjoy the light novel. Volume 4 of The Eighth Son. Are you kidding me? Interlude 19, The Depression of the Bormister family's eldest son. Kurtzama, here's the report of the tax collection for this year. Klaus. Thanks for your work. Leave it over there. Kurt. As you wish. Klaus. The harvesting season has finally arrived this year as well. A fixed tax, paid with the wheat, harvested from the fields in the territory, is taken, and Klaus, who is the village headman of the main village, calculates the amount. The collected wheat is stored in a warehouse next to the mansion. The gathered wheat is also a precious income of cash. After selling it to the merchant group that comes from the Margrave Brithhilda territory by crossing the mountain range, they carry it back home at great troubles. Even if they sell it, I hear that they will be given a little extra so that they get slightly more than the original market price. Given that this is a farm village in the sticks, I can't understand something like the price for wheat changing minutely with the market price every day. I might disqualify myself as heir of the feudal lord, but there is no way to actually learn about these things here. If it's Wendlin-sama, I feel that he won't have such troubles though. Klaus, who came to hand in the tax collection report just now, previously leaked those words in a whisper. Did you really express these words unconsciously, or did you let me hear them on purpose? I really can't let my guard down around that man. Even my old man told me don't trust Klaus. It's even dubious whether this tax collection report has been calculated accurately. Klaus, with his social position as village headman of the main village, uses the situation of having been entrusted with all the taxation duty by father. There is even the possibility that he puts the part he pilfered into his own pocket. The other headmen of the two remaining villages are also checking it. Therefore there is no chance for him to do that. That's what father says, but his father meaninglessly increased the younger half-brothers and half-sisters by taking a young mistress, who was provided by Klaus. He is in no place to say that. It's always the same with father. He sent soldiers as ordered by the previous Margrave Brithhilda, and the majority of them didn't come back, driving us into a critical situation due to the ratio of adult men in the territory's population. Moreover, he didn't even complain about it. He was busy cultivating new land for the sake of the succeeding Margrave Brithhilda, who occasionally sends a merchant group as if he is completely looking down on us being nothing more than beggars. The product of such rural territory, that can be sold in the Margrave Brithhilda territory, is nothing but wheat. Although being nobles, we are smeared with soil just like pioneers. All our money has been steadily saved like that. The funds for paying out my younger brothers below the third son, Paul, vanished due to my wedding expenses. To be precise, a little is remaining. But the existence called noble keeps funds in reserve for the worst case. Even poor nobles like us do this, so to speak. And father made changes immediately after my wedding. I'm already getting old. The parts I will leave to you will increase. Until then father had unconditionally seized the power as head of the Bormister household. But there is no particular reason for me to complain about this matter. It's necessary to have the absolute authority as family head for the sake of surviving in such inconvenient remote place that has absolutely nothing. It's also for the unity of the fief's population. I guess there won't be any quarrels over the inheritance, as it is basically set in stone that the eldest son will succeed. There are reasons why father didn't entrust too much work to me for many years. First is the existence of the second son, Herman. That guy has more physical strength than me. He is a popular man who occasionally leads the training of the fief's population. His appearance is scary, but his popularity with the fief's populations stems from him being an amusing guy. If you talk with him, in the noble household of a small territory, a child's popularity would rise highly if it excelled at leading a small group and was proficient at martial arts such as swordsmanship. If its ability to the degree of Herman, his existence is that of a dime a dozen in the entire kingdom. Even so, he is far better than me. That was the reason why he would become a threat to the succession of the eldest son. Herman, I will send you to the junior commander household as husband. Understood. Herman didn't say anything else. Even if he somewhat has confidence in his physical strength, he was aware himself that he doesn't have the significant abilities as feudal lord. And the next problem was the existence of the fifth son, Eric. Although he was excelling at archery, he was below me in swordsmanship, which is a noble's preference. Nevertheless, That guy was smart. At the age of around 15 years, he caused a certain uproar. No, I guess it was Father and Klaus who caused it. What do you think happened as Father looked at the tax collection report Klaus brought? Father showed the document to Eric, who was by chance at his side. Eric, who examined the papers for a moment, pointed out several calculation errors at various places in the document. That is, me of all people. Albeit being young, Eric's armor is excellent. Klaus. Apparently the calculation errors themselves weren't something considerable. Only a little too much tax was taken and thus it was returned to several families. Klaus, having his mistakes pointed out, honestly apologized and returned the excess amount. Was this series of uproars something arbitrarily caused by Klaus? Was Father involved in it as well? The me back then didn't find a conclusion. Even so, if such rumors gradually spread in the territory, such conjectures would become possible, too. If we aspire to systematically enlarge the territory, wouldn't it be better to have Eric as next family head then? Klaus. Without a doubt such rumor should have been circulated by Klaus. But if I unskillfully pursued that, it's not unlikely that by poking at the thicket a snake would appear. Besides, there wasn't any definite evidence that Klaus spread such rumors either. Neither Father nor me can find such discrepancies by reading the tax collection reports. But, it somehow felt strange seeing Klaus' attitude when handing in the report to Father, who showed it to Eric, who was able to do something like calculation. The mistakes themselves weren't a big deal. Klaus even honestly apologized and returned excessively taken tax right away. And yet it's not like he was scolded harshly for it either. In the end, Klaus probably only gloated as he was able to confirm Eric's ability. He really is a man I don't like at all. For a while after that I was cautious of Eric. Wasn't he trying to become the next family head by currying favors with Father? But that needless worry ended when Eric himself declared that he would go to the capital to take the exam for becoming a junior government official. My younger brother Eric had a good intellect, was skilled with the bow, had a nice face and was popular with the women of the territory. Frankly, those were facts I didn't like at all. And then a perfect guy appeared. It was the 8th son, Wendlin. He was born at a time when Father nearly became 40 years old, with Mother being only 1 year younger than him. Given our financial situation, even excluding the younger brothers born by the mistress, I wasn't able to do anything but sigh. If you considered the age difference, it wouldn't even be strange for my younger brother to be my son. Me and the other younger brothers ended up being perplexed how to deal with that 8th son, who was gradually becoming big. Actually, my concern was somewhere else. After Wendlin crossed the age of 3 years, following Father's and the mother's order, he was raised as an obedient child, who didn't hinder the work of the adults. Every day he secluded himself in Father's library and apparently read books, but it wasn't something I often racked my brain over. Even Father almost never put his hands on the books in the library. The only one else was Eric, who could read sufficiently after the age of 5 years. Something like a library is only built by nobles for appearances. There is absolutely no necessity to force oneself to read anything. Such was Wendlin. But after that guy was closed as 7 years old, I felt as if his state had changed. According to Eric's information, he seemed to confine himself in the library while saying, "I want to use magic." Certainly, the library has books related to magic. There is also a crystal ball for appraisal of magic. For the sake of discovering the few magicians, the kingdom distributes those crystal balls to nobles and churches cheaply. Me as well as the other younger brothers were naturally appraised as children. I heard from Father. If I had the gift, my life might also have changed. But you can't expect such too good to be true story to exist in this world either. In addition, it's the duty of the feudal lord to appraise all the fief's population during their childhood. Since it will become clear once you hold the crystal ball in the hands, it isn't much of work. The result was that only one person, who has aptitude for magic, exists in the main village. But, it looks like his mana is very scarce. The farmer Adam can only release a small fire spark a few times per day. Although the family might view this as convenient for igniting the stove right away, I wonder if it is really fine to call him a magician. Even Adam himself was ashamed and said, as expected, that is, Kurt, somehow it looks like Wendlin has a talent for magic. Although he was a small child, he made an effort by earnestly practicing aiming to be a magician. Even if he didn't have the talent, it would be a pleasant sight to see a small child bravely practicing aiming for that goal. I, who thought like that, told father the shocking truth. To what degree? Arthur. At present, not a bit. Kurt. However, this possibility gradually displayed a large increase. Although being a child, he went hunting and gathering with a calm face in the forest in our backyard where even wolves, bears and wild boars live. Every day he came back holding a precious helmeted guinea fowl. In addition, he brought back edible wild plants like yam, wild strawberries, mountain grapes, and medicinal plants that would become medicine. Furthermore, at the time of my wedding, he even successfully hunted a large amount of prey together with Eric. No matter Eric's mastery in archery, this much prey wasn't normal. Since father noticed that as well, he probably assumed that Eric and Wendlin deceived us. And, after Eric left the house, father gave Wendlin the freedom to do whatever he likes. That guy practiced his swordsmanship in the early morning, and after finishing breakfast, he put on a dirty windbreaking mantle and went out somewhere by himself with a dangle. No, I guessed he left to practice his magic as father said. Just where the hell was that guy going and what the heck was he doing there? Although I even considered at some point to question him, that was stopped by father. Wendlin has the potential to become plenty independent with his ability in magic. Let that kid do as he pleases until he leaves the house. Arthur. That's a waste. I don't know what magic he can use, but wouldn't it be good if he used it for the development of the territory? Kurt. You should think like that if you are a normal person. However, father immediately denied my opinion. Furthermore, while looking at me with eyes filled with pity. Will you be able to handle Wendlin? What kind of joke is that? Arthur. Father continued his speech. For example, assuming that Wendlin decides to contribute to the territory with his magic by establishing such things as irrigation channels and roads in newly cultivated land and exterminating ferocious, dangerous animals, then we won't have any problem with leaving all the collecting and hunting to Wendlin soon. If the fief's population can eat a large quantity of meat, they shouldn't complain about the increased farm work either. Arthur. If the fief's inhabitants could fill their bellies with meat, the labor could be focused on cultivating of profitable wheat for selling it to the merchant group. If he could use even more magic, he would also be able to develop plots of land. If we left the foundation of cultivating new land to Wendlin, it would be alright if we left only the finishing touches to the fief's inhabitants. The more I heard about it, the more I felt like it was a very great idea. The fief's population will probably think following: if Wendlin becomes the next family head, this territory will be secure as well. It's not like there will be a place for you there, but even so, you still won't mind it? Arthur? That is, Kurt. It has been a long time since war disappeared in this country. Therefore the kingdom recommends to have the eldest son inherit the noble's household in the desire to have stable territories. But that's not definitely set in stone either. Arthur. At the time the eldest son is too incompetent, or when the children from second son downwards are very excellent. For example, you can't say it's absolute because there are many other factors involved. But cases of an eldest son's succession failing exist. How about it? Arthur. I couldn't answer anything. Given that I'm the heir, my future is safe. While I pitied the younger brothers, who had to leave the house to go somewhere else, I was relieved since it was an annoyance for them to stay here. Even so, this situation became completely reversed. If Wendlin, who could use magic, became the next family head, I would be driven out from here. Although there was the possibility to stay, I would have to bow my head and recognize my younger brother, who would be close to 20 years younger than me, as family head. Would I be able to deal with such situation? Wendlin is also studying diligently. Just like Eric, he is able to read, write and calculate. Arthur. Within my mind the sense of impending danger revived due to the words Eric heard from father continuously. Which reminds me, Eric was the only one who called out to Wendlin normally. Even now they were corresponding by letters, and I confirmed that they exchanged birthday presents as well. If it was Eric, he wouldn't have something like jealousy for Wendlin becoming the next family head. Wendlin would treat Eric well. Besides, Eric has adequate ability. In reverse, even if Eric became the next family head, it wouldn't be a problem for Wendlin either. Eric would treat Wendlin well, I think. Arthur. There would be no room for me to enter this relationship. My sole advantage was that I was born as the eldest son. Apart from that, someone like me was unnecessary. Or rather, an elder brother, who was 20 years older, as retainer would be difficult to use. Therefore they would expect me to leave. You have to understand, Kurt. You want Wendlin to leave the house peacefully. You have no choice but to govern the territory faultlessly by yourself, Arthur. Yes, Kurt. Even I understood that much. But Father's speech revealed his feeling of pity towards me to the degree that anyone would realize it. There was no greater humiliation than that. My mind was boiling with feelings of anger beyond my gratitude towards Father. Father, your view is correct. It's quite the sound argument as well, Kurt. But my emotional side was different. I'm a person having some pride as well, even if it's only fragments. Herman was adopted into the junior commander household. The younger brothers, who were born to the mistress, have no rights of succession to begin with. Except those, all men left the house. Is that the reason for the transfer of authority? Kurt. Father said that it was because of his age. This might be the truth, but from now on the authority of feudal lord would slowly shift to me. I guessed, as time passed, the matter of me becoming the next family head would change into an established fact. Because it's a fief in the countryside, I probably shouldn't be able to officially inherit the title until Father dies. Nevertheless, until then I will become the real feudal lord. That seemed to be the plan. Understood, Father. Kurt. You and your younger brothers are your younger brothers. Arthur. Yes, Kurt. Younger brothers, huh? To be precise, since it was probably only Eric and Wendlin, Further deliberately rephrased it to younger brothers. I guess Further planned to be considerate of me. But even that was nothing else but further cause for rage for me. As Father has said, I will grasp the authority of feudal lord ahead of time. Father, you became weak. As it is, he will become senile and turn into a nuisance with the peculiar affection of elder people. Kurt. It was intolerable to show signs of having Wendlin and Eric succeed for the sake of the fief's population. After all, a noble's child, who became middle-aged, to be disinherited with his family. There was no way I could lead a decent life if I set out into the world. I will strive hard as next family head of the Bourmister household's main family. Kurt. With these circumstances I gradually took over the work as feudal lord from Father. However, there were many and various problems. First, there was the deeply rooted distrust by the fief's population toward the Bourmister household due to losing family in the dispatch of troops a few years ago. They didn't show their dissatisfaction on the surface and were participating in the cultivation of new land. Or rather, I wondered what Father had been thinking. The capital for the reclamation of new land was a kickback as consolation money, paid by Margrave Brithhilda, for the fief's inhabitants, who were killed in action during the expedition. Normally it was reasonable to be exonerated because the workers decreased in our territory. There is no meaning to our current territory if we don't produce any results. Father didn't accept any measures of reduction and exemption at all. Thanks to that, the reclamation was advancing slightly faster than planned. But he didn't seem to plan returning the kickback money afterwards. When I asked him whether he would return it, Father's face turned bright red in fury. You idiot! The money to be returned doesn't exist. If our family found itself in a dilemma, what would you do? This place is in the sticks. You can't rely on neither the central government nor our patron. The only thing you can rely on is money. Arthur. I didn't say anything due to his excessively threatening attitude. Besides, I can agree with that statement myself as well. It's definitely only money you can rely on as noble in such a remote place. Next was the confrontation between the main village and the other two villages. This problem was something stemming from the old days. The main village proclaims itself as we are definitely the native born. The remaining two villages oppose this with, how vain. Weren't your ancestors originally inhabitants of the slums? What kind of difference is there to us, who are people like the unwanted fifth son of a farmer? Moreover, there is the existence of the main village's headman, Klaus. You regularly don't know what he is scheming. That guy is an excellent village headman that doesn't show any gaps in front of me. However, what is he planning behind the scenes? Since I'm dealing with only such guys, my stress accumulated. Furthermore, I was asked by Wendlin Sama whether I want to exchange soybeans for a helmeted guinea fowl? What? Isn't that an awfully advantageous exchange rate? Kurt. It was my younger brother Wendlin with whom I had decided a mutual non-interference upon my father's order. I completely didn't understand what he was doing during the day. I even considered whether to follow him once, but I ceased from doing that since it wasn't something the next family head should be doing. When I told this Father, he said to me, I guess it's magic training. Don't disturb Wendlin's independence. It was a just reasoning, but that guy occasionally did things that irritated me. First, he began to exchange the prey he hunted himself with the fief's population. I didn't understand for what in the world he wanted to use it, but it was stuff like exchanging soybeans for helmeted guinea fowls and soybeans for wild boar and wild rabbits. Helmeted guinea fowls are valuable since it is quite difficult to hunt them. Because wild boars and wild rabbits are plump animals, they seem to be popular with the fief's population and they have pelts as well. Therefore it looked like the fief's inhabitants were properly deciding whose turn it would be next to do an exchange with him. I thought if he was a shrewd brat, he would flatter the population with his social standing and leave the house. Father, tell Wendlin to stop it. Kurt, I think it would be better if you stopped. Arthur, father, who didn't want to command me anymore as much as possible, stated his opinion with a half-hearted objection. It's a problem if Wendlin distributes his game for free. However, it's impossible to complain about an exchange. Besides, if Wendlin leaves, it will be the end of those transactions. Arthur, once I let father speak, there apparently wasn't any weird aspect to the exchange rate. Although there was a somewhat minor fluctuation, it was at least slightly cheaper than the exchange market price in Britberg. Besides, the soybean in the spaces between the fields is nothing but fodder for livestock and thus isn't subject of taxation either. If I complained and told him to stop, it would naturally cause dissatisfaction among the fief's population. The fief's inhabitants were told that Wendlin will soon leave the territory. They also do understand that these transactions have a deadline. Arthur. Furthermore, those transactions were a kind of amusement as well. For the fief's population, who can't buy goods nowhere but from the merchant group coming only 3 times a year, there are only few opportunities to enjoy purchasing goods even though they barter for them. It would be foolish of me to stop that as next feudal lord. For a thing of this level it was necessary to occasionally show tolerance by pretending to not know about it and leave it alone. Certainly, after Wendlin left the territory, the commotion would settle down. No, it hadn't even become a commotion to begin with. It was to the degree of the fief's population showing regret over losing the chance to exchange soybeans with helmeted guinea fowls. In addition, there was also the case with my wife. My wife, whom I married from another fief, was mailing a letter back home once a year. She requested the merchant group, including a commission, to bring it to the guild in Britberg. It was once a year because the price is high for mail service since it is such a remote place. No matter how much she is the wife of the next feudal lord, it is necessary to continue living modestly every day in preparation of the worst case. Although I think that's pitiful, I thought this is also her fate for marrying into such territory. Even so, it looked like Wendlin once again did something uncalled for. Father, about sister-in-law Anne's letters, you won't mind even if she sends them out 3 times a year, will you? Wendlin, who lost the person who understands him in Eric, was apparently often talking with my wife now. It's not like I was particularly doubting the relationship of those two as seriously alarming. That was because someone like Wendlin was still a child. My wife, born outside of the territory, has a far higher educational standard than me. What's so enjoyable? I guess it's a truth that Wendlin, who read difficult books since his childhood, was a suitable conversation partner. During such conversations, he got to know about the matter of my wife not being able to send her letters more than once a year. It appears that he voiced his opinion to father. Since the expenses were a problem, it was inevitable to limit it to once a year, even for me. Furthermore, to not talk about this matter to me but to father was pretentious. Moreover, father even agreed with Wendlin's view. Your wife came to such a remote place that hasn't anything decent for amusement. Let's at least not care about sending letters regularly. Arthur. It happened while gradually handing over the authority to me, but father still was the feudal lord. If being told like this, there wasn't any means for me to refuse either. Given that my wife was moderately pleased as well, I was obliged to approve of it. That moderation in joy probably took me into consideration. The expenses were the most crucial. But even so, father somehow managed to pay for it. Since father is the feudal lord, he puts aside his own freely usable money as he usually can't use it at all. At first I thought he took the money out of there, but later on I got to know that Wendlin provided the money and became angry all the more. It seems he secretly passed father stuff like rare medicinal plants, which weren't too bulky, to converge these into money with the merchant group. I will go to the adventurers' prep school in Brittburg. Wendlin. A few years passed and at last it became the time for Wendlin to leave the house. Despite the plans being after him becoming an adult, that guy's enrollment in a school in Brittburg was accepted under beneficial conditions with him being 12 years old. With this, the biggest nuisance would finally disappear. I rejoiced within my mind. To the surroundings it connects to an image of a younger brother who didn't mingle with them and didn't even chat with those younger than him. However, in fact he was nothing more than an enemy who had the potential to steal my place. Probably father had noticed my true feelings. If a future dispute could be prevented with this, he would send off Wendlin in relief, and, with this I was finally able to establish my status as next feudal lord. Even if Klaus intended to do something, there wouldn't be any meaning if there was no one to be lifted up as flag bearer. But, after a few months those guys once again disturbed my mind. That nice kid, Eric, was to be adopted into the family of a certain knight household as husband after being recognized in the capital, and a letter from the person himself came. If this place was ordinary, there would be a necessity to send congratulatory gifts to the household that would adopt him as husband. Since he would obtain a household, it was necessary to send a considerably large amount of money. Father, it won't be enough at all. Kurt. If this place was close to the capital, we would be able to manage somehow. It's not required for the congratulatory gifts to only consist of cash and jewels. It's no problem even if it's things like pelts of prey obtained during hunting or wheat, which is the special product of our territory. However, if you considered the distance to the capital, those were impossible. If we did something like transporting such bulky goods, the expenses would increase excessively due to the freight rates. In that case it was better to bring only cash and jewels. It can't be helped. We will borrow it from Margrave Brithilda. Artur. What? Are you sane, father? Kurt. In the first place that Margrave Brithilda created the cause of our territory's poverty. And yet, wouldn't he exploit us with interest once we took a loan again? No matter how high-ranking noble the other party was, why such oppression? Why couldn't we resist it? However, that's a noble's. Artur. Social etiquette. Us, who ignored our relatives and didn't send back the support money to them, talk about noble's social etiquette. Kurt. If we also took the state of poverty to the extreme, it would be something to laugh about in reverse. We didn't have something like noble's social etiquette to begin with. But you wanted to tell me to return to the nobles' social etiquette once again at this point? How many folks among the capital's nobles know about us existing? Something such as bad reputation would only spread in the surroundings if the other party was famous to a certain extent. With the extent of us not paying for the congratulatory gifts, I wonder, just who would really be troubled? It will be an embarrassment for Margrave Brithilda. Artur. In that case it is expedient all the more. Kurt. If he had any complaints, it would be fine, if he came attacking as appropriate for a noble. Even if he invaded us by crossing the mountains with an army of thousands of soldiers, Margrave Brithilda wouldn't incur anything but losses by taking a burden upon himself. There was absolutely no way that he would do something like that. I was convinced of that. Besides, he will probably send Eric's congratulatory gifts without mentioning a word about it. Kurt. The disgrace of the vassal is also the disgrace of their patron. The best would be to let the Margrave of that young intelligence faction to send the gifts. That Margrave seemed to be pleased with Eric, who resembles him. If you listen to the gossip, undoubtedly he should be delighted to send those gifts. Kurt. Artur. Father, I will tell you clearly. We are close to the least significant nobles in the kingdom. If we don't do something running counter to human beings to crawl up, our reputation won't drop any deeper. Kurt. In order to do that, we needed money. No matter what anyone said, we would save our money. We wouldn't spend it on unnecessary expenses. As long as we have money, we will also be admired and surrounded by nobles resembling the shit of the capital. This was the truth of this world. The letters to Paul and Helmut. Artur. How pathetic. Those two shouldn't be able to send such money either. Father, you've grown old. From now on, we will do as I like. Although it would be worth seeing what Eric and Margrave Brithilda would do after that. The news would be late with this place being in the sticks. Besides, we would escape from having unnecessary expenses, with just that it could already be considered a good thing. I, who thought like that, leapt once again at totally unexpected news. That Wendlin, on the way to the capital for the sake of attending Eric's wedding, defeated an undead ancient dragon, who appeared for some reason. Furthermore, He received a medal of high prestige and was appointed as Associate Baron for his achievement. This was news that the merchant group brought in. However, the fief's population was very delighted due to this information. But that joy was meaningless. Wendlin ended up founding a new household as noble. Of course, there was already no reason for him to be concerned with my succession anymore. Eric wouldn't have anything to do with my succession either, since he would succeed the appointed knight household called Brant. Good grief! Although it was a story of nobles that had absolutely no relation to them, the fief's inhabitants were celebrating it. There won't be even 1 cent of profit for you lot from that. Kurt. That was what I wanted to tell them. Leaving that aside, it was Wendlin who agitated our fief's population. That fellow was really a bad curse. He did nothing but being a hindrance to me. It would be best if he died being exploited by the greedy nobles of the central government. It would be great if he died like that. I see, those were my true feelings, it seems. When I confirmed that, I thought I somehow felt unexpectedly refreshed. Kurt. Wendlin is Wendlin. Arthur. Although the old man said this, it would be fine if he already shut up and looked after your grandchildren. Your time had already ended long ago. However, 2.5 years after that, the steady advance of that hateful Wendlin continued. Together with the royal head magician, he defeated the elder dragon race called Great Grand in the monster domain called Palkania Grasslands and liberated that domain. He received the medal with high prestige a second time and rose to the peerage, Baron. He became engaged to the granddaughter of an influential person within the church. In addition to that, he dueled with the Duke, purified many mansions filled with evil spirits, and became the pupil of the royal head magician with whom he jointly defeated the dragon. At any rate, the tropics about that guy didn't come to an end. I had no doubt that he was probably even involved with Margrave Brithhilda, who became his patron. Each time the merchant group came, they brought the newspaper extra distributed in Britberg, which is written by a company in a humorous way. The fief's population, starving for amusement, jumped at that. Accordingly, Wendlin's action became well known. There was an article about him losing in the first round of a martial arts tournament among the stories in the newspaper, but Wendlin's fame shouldn't fall because of that either. Rather than an absolutely flawless person that is able to do anything, people, who have some weak parts, earn sympathy on the contrary. In addition, there was a portrait of Wendlin's fiancée, who is a lass called Elise, and Margrave Brithhilda's retainers' daughters, who are expected to become his concubines. The fief's inhabitants avidly read the news about Wendlin following Margrave Brithhilda's intention. It came to the point that they looked forward to his future. As the Margrave was doing something detestable, that guy was probably aiming for my removal. He felt awkward to use his own hands to get rid of me, but there was also the possibility of a great number of the fief's population to appeal to Dad. At the time these numbers would grow too large, would Dad really persist in the succession of the eldest son? Even if it's Dad, being the feudal lord of a territory albeit small, he is still the family head of a household. Sometimes it might also be necessary to make a heartless decision, and I could expect him to cut me off without a doubt on this occasion. Father. Kurt. No. Even a patron shouldn't be able to expressly meddle with the order of succession in a household to such a degree. This easily. Arthur. Father predicted that Margrave Brithhilda wasn't aiming for my removal. Apart from that, there were other even more effective hands to play. There is that vast, untouched savage lands. Kurt. Even including our family, that savage lands was left alone. As no one was able to develop it, our ancestor desired it and requested it from the kingdom. Although the capital's officials found it troublesome and neglected that region as there were no problems with our territory, it was possible that it would be allocated to Wendlin. It's more than 100 years since that request. We won't be able to complain about it even if they confiscate it, since we haven't developed anything there. Arthur. Fortunately Wendlin had money. He could even hope for the support from his patron, Margrave Brithhilda. Even the church and the greedy nobles of the capital would probably lend him a hand. It wasn't like they had no money to spare to help out like us. Even if that happens, we will maintain the status quo. There's no other choice. Arthur. Although father said this, that savage lands is our possession. After more than 100 years of neglecting it, something like carelessly not having developed it, I won't listen to such an excuse to steal the savage lands from us. Even if it's impossible for me, my children, my grandchildren or their children will do it. Kurt. Even if it took time, The kingdom wanted to steal our hope of the Bourmister household becoming a large noble household once we advanced the reclamation and give it to Wendlin, who had nothing but his talent in magic. Furthermore, that guy, using his achievements, would not only be accompanied by Eric but also by Helmut and Paul. I heard, aren't they planning to steal my place and my hope for the future with the four of them? Kurt. That rage became more intense as the days passed. But, there were also many people, who were thinking well of Wendlin like my wife, who saw him as fine young brother-in-law. Even my children, after hearing the story from my wife, were innocently telling me, I want to meet the dragon-slaying hero Tilda, but you know, that Wendlin might steal your future. Kurt. My depression continued after Wendlin became an adult. No, it became a lot worse. And, at such time an unexpected guest visited. It had never happened that someone came crossing the mountain range except the merchant group. A single adventurer carrying a letter appeared. That adventurer introduced himself as messenger of Baron Ruckner, who was serving as head of financial auditing in the capital. Good gracious, I heard about it as gossip when I carried this letter, but, adventurer, that's right. Just as the rumors state, this is the countryside. Kurt. When I opened the letter, it said that Wendlin, who became an adult, didn't emerge from a difficult-to-capture underground ruin for a week now. Given that the two earlier dispatched parties, who acted together, were annihilated, there was a possibility that he had died. Died? Wendlin? Kurt. The possibility is high. Because of that, adventurer. What was written in the letter continued like this. Who'll really inherit the legacy and peerage of the deceased Baron Bourmister? You have this knight territory. Therefore there's also the possibility for either of your children to inherit it. Adventurer. Is that the truth? Kurt. Yes. Baron Bourmister is still unmarried. Although he has a fiancée, they haven't yet married nor is there any child. There are his elder brothers as likewise contenders as well, but do they have a peerage or other plans for them to get one? Adventurer. Putting Eric aside, Helmut and Paul are garbage who received a peerage by currying favors with Wendlin. Also, if the children of the three are contenders as well, my children will be at the top of the order if you consider the inheritance order. If they succeeded the legacy and peerage, it would be possible to advance the reclamation of the savage lands. My future could be being a baron or even a viscount. Even Earl or Margrave isn't a dream. Luck has finally come my way. Well then. Kurt. If it was the me until now, I would have probably immediately consulted with father. But the current me is different. Moreover, it's probably because it's that father. I imagine the range of what he would say would be about such things as consider the time lag from the capital to here. You mustn't believe the information source and restrain yourself while talking. I am well aware about such things. Kurt. Something like Wendlin not having died should be around 50-50 or below that. If we talk about chance, even far more important than that is him playing an active role in the capital with his exceeding magic. Enemies of Wendlin, who is the man of the hour in the capital, are clearly existing. In addition to that, it is at least a single baron who is holding the official position called head of financial auditing in the capital. There might be even more of them besides that person. Wendlin's legacy, the rights for the savage lands. At least Baron Ruckner doesn't want to get his teeth into those things. You don't say that, Wendlin. If I don't hurry and confirm the truth. Kurt. Certainly. However, Kurt's armor is also busy with the governing of the territory. Therefore, please leave this matter to me. Adventurer. It's an honor for receiving the help of Baron Zimmer. Kurt. If you say this much, I will leave it to you. What will you be able to do as appointed noble of the central government, who usually looks down upon provincial feudal lords while dressing up and being all talk but no bite? And, at the same time, a certain idea occupied my mind. Wendlin has died. If I use his legacy to start working on the reclamation of the savage lands, Kurt, it will also increase my influence as next feudal lord. Even father should stop looking at me with eyes full of pity. The problem should be what this guy's master is planning. Kurt. Since you will be told the news about Baron Bourmister and the capital regularly from now on. Adventurer. Although you say regularly, at this distance the news will be delayed by more than a month. As well. That was also the sad part about this remote territory, but talking about such matter now after a long time, I always endured it until now. It would be even fine if Baron Ruckner was responsible for Wendlin's assassination. Even if it isn't such selfish story, I wonder if there isn't any method to somehow take the money off Wendlin forcibly. Kurt. Anyway, It is a question of possibility. When thinking about such matters, my being was far more overwhelmingly excited than the usual governing of the territory and building up stress due to that. Interlude 20. Sorcery Guild. A written invitation from the Sorcery Guild. Wendlin. After somehow capturing that hell of an underground ruin, at the time when we finally finished with the matters of rewards and such, I received a written invitation, sent by the Sorcery Guild, from Burkhardt-san for some reason. It was sent to the Margrave Brithhilda's mansion in the capital addressed to me. Burkhardt-san, you are a member of the Sorcery Guild, right? Wendlin. It's not because I particularly like to be a member. Burkhardt-san answers while he flutters the letter he should give to me, like a fan. The Sorcery Guild is literally a guild with its members being magicians that can use magic. The number of members is around 2,000. It appears to be little, if you consider it by the total number of magicians, but farmers in the countryside, who are magicians to the degree of being able to produce a small spark of fire, can't become members. Also, since people, who use magic tools, end up becoming members of the Magic Tool Guild, the number of members for the Sorcery Guild decreases by that amount as well. Can't you belong to both guilds? Wendlin. For example, in the case of other guilds, I received the issued membership certificate of the Merchant Guild during my childhood and I'm now also possessing the membership certificate of the Adventurers Guild. Besides, there are many people who are members of 2 or more guilds at the same time. Because there were various advantages for the guilds to have many members, it became normal to not say anything about having various guild memberships. Well, in fact it's just not possible to be a member of the Sorcery Guild and the Magic Tool Guild at the same time. It was a strange story. It's not like there's a reason why you can't do it either, but, Burkhardt, although their relation wasn't that bad back in the old days, nowadays it looks like the relation between both guilds has become threatening for a certain reason. It's the allotment of budget. Burkhardt, the money problems are grave, right? Wendlin. That's right. Burkhardt, a short time after the foundation of Helmut Kingdom, the kingdom's administration, which had some leeway, reserved a budget for research in magic technology for the sake of restoring the superior magic technology of the ancient magic civilization's era. Even so, the number of magicians was insufficient. No matter how much it was a government institution, it wouldn't be this easy to gather people. Accordingly, they handed budget to both guilds, Sorcery Guild and Magic Tool Guild, and it came to the point that they requested magic technology research from them. From this moment on both guilds were acknowledged as half-government institutions by society. They dispute over such things as budget allocation or who achieved an accomplishment. Just look at their sorry state, Burkhardt. It was a questionable and pathetic situation, but it wasn't an unusual story either. No matter in which world, the nature of humans is always the same. In order to oppose the Magic Tool Guild, the Sorcery Guild plotted to increase the number of its members. Burkhardt. On the one hand, the Magic Tool Guild, which is an organization where people who can't use magic tools have no business. And in addition to that, you can't become a member if you aren't able to at least use the general purpose magic tools. Therefore the number of their members is small, but since magic tools are very popular in society, the presence of the guild won't become unstable either. As for the Sorcery Guild, it seems it's indispensable for them to compete with the Magic Tool Guild, even to the point of forcibly recruiting famous magicians as members. From the bottom of my heart, it doesn't really matter. Wendlin. I completely think like that as well. Burkhardt. Magic is basically something that you learn individually. There are many people who have a master, but it's not like they won't particularly be able to survive without something like the Sorcery Guild. If they are silent, it seems that no one comes to register as member. Like that, even for me, the existence of Sorcery Guild was nothing more than something lurking in a corner of memory. Was Master a member? Wendlin. I was told that he was registered without permission. But it's the same for me as well. Burkhardt. It's quite beneficial for such organization to be treated as half-government institution. Wendlin. That's because they have been entrusted with research of magic squares for common use. They have excellent magicians, albeit only few. Burkhardt. Magic squares for common use are spells that are relying on the individual imagination and thinking ability of a magician. It's something with the goal for anyone being able to use it as long as they have mana. I guess it's easier to understand if I say that the magic square of forcible transfer from the other day is the same thing. You can also produce other spells with such magic squares. The final goal seems to be the invention of a compilation of magic squares that can invoke various spells by only providing mana to them. I see. A magic square book where you turn over the pages searching for the spells you want to use and then invoke your chosen spell by pouring mana into it. Wendlin. That's the idea. If you have too little mana, you can also use a magic gem as compensation. Burkhart. Although the reaction speed will drop, you can also use several of similar spells at the same time. That might be convenient for some like the army. However, the magic squares from the era of the ancient magic civilization are Wendlin. With the majority of magic squares being transfer or forced transfer magic squares, they haven't been able to collect anything but magic squares for trapping, which lose most of their effectiveness after they have been triggered once, and other types of attack magic squares. The symbols and characters written on the magic squares are things that were close to designs and drawings of uncertain meaning. Not many results have appeared as the patterns are exceedingly complex. Burkhart. On the other hand, the Magic Tool Guild is steadily achieving results. Given that various magic tools are spreading in society within limitations, those were accomplishments easily visible for anyone. I see. The Sorcery Guild is panicking. According to that, they want to show their gratitude to you, boy, for selling them the new magic square we acquired in the previous capture of the underground labyrinth the other day. Burkhart. They want me to become a member? Wendlin. Correct. Burkhart. With this as reason, Burkhart-san and I visited the headquarters of the Sorcery Guild in the center of the capital. The headquarters building is quite imposing compared to what I had imagined from the explanation earlier, and directly opposite of it there is an approximately similarly luxurious building standing. That is the headquarters of the Magic Tool Guild. Burkhart. If they hate each other, why are they facing each other? Wendlin. It's because it would give an impression of fleeing to society if one side went ahead and moved. Burkhart. Wendlin. While being astonished by the too absurd reason, we are moving to the room with the chairman waiting after we announced our purpose of the visit at the reception on the first floor. As expected of the Sorcery Guild, it's not an exaggerated title to call the leader at the top. I'm glad to meet you. I'm Bernd Karl-Heinz Walcher. Bernd, the chairman of the Sorcery Guild, was an ordinary, white-haired elder you could meet anywhere. He is wearing a robe since he is a magician, however he doesn't look like a very great magician either. He probably has enough mana to be between elementary and intermediate level. For the time being we have introduced ourselves as well. It's great that you were able to come today. It's a bit abrupt, but Bernd. From the beginning, I came here to register as member at the Sorcery Guild. When the chairman rings a bell, a young female staff, around below 20 years old, comes entering right away and hands me my membership certificate. Don't have to fill out anything? Wendlin. Yes, that's because Baron Mr. Sama's background is sound. Bernd. Is that so? Wendlin. The formalities are finished with nothing but the young female staff handing me my membership certificate. It appears that if they really want you to join, they will even fill out the necessary facts of the other person without permission. Furthermore, once I look closely at the handed membership certificate, I can even see honorary official written there. It seems I suddenly ended up becoming an official, albeit with an honorary attached to it. Honorary official, it says? Wendlin. Yes, it's because Baron Mr. Sama is an excellent magician. Bernd. In other words, it's about me lending my name for the sake of the Sorcery Guild's advertisement. But, since I'm also reluctant to spend time working as honorary official, I will try to refuse this. However, my opponent is such a person. He has already anticipated my intention to refuse. You are really only an honorary member in name. I think you will understand if you ask Burkhart Dono standing next to you. Bernd. I'm an honorary official as well, but there is no work involved with that. Burkhart. Likewise, there isn't any recompense or such either. Furthermore, there are absolutely no membership fees like in other guilds. As it is a guild that hasn't many tasks, the members would quit if they collected an annual fee. However, the more I hear about it, the less I feel like understanding for what reason this organization exists. The research department is currently going all out in advancing the research of magic squares. Yes, Bernd. It looks like they are analyzing that forced transfer magic square with its new pattern we discovered. With the subsidiary aid they receive from the kingdom for the sake of research, The Sorcery Guild is operating by donations from a small fraction of benevolent people. Allow me to have you guided the right way. Burned. I don't think that I want to especially see it. But since the other party says so, with the guidance of the young female staff from before, we start moving towards the research department in the basement. Burkhardt-san, it's that chairman, but Wendlin. Although it was hard to say, but no matter how I looked at him, he didn't seem to be a great magician. Therefore I tried to listen to the reason for that from Burkhardt-san. That is, if they are excellent magicians, they will go to the actual site or move to the research department we are heading to after this. Burkhardt. As consequence, his skill as magician is doubtful, but he has ability in office work to carry out the organizational operation which makes him a suitable person. Therefore, while it may be true that he is the chairman, it apparently doesn't mean that those will always be excellent magicians or such. Also, it's a place of employment for younger nobles. Burkhardt. Given that it is an organization funded by taxes, it's harsh to play an active role at the actual site even though having barely enough mana. Such people enter on the side of the organization's management. Because they are receiving education, they are alright with such things as office work. Also, Burkhardt-san points with his chin at the young female staff walking in front to lead us. Living in the capital, women are barely treated as magicians, but there are many cases where they work for a company until marriage or stay as staff after their marriage because of the people. Such departments as the business and management departments are basically bureaucratic routines. They haven't much of a connection with magic. Burkhardt. If it's the Sorcery Guild, basically. Wendlin. Excellent people go either to the actual sites or the research department. Those who aren't as excellent head towards the departments dealing with the guild's organization. It was certainly logical. Please come this way. Staff Anain. We enter a laboratory in the basement after being guided by Anisan, and there are indeed magicians of both genders. They busily worked at stuff like analysis and experimenting with new magic squares. There are several people who feel like they have intermediate class mana capacity. This place is the central part of the Sorcery Guild. Staff Anain. Although it's kind of difficult to say, but even if the floors above blew up and annihilated the chairman and the staff below him, it wouldn't cause any impediment to the administration of the Sorcery Guild at all. These people are certainly the research department, but they are also the core of this Sorcery Guild. Burkhardt-san explains to me in a low voice. It's Baron Bormister Dono, who sold the new magic square to us. Huh? Question mark. Noticing our arrival, a single, middle-aged man greets us, having a casually swept back hair. His hair is unkempt, ruffled and grizzled. The feeling this person gives off is indeed that of a researcher. He introduces himself as Lucas Gertzbeckenbeer and is the top of the research division. Burkhardt. As Alfred's pupil he is possessing splendid mana. Lucas. Guess so. Burkhardt. It looks like those two are acquaintances. They had a friendly conversation with each other. Okay, if it's this much mana, this way. Baron Bormister Dono. Lucas Beckenbeer. She apparently also intends to do something like a tour of the research department. As formality. Pulling my hand, he drags me forcibly to his own research space. Burkhardt-san. Wendlin. He is such a man. The so-called research fool. Burkhardt. By my judgment Beckenbeer's mana is even above intermediate level, though he could earn a lot, if he worked as regular adventurer. He was spending his time with research in the Sorcery Guild. Most of the people here have this feeling. This is the improved version of the magic square bought from Baron Bormister Dono the other day. Lucas. Can you follow him, Burkhardt-san? Wendlin. No, he talks in riddles. Burkhardt. Burkhardt and me feel as if it's impossible to research the magic square ourselves due to its pattern causing dizziness if we try to focus on it. So, where will this transfer to? Wendlin. No, the results occurred by accident. But this magic square prototype has a reverse effect. Lucas. Reverse. Wendlin. Aha. It's a magic square that transfers to here from somewhere in reverse. Lucas. According to Beckenbeer's explanation, this magic square has apparently the effect of pulling people and things on the surface of itself. I understand the effect, but from what place are the things drawn? Wendlin. This part is the reason this magic square is a prototype. Lucas. T/N. Lol. Similar to a normal spell, a magic square is depending on the imagination of the magician, who uses it. There is no point in me explaining the complications, huh? Let's have a go and test it. Like this. Lucas. Standing in front of the magic square, Bekanbayashi concentrates while closing his eyes for around 10 seconds. Thereupon, the magic square shone in a pale light for only a second before something like some white cloth was placed on top of it in the next second. What's this? Wendlin. Pantsu, burqat, white, female panties laid on top of the magic square. Furthermore, they are used. You can't see those as anything else but panties that have been worn until just now. Bekanbaya-san? Wendlin. I guess the panties, which that female staff wore, were transferred. Lucas. Due to Bekanbayashi's shocking observation, all the gazes of the people being inside the laboratory have turned towards the female staff, who led us here. Suddenly, noticing the good-for-nothing reason, her body shook in rage while her face became bright red. Like this, the mana capacity required changes with distance, weight and size of the target object drawn by this magic square. It's possible to draw something exceeding even dimension and time in theory, but the mana consumption would be unimaginable. Lucas. What have you suddenly done? Staff Anain. The female staff slapped the questioned Bekanbayashi's cheek as he was explaining the theory with a serious face. She took the panties away from the surface of the magic square as if stealing them. After that she left Bekanbayashi, who had a trace of the slap remaining on his cheek. The top of the research department. Lucas. All the same, that's still your fault. Burqat. Not only us but also the other researchers nodded at the same time due to Burqat-san's sound argument. Isn't that something interesting? Burqat. Regarding the aspect of being the result of coincidence, it's a failed product if you look at it from a researcher's point of view. Lucas. Accidentally creating it while improving the force transfer magic square, it has turned into a magic square that draws things from other places. It clearly displayed its power to Burqat-san and me. Stealing worn panties during the experiment was followed by a slap on Bekanbayashi's cheek from the female staff in revenge. I fixed my view on the magic square, but no matter how long I examine it, I don't understand the difference to the previous magic square. Probably it's something that I can consider to not understand for eternity. Have you actually tried to use it? Burqat. Is it good? Wendlin. Honestly, the success rate isn't really that good. And it's slightly dangerous as well. Lucas. If you aren't able to imagine the exact place and the things to be drawn, it will just end up being a waste of mana. Even though Bekanbayashi decided to target the panties worn by the female staff in his view, that was more or less their reason. Even if I drew something like male briefs, it wouldn't be anything enjoyable. Lucas. I do understand you, but Wendlin. The only question remaining for me is, why are you so particular about panties? Which reminds me, is it possible to transcend even time and space in theory? Wendlin. In theory, yes. Lucas. The concepts of other parallel worlds, which resemble this world quite well, and dimensions are existing in this world as well. I'm told that there is a legend remaining that products of the different dimension worlds could be drawn in with spells in the era of the ancient magic civilization. It was uncertain whether this was a truth or a tale, although there is a person here who came from such different dimension world. Wendlin. Although, to be precise, it was unclear whether it was a possession or a reincarnation. I'm able to definitely confirm the existence of different dimension worlds, though it was unclear whether they would believe me. Well then, let's try right away. Wendlin. For that reason, I have decided to try using the magic square for my own test as well. However, the mana consumption of this magic square multiplied in proportion to the distance and weight of the items. A massive item over a long distance will need a vast amount of mana to draw it in. Furthermore, if you fail with the image, the mana will only be gone pointlessly. Does that mean that it's different for time and dimension? Wendlin. I guess the used mana would be unthinkable. If it's me, I will faint from only the mana consumption without reaching my objective. Lucas. Since even Bekanbayashi, who possesses mana beyond the intermediate level, says so, it will probably require considerable mana to draw something from a different dimension world. First, if you can't imagine the target object, the mana will only be wasted. I have decided to go with a safe plan first by imagining something close by. What shall I use? Wendlin. Baron Boar. Mr. Dono, if you don't clear your mind and properly affix the image. Lucas. Without considering overly much what specifically I'm going to draw in, it wouldn't probably be enough to stand in front of the magic square and concentrate. After the magic square radiated a pale light, something resembling the item from before was placed on top of it. When I looked properly, It was female panties after all. Even in this world the same underwear as on Earth is popular, although they use self-made pumpkin panties if it's the countryside like my home. Specialized clothing stores in the capital and urban areas are selling underwear with refined designs as well. Those don't go up in fashion to the level of purveyors of royalty and titled nobles, but you can buy underwear at a moderate price. Its color is yellow, burqat, with a pack of rabbit design embroideries. Wendlin, the owner of these panties, is someone who likes cute things quite a bit. To who do those belong? Boy, burqat. I don't know. To tell you the truth, I only imagined something from within the mansion. Wendlin. Since I imagined some items within my mansion, it was very likely that this was pulled from within a drawer of someone. It's a success with only such an image. As expected of poor Mr. Dono. And these panties are. Lucas Beckenbayashi picked up those panties and confirmed their warmth. Although he was confirming the item that had been drawn in with his gaze as a researcher, I couldn't see him as nothing else but a perverted old geezer with an obsession for panties, if he looks at them as soon as possible. I guess it also overlapped with my image from before. Without doubt these panties are something that was worn by someone. Lucas. Is that so? Wendlin. If that was the case, I ended up doing something outrageous. When I was slowly pondering over it, the door of the laboratory suddenly opened vigorously. A single woman has intruded into the room. That woman was Ina, who should be absent from the mansion today. My panties. Ina, you found out about it well. Wendlin. It's impossible for the panties I was wearing to suddenly vanish unless magic is involved. Ina. Furthermore, she knows about my schedule that I will look into the Sorcery Guild today. When she came to the Sorcery Guild in a rush to retrieve her panties, she was guided to this underground laboratory by a kind female staff. Without a doubt it was the female staff who had her panties stolen by Beckenbayashi earlier. Is it suddenly the first time for summoning panties of a woman living in a higher-level noble's mansion? Isn't that a wonderful ability? However, despite her appearance being that of a cool beauty type, the panties are the cute type. Is this a gap, Lucas? Rather than such thing. Give me back my panties. Ina. Because he still held the panties tightly in his hands, Beckenbayashi ended up receiving an intense slap on the cheek from Ina. Or rather, I wonder why is this person so pointlessly talkative? It's exactly, if the pheasant doesn't chirp, it won't be shot. Ina. Wendlin. What is it? Ina. I will go with you the next time you go buying underwear. Wendlin. ... I guess that's fine. Ina. Boy. Falling in love is nice. Burqat. I was relieved from the bottom of my heart to avoid a punishment from Ina. Next time use things other than panties. Ina. We don't have such control. It's still the second time. Wendlin. Even without being accustomed to it, isn't it deplorable to not be able to summon anything but panties? Ina. If you put it like this, it's certainly pathetic. Wendlin. Having finally retrieved her panties, Ina participates as well. I start my next summoning experiment. Or rather, before I become aware of it, it has turned into an experiment. You could say the results were too questionable to even call it summoning. At best it's at the level of pulling something close, I guess. Anyway, anything but panties. Ina. I know. Wendlin. While being strongly told by Ina, I recall the image of something to be drawn from my mansion in my mind once again. Thereupon the magic square shone in a pale light 3 times. This time something black is left on top of its surface. Wendlin. That black object is commonly referred as bra. A black bra. Burqat. Ina. No, well, those aren't panties. Wendlin. Even so, it shouldn't be a bra. Ina. It is certainly as Ina says, but it seems my thoughts are somehow stuck in the gutter. Continuously summoning underwear is a story that will end up causing my character to be doubted. If it is said that it isn't because of the foundation, then that's all to it. Whose is it? Burqat. The size is small. Lucas. Once again Beckenbayashi picks up the black bra and begins to fixedly survey it. Although I'm repeating myself, it's only an earnest observation of the summoned item as researcher, even though his appearance was that of an ordinary perverted old geezer. Louise. And, after a few minutes, Louise comes bursting into the laboratory next. She has been guided by a kind female staff, too. Louise? Wendlin. By no means did I think that Louise would put on black underwear. There are a few things I want to say. However, I won't say anything since speaking about that would cause a grave situation. But, Once again Beckenbayashi wasn't able to read the mood. It's still too early to wear black underwear with such childish appearance. Besides, it doesn't seem like you even have breasts that would need a bra. Lucas. Humphrey. Louise. Abeshi. Lucas. The cheek of Beckenbayashi, receiving a double slap from Louise, ends up having a deep maple color. Well, I will go with you the next time you go buying underwear. Wendlin. Ph. Well, I guess it's fine. Louise. Boy, falling in love is nice. Burkhardt. I was relieved from the bottom of my heart a second time to avoid a punishment from Louise. Why is it only underwear? Wendlin. Like I'd know. The adjustment of the image is difficult. Lucas. If Vil doesn't put an end to it, you will be treated as a pervert just like that old geezer. Louise. To call the head of the research department of the Sorcery Guild a perverted old geezer. Lucas. Going by the circumstances, it will be hard to deny it. This time Louise is participating as well. The experiment will resume after all. Beckenbayashi, having two maples imprinted on both his cheeks, tells me the next thing to summon. Isn't it fine if you use something other than from your mansion? Lucas. But that it will cause troubles. Wendlin. Even within the mansion you stole my panties, and my bra. Louise. Because and Louise turned their gazes filled with criticism towards me. I have decided to finish this worthless experiment as fast as possible. Since that's the case, it would be best to get something which is as far away as possible. Wendlin. There is no particular necessity to unreasonably succeed at it. For summoning over long distance, it will finish with only mana consumption. If it turns out like that, it will be the best outcome in this situation. By the way, I have passed on summoning from Earth for now because of the danger involved. I always look for a safe plan. There are many men who are washed away by the situation. Ito. The target is in the territory of the Holy Empire Urquhart. Wendlin. I see, since it is a foreign nation, they won't be able to complain. Although Ina says this in a way of admiration, it should be harsh to summon something from a place where people are living, as expected. Therefore, consulting the map I received the other day, I have decided to try summoning something natural and not the property of someone. The Northern Ocean area of Holy Empire Urquhart's territory. Wendlin. Holy Empire Urquhart is possessing the northern half of the Lingaya continent, and, at its northern extremity there are a vast ocean and islands spreading similar to the southern part. And the marine products, that can be caught in that ocean in midwinter, are very popular within the empire. According to a book I read before, those marine products are resembling the marine products that can be caught in Hokkaido on Earth. Also, is this magic square actually convenient? Well, only if it is a success. Wendlin. While thinking such stuff, I stand in front of the magic square once again and once again something appears on top of it after it radiated in a pale light. Underwear? There is no way for that. Wendlin. While I thrust at Tsukumi at I took a distance from their object, which appeared on top of the magic square, in a hurry. It was a success, but Lucas, the thing that appeared on top of the magic square, it was a fish called Pacific bluefin tuna on Earth. Furthermore, I seem to have thoroughly ended up summoning a specimen that weighs close to 200 kilograms and which swam in the ocean. The still alive Pacific bluefin tuna was energetically jumping about on top of the magic square. Wendlin. Can't be helped. Giving Ina her spear I retrieved from my magic bag, she quickly finished off the tuna. The tuna immediately stopped moving on top of the magic square. I see. This time you summoned something that seems to be useful. Lucas. No. Are you really saying this, Beckenbayashi-san? Wendlin. To be frank, I wouldn't want to be called the person who summoned panties first. Well, isn't it fine? Let's eat it at once. Burkhardt. You want to eat it? Wendlin. In fact it's normal to eat raw fish on Lingaya. Since the freshness won't drop if you put it into a magic bag, it is something often eaten by the rich, royalty and titled nobles as high-class food in the inland districts such as the capital and urban areas. Just that, with wasabi resembling the western wasabi, they usually eat it with a pint of salt as there is no soy sauce. Fresh raw fish is delicious after all. Burkhardt. Even if you talk about eating it, the size of the tuna is to such a degree. We were troubled as we weren't able to dismantle it like a professional. But that was resolved by the female staff, who had her panties stolen by Beckenbayashi earlier. I'm told that her family's home is a fish dealer. Once she had borrowed tools from home, She dismantled the tuna with skillful hands, and she cut it up in delicious sashimi and served them on a plate. A Pacific bluefin tuna with a weight of 200 kilograms native in the northern area has a market price of around 20.000 cents. Starfinaine. Due to the sudden high-class food, everyone in the Sorcery Guild gathered and ate the sashimi. It costs this much? Wendlin. Yes, although you can catch it at the coast of the Helmut Kingdom, the taste of those native in the northern area is better. Starfinaine. The Pacific bluefin tuna, native to the northern area, is a brand rivaling the so-called Oma tuna in Japan. T/N, a place in the Shimokita district in the Aomori prefecture. A gift set from that tuna costs 26.000 yen or $260 for 600 grams oatari and some 100 grams salmon roast miles. Moreover, the price will be high because it's imported goods. I see. However, it's really delicious. Wendlin. Even in my previous life I never ate such high-class tuna, therefore I was deeply moved by its deliciousness. And my self-made soy sauce, I offered to be eaten with the sashimi, is also popular. Rather than eating it with salt, this way is a lot tastier. Starfinaine. Now that it has come to this, do you want me to catch the next prey? Wendlin. The magic square summoned only panties so far, but for the first time it was something useful for people. As long my mana lasts here, I should continue summoning with all my power. Seafood from the northern area. That's what I thought. Wendlin. I successively summoned seafood native to the northern area while soothing the astonished large scallop that was bigger than on Earth. Sea urchin that resembled horse-dung sea urchin. Because even squid and octopus are high-class food, everyone is eating it with pleasure. It seems like it hasn't caused for me to be treated as messenger of the devil. For the people living on Lingaea, there is a strong image that it's a feast of high-class items to eat caught seafood and not the meat of animals as they usually eat that. Therefore, the suddenly started food sampling party became very popular. Keep going. Lucas. This time it's sea bream, flounder, right-eye flounder, greater yellowtail, etc. It seems their official names are different, but their appearance is like that and there shouldn't be any problems because even the fish dealer female staff is calling them as delicious as high-class items. She cuts all the summoned marine products one after the other into sashimi and the Sorcery Guild's staff eats those. Even I ate seafood with relish after a long time. Well then, gradually the stomach of everyone should be full. Wendlin. No, I don't care about that. Or rather, it's an experiment. I understand that. Wendlin. As expected, even for my mana capacity one more summons would be the limit. When I check the surroundings, I can see the figures of the staff, who seem to be satisfied consuming sashimi, but I decide to perform the last summons without minding it. Just that I apparently wasn't able to summon something too heavy with my remaining mana. I want you to put priority on distance. Lucas. Understood. Wendlin. As Bekanbayashi says so, I imagine once again something light from the ocean area in the north. With a success rate of 100% something small was placed on top of the magic square accompanied by a pale light in the end. A violet. Lucas. Underwear, right? Burkhardt. Blue eyes. Why is it once again underwear? Like I'd know. Wendlin. Even though it should have been the targeted marine food in the Northern Ocean, I ended up summoning underwear once again. Although I'm being blamed by and Blue eyes, I don't particularly summon something like underwear because I like it. Why? Isn't it possible that it's from someone who boarded a ship? However, this underwear is. Lucas. For the third time Bekanbayashi picks up the underwear and starts to examine it. But Louise and the aforementioned female staff as well as even the chairman of the Sorcery Guild looked at Bekanbayashi with a suspecting facial expression. The color is violet and its material is silk, It's a considerably big bra and it is using plenty of sheer and lace. Even the sewing can be described as magnificent. Lucas. Pervert. As says, it feels weird that Bekanbayashi is so well informed about underwear being a researcher of magic originally. But, once Bekanbayashi explains, it doesn't seem to be weird. My family's home is a specialized clothing store which sells underwear to nobles. Naturally I have knowledge about underwear. Lucas. Have you mastered such knowledge naturally? Wendlin. In the time I lived at home, I was partly forced to help with the family business. Lucas. The talent of a magician isn't inherent. Therefore, You could even call it a tragedy, as there are various classes and businesses suddenly appearing from households. And, even the complicated past of such Beckenbayashi is blown away beyond ground level due to confirming a shocking truth. This family crest is Lucas. The family crest of the underwear. Wendlin. Beckenbayashi verifies the family crest attached to that underwear, even though it seems to be from the kingdom. If it's the imperial family or royalty, they usually won't carry anything but the articles of the assigned purveyor. Even the shop's side usually embroider their family's crest to differentiate it from other items. Lucas. As expected, rather than a researcher of magic, the image of Beckenbayashi as underwear professional is far stronger. Already, he gives us an appropriate explanation. By the way, about this family crest. Wendlin. It's something from the Duke Philip household. They have even been chosen as emperor before. It's a large noble household competing for the first place in Holy Empire Urquhart. Lucas. In this world you can also be happy by not knowing about things. Or rather, something like stealing the underwear of a woman of such large noble household could develop into a diplomatic issue if handled poorly, including me. The faces of everyone has turned pale all at once. Burkhart-san. Wendlin. Don't ask me. Burkhart. Beckenbayer-san. Wendlin. If it's from Burkhart-san, I certainly can say that he doesn't know anything. Therefore, when I ask the person in charge of this experiment, Beckenbayashi, he answered quickly as if on reflex. The experiment of summoning seafood from the Northern Ocean was successful and had no problems. Underwear. We don't know about such things. That's right, isn't it, Baron Bormister Dono? Lucas. Yes, we have no knowledge about such things. Wendlin. I quickly stuffed the underwear into my magic bag. With this I completely concealed the evidence. Even if a certain woman of the Duke Philip household, who came to the ocean, became pantyless and braless, this wasn't a situation related to us. Is it really fine? It's not fine. But do you want to tell His Majesty the truth? Wendlin. It's impossible to talk about that. Due to my question, Ina also decided to keep her mouth shut about this matter. A gag order has been imposed on the other guild staff below the chairman. It has become a situation where officially nothing but the memory of having successfully summoned marine products from the northern area remained. However, later on it ended in an outcome that largely influenced the owner of the underwear. As expected, even I couldn't have imagined that. And then, the next day, I'm home, Papa. Daria. Welcome back, Daria. By the way, there is something I want to know. Father. Daria, being a staff member of the Sorcery Guild as well as the daughter of a fish dealer being the owner of the aforementioned white panties, returns home after finishing her job for today. And she received a question from her father being the fish dealer's shopkeeper. What is it, Papa? Daria. Today a large order from the Baron Bormister mansion came. But, do you know the reason for that, Father? That's because they recognized the skill handed down from Papa. Daria. Father? In later years, Daria will set up a branch of the fish dealer's main store with a good reputation in the Bormister territory. Chapter 45, The Started Adventure Life and a New Request. Amadeus Brithhilderpoff. I work as family head of the Margrave Brithhilder household that controls the southern area of the Helmut Kingdom, which is located in the south of the Lingaya continent. With my age being 34 years old this year, I have nothing but sons with my 4 wives, 6 in total. There are probably many people in society who consider me to be enviable, but I think it is also troublesome like this if it's such situation. Originally I wasn't in any position to succeed the house as second son. However, my dad suddenly didn't return after carrying out an expedition with the feudal lord's army composed of something like 2,000 soldiers. Thanks to that, my succession of the peerage was arranged in a hurry. In the first place, the goal of the expedition was to obtain the unusually effective medicine to cure my elder brother's sickness from the untrodden monster domain by going beyond the mountain range and cross the vast savage land at the southern tip. Elder brother, who was the next head of the Margrave Brithhilder family, had a weak constitution by birth while possessing a superior intellect. Furthermore, he was devastated by a fatal disease where you didn't even know whether he would live until tomorrow for around a year by then. What are you worrying about? Even if I die, it will be fine with Amadeus succeeding. Rather than someone big-headed like me, It is more appropriate for Amadeus to be the head. Elder brother. My elder brother himself always said that it wouldn't be good for such a weak-constituted man like himself to become the head of a noble household. Dad was worried because he wouldn't even marry in order for me to succeed the household. If I have to say one thing, I think elder brother was too intelligent. Because not being too intelligent is good, he ended up stating that he gave up on the position of head due to his disease and handed it over to me. Since it might cause a family quarrel, he wouldn't marry either. Although this might have been correct, he should have at least possessed a bit more desires like the other noble families. Even in case elder brother died early, there was also the option of me succeeding as guardian family head if he had children. Seeing such an elder brother, Dad probably deployed the soldiers feeling pity for him as well. Organizing the Lord's army in a hurry, the expedition proceeded towards the unknown domain. However, this kindness was returned with the worst possible result. That is, Amadeus. Due to Alfred Sama's strenuous efforts, they even managed to slay a large quantity of monsters. Being surrounded by a large crowds of agitated monsters successively, their tragic final moments. Soldier. Dad's group, invading the demon forest alongside the reinforcements of the Bourmister household which resided at the base of the Crossed Mountain Range, had at first many accomplishments, but before long they were besieged by a large crowd of monsters. They could sustain the front for a while with the hard work of Alfred, who was employed as head magician. But as he used up all his energy and collapsed, the troops apparently ended up breaking down in one go. Even though the soldiers somehow managed to return and give me a report, the focus of their eyes was hollow. It even reached the point that they reacted in strange ways to the smallest sounds. Probably this was rare in these peaceful times. I think the soldiers suffered from a mental illness due to the battlefield. I appreciate your efforts. Please take it easy and rest for now. Amadeus. 2'000 soldiers went along on the expedition. The amount of survivors was no more than 100. Forced into support, the casualties of the Bourmister household was around 80. Since it was a territory with a population of around 800, it caused a considerable disparity in the proportion of the populace. At that time the head of the Bourmister household should have been racking his brain how to deal with this as well. But, rather than the situation of our vassal, the eminently dangerous state of our family was more important. They became poor thanks to Dad, but our family was facing a grave situation at that time, too. First I have to discuss with Nissan. Amadeus. Our deceased dad had still settled for my elder brother to become the next family head. Therefore it was necessary for me to tell elder brother, who was resting in the sickbed with his fatal disease, about the failure of the expedition. Even if for example it caused large damage to elder brother's health condition. I see. In my authority as next family head, I order you. Amadeus, because you can see the state I'm in, you have to deal with the aftermath. Elder brother. My elder brother, with a ghastly pale face color, somehow sat up on the bed. He ordered me to lead the Margrave Brithhilda household after our dad's death. In the face of elder brother the color of anguish was visible, but because it was elder brother, he probably didn't want to do something like sleeping in bed leaving everything to me. Father was foolish. It would have been fine, if he had forsaken such a thing like my troubles. Elder brother. Next day, when the maid went to my elder brother's room carrying his breakfast, he had already passed away. It seems that the society was gossiping that elder brother died in a fit of anger or something like that, but in fact that was actually the reason. I have no doubt that elder brother was enraged within his mind. Due to that reason the scarce remaining life was burned down and he ended up exhausting it. After that I had immense hardships. To start with, I first reported the death of dad and elder brother to our relatives and the branch families. Then I announced myself becoming the next family head. Thereupon there was even a relative amongst them who regarded himself as appropriate to be the next family head. There were also several people planning to hold the power themselves and have the young me act as puppet. I couldn't underestimate them. Even so, all of the talented personnel necessary for shouldering this had been taken away to the netherworld by Dad. The 2'000 people participating in the expedition were only a part of the entire Margravate Brithhilda's Lord's army, but the quality of the staff leading them was high. Moreover, we had to accept it at last. The death of Alfred, who was a magician rivaling Armstrong Douchy, who had just recently become the royal head magician in the capital at that time. His death drove me, the new family head, even further into the corner. Anyway, For now I have to do the things I'm capable of one after the other. Amadeus. I carried out the funeral of dad and elder brother without omission. Then I headed towards the capital in order to receive ceremony of succession to the peerage by His Majesty as formal process of inheriting the Margrave Brithilda household. I spent an increased amount of monetary reparations for the bereaved families of the soldiers killed in action. Same was also required for the Knight Bourmister household. Especially for the latter, it was impossible going by the usual estimation as expected. Notwithstanding the side of the Margrave Brithilda household was obviously to blame, it was reasonable and indispensable to have them swallow their tears. If you want to know why, the Margrave Brouwegg household, controlling the eastern part, maneuvered to incite the smaller feudal lords, being their vassals, at the boundary of the eastern border using the chaos which occurred after the death of dad and elder brother. The vassals on Margrave Brouwegg side bordered with our vassals, as it was the same with any noble. If their territory was adjacent, there would be some kind of quarrels. The shares of such things as controlling the land with its forests and mines and the ownership of water rights crossing the border were settled after genuine territory disputes. Because Margrave Brouwegg saw the potentiality of having favorable conditions for negotiations if he attacked us in this situation, he ordered his vassals to stir. He is a really detestable man who does such things at such times. And yet, I brought this chaos to a close some way or another and the territory gradually headed towards stability. Probably there were many things I ended up handling wrongly. The relationship to the Bourmister household, which ended up troubled due to the expedition, completely deteriorated nowadays. But, thinking about the entirety of the Margrave Brithilda household's interests, it is a trivial matter. Although I think it is a terrible way of talking, I'm no omnipotent god after all. Given that I'm continuing to dispatch merchants without any kind of accommodation, I consider it as fulfilling the minimum of my duty. If the other side compromises a bit more, it will also be easy to extend a hand of support from this side. But, if I understand correctly, the successor is hating me. At least I heard it as rumor. If the fifth son, Eric, belonging to the intelligence faction, had succeeded the household, I would have been able to use him as retainer and it would have become easier to hold negotiations as well. However, that Eric himself hated the complications of inheritance and ended up going to the capital becoming a junior governmental official. Though junior, he passed the government official assignment examination in one attempt. Was he a valuable talented person after all? It was to the extent that I wanted him, but he completely refused it due to the many demerits. As for your daddy, there is a mountain of things I want to say. But, there is no point in telling this to his son, I guess. Brithilda. Even so, there also was a new excellent retainer, I obtained. With his master in magic being Alfred, who was killed in action, and even holding the title of being a dragon slayer, I managed to appoint Burkhart, who was a famous adventurer. Though I am not as superior to be called a replacement for Alfred. Burkhart couldn't be seen as nothing but a sarcastic man with the style of a playboy from the very first time I met him. Within my mind I was anxious. However, I actually employed him. He was inferior in ability as magician in comparison to Alfred, but he put in great efforts as an elite adventurer for more than 2 decades. Because of his social experience and such things as being taught magic at various places as pupil within the kingdom, he also had an abundance of personal connections with influential people. He might perchance even be a man more superior as retainer of a noble than Alfred. By the way, Burkhart, my aunt. Brithilda. Master, please only excuse me from that. Burkhart, immediately after having been employed, stopped choosing the tone from the beginning, reached the point of supporting me as magician and excellent advisor. Even if he had the flaw of refusing all of the marriage proposals I offered him, sticking to an extreme bachelorhood principle for some reason. If I said what I wanted to say, he had various other flaws as well though. For the young me, who stood in the way of various people, he also was a big help in reverse. Being above 30 years in age, it is now necessary for the current me to advise young people. Several days after receiving the report about the capture of the ancient underground ruins by the group of Baron Bourmister, who is my excellent vassal, I went to the capital on business via teleportation magic. I received the request for consultation from 3 youths. Well, Baron Bourmister's magic is convenient. Brithilda. First I have decided to make some light chatter, but, This teleportation magic is indeed very handy. In normal case I would have to pay a lot of money to board the magic airship or spend time traveling by long-distance carriage to visit the capital. I visit once a week. In the morning of the weekly scheduled day, Baron Bourmister comes to pick me up in Brittburg, and in the morning of another weekly scheduled day he sends me back to Brittburg. This lifestyle has continued for the last 2.5 years. Because I can got to work in the capital for around half a week, it's really convenient. I'm not just a high-ranking noble, but also acting as the leader of the southern nobles. Until now I didn't make such frequent appearance at the capital due to the distance. In case of negotiating with the good-for-nothing nobles of the capital, it's a lot more advantageous to make an appearance yourself rather than only through my chief vassal, who is permanently stationed at the capital. It's also easier to show your face for such things as socializing to strengthen your relationships and building new personal connections. Even if I pay a large amount of money to Baron Bourmister, there are plenty of benefits. We also know that Margrave Brithilda Sama is requesting Vol to act as transporter, but Owen, oh my, your worries seem to be more serious than I had imagined. Brithilda, 3 worried young lambs are seeking my consultation. The first person is a friend from Baron Bourmister's time at the Adventurer Prep School and is still 15 years old. On top of being a member of the same party, he is also the junior leader of the retainers of the Baron Bourmister household, Owen von Armenkun. He is the 5th son of a small knight household in the western provinces. The circumstances at his birthplace aren't that different from Baron Bourmister, I heard. If it's adventurer prep schools, there are plenty in the west, but even then he expressly chose the adventurer prep school at Brittburg with a reason. That is, he left after he was shunned by his elder brothers due to his exceeding talent in swordsmanship. Such a story wasn't particularly rare either. In exchange he got to know Baron Bourmister. The likes of me end up thinking that something like that was a good conclusion. Different from Inand Luiz, I am in a situation where consultation is impossible, but Owen, please don't worry about such a thing. You are Baron Bourmister's retainer. If it's a consultation with the retainer of my vassal, I will gladly accept it. Even though things may appear different now, I had continuous hardships in my 20s. Brithilda, even now the hardships are continuing, but a major point is that I got to use them to a certain extent. Thank you very much. Owen, the remaining 2, although I think it's easy to imagine, are the 15-years-old girls, Ina Suzanne Hildbrunn and Louise Jollendorf-Ophelia Orwin. Both of them are daughters of my retainers. Given that they are spearmanship instructors and magic combat style instructors, could you call them key figures of their families? Likewise they are friends from Baron Bourmister's days at the Adventurer Prep School. Nowadays they settled as concubine candidates of Baron Bourmister. Due to problems of pedigree, the spot of the legal wife was stolen by the granddaughter of Cardinal Hohenheim. As for me, depending on their wishes, I want them to somehow receive the most affection. As for the plan of forcing in other women in between, there wasn't any women at suitable age within my family. Since there was the possibility of being disliked by Baron Bourmister, I put an end to it. So, do Ina-san and Louise-san have the same worries? Brithilda. Yes, Ina. It's a terribly grave worry. Louise. As Louise-san, who usually has nothing but a carefree vibe around her, calls it grave, it's probably really serious. Or rather, I ended up understanding what kind of worry it was right away. Is it such a heavy burden? The 2 billion cents. Brithilda. The 3 end up all at once hanging their heads due to my question. Well, it certainly is too much, I guess. Brithilda. Even putting that aside, I consider it be something close to harassment. Louise. Certainly, it's as Louise-san has said. Even for me such a thing like 2 billion cents would be the same. No. Even considering the amount of money possessed by the Margrave Brithilda household, it would be impossible to gather such amount without difficulties. Of course, if you also included the total assets of the territory, it would be several times that. As adventurer, it is an unforeseen event to obtain a large amount of money. It's a dream, but that excessive amount of money, even the normally calm Ina-san appears to be shaken. I see, for people who became adventurers in order to raise a flag, they will gain the envy of the surroundings due to obtaining an unexpected large amount of money. T/N, In and Louise are only adventuring in order to raise a love flag with Wendlin, is what he means here, I think. I think it means for fun events since they became preparatory adventurers before knowing evil. Even for the Adventurers Guild there is no method to keep the accomplishments of the adventurers themselves absolutely secret. As time passes, there is no way to prevent rumors to leak to the society. When adventurers earn their first several 10,000 cents, it's enough to treat their envious acquaintances to some booze. If it's several 100,000 cents, they will show signs of being even more jealous, thinking about such things like themselves wanting to at least earn this much as well. If it's several million cents, they will be generally called millionaires in society, and there are many cases where it is regarded as minimum requirement of a rich person. However, when it goes beyond even that, such things as ridiculous scam investment stories of increasing the money by several 100,000 cents, requests for loans and extortions pop up. Even friends and acquaintances strangely multiply in number for some reason, I suppose. Also, if one is unlucky, there are also cases where they will be involved in crimes. Everyone wants to obtain a large amount of money, but if you obtain it, the troublesome things will increase as well. There are very few things where you can choose freely in this world. 2 billion cents were given to boys and girls, who didn't have any relation to large amounts of money until now, without batting an eyelid. I see, it's certainly close to a kind of harassment. Brithhilda, although it hasn't yet spread in society, what will happen once the society learns of them obtaining such large amount of money? Since money is money, it is easy to imagine the even more troublesome things to happen. In Erwin-kun's case there is the possibility of inducing something at his home, like forcing him into marriage for money. Even for Ina-san and Louise-san, there is a potential of their families scheming something. As for my family, it will be better if they only tell me to lend or hand over some money. Erwin. If things don't go well, it's not unlikely that his blood relatives dispatch an assassin to inherit the legacy after Erwin-kun's death. It's such frightful amount of money that they would go to such an extent, particularly for Erwin-kun, whose relationship with his elder brothers didn't appear to be on good terms. For me it's the same, I think. In our case it's even more grave since we are women. Louise. Since women basically can't succeed a household, they can't even pick the worst choice of self-support as noble with the power of money, like Erwin-kun. Because our spearmanship dojo has spread all over the country, it's not unthinkable that it will become a talk of handing over the money. If it's Ina-san's family's spearmanship dojo, it seemed to be a fairly major school. Brithhilda. The ancestors gained the dojo administration rights and the possession of full mastery in the combat art from the main office. But if it's about money, the main office stands at the top. Us as well, probably. Louise. I see. If it's the standpoint at the top at the dojo headquarters of a school spread within the kingdom with authority over the money, the other dojo masters will have a position similar to repeatedly having to bow their heads, even if they are poor instructors. As retainers, they also have ways to some kind of success in life. As a result, it's a matter about whether the parents of the two will be able to resist the temptation. I can't feel there be nothing but demerits with such excessive amount of money. Owen. I see. But it's probably impossible to turn it down. Brithhilda. The kingdom has given them such a large amount of money as apology to having Baron Bormister's group exposed to such dangers. No, it's different. I read the written report by Burkhardt, but the kingdom isn't particularly incurring a loss here. They are certainly paying a large amount of money, but in exchange they are getting their hands on assets that are a lot more worth than the money paid. If you look at it in long term, they probably arranged their calculations to get back into a positive balance if it's just that amount of money. If it's that finance minister, this much is in range of hypothesis. Is it hopeless? Owen. Such things such as rather than returning it to the kingdom, hand over all of it to me. Or what rudeness to return it to His Majesty. As for the meaning of the latter, the real intentions of their nobles will excessively come out as soon as the kingdom becomes too powerful. Even I don't want them to do such thing as just unconditionally returning the money. Yes, it's hopeless. Brithhilda. Such a Owen. Crestfallen Erwin-kun dropped his shoulders. But it's not like there aren't any other ways. However, it shouldn't be me doing the explanation of those. Ringing a bell close to me, a single man comes entering the room. It's the pride of our household, the employed magician Burkhardt. Yo, isn't it nice that you don't have to worry about going bankrupt? Burkhardt. Please don't say such nasty things. It's a really serious matter. Brithhilda. Sorry. Surely, it is an excessively large amount of money. Burkhardt. Because he was in the same party as Baron Bormister, he should have usually gained a lot of accomplishments for capturing the underground ruins, which were impossible to clear before. There is the right to receive more than the standard reward. They also put in appropriate great efforts for this. But 2 billion cents will cause nothing but ruin for themselves. Then, what should be done? Although they sought consultation from me, it would probably be better to leave the answer to Burkhardt, who originally was an adventurer as well. If it's him, he should be capable to deal with even such cases. Don't you possess the pamphlet given to you by the guild's headquarters at the time of your registration? Burkhardt. Yes. The three nod their heads while answering Burkhardt's question. Clause 4 of Article 27, the utilization of the system of a formal objection towards the dividend. Burkhardt. I don't know it since I didn't get any experience as adventurer, but as expected of a guild with history. It looks like they have established even such a rule. Formal objection towards the dividend system? Yes, Burkhardt. According to Burkhardt's words, it's a standard to split the reward equally to the number of participating adventurers. But, if rather experienced parties invite newcomers, those newcomers will receive a low reward for a little while for the sake of getting used to the party through learning by observation, or, if an inexperienced party invites an experienced adventurer, the invitee will receive a larger share of the rewards during his party participation, since the party will gain experience while receiving advice from him. There are many situations where the conditions change case by case. Still, there seems to also be many adventurers who abuse this. Rookies, who already have sufficient war potential, are restricted by not being approved of having the low rewards from before withdrawn, even though there is already no necessity to guide them. The elder adventurers in those parties demand that the rewards for them remain large indefinitely. Well, there are all kinds of adventurers after all. Burkhardt. Rather than for the sake of surviving, they exploit and deceive other people in order to get a lot more money than the others. In that area there is no difference between adventurers and nobles. The adventurers, receiving a treatment like that, have filed a protest at the guild's headquarters. Thereupon, after the headquarters investigated what the people said, they presented a law settlement due to those cases. Burkhardt. Since there is no legal force, it depends on the help of those people. But since there are records of adventurers and parties using the formal objection of the dividend system remaining, it also decreases the cases of rookies being cheated by corrupt adventurers and parties. It appears that the organization has a part with such a proper objective. But, isn't that system for those people who want to complain about the rewards being too low? Brithhilda. No, it is a system for the sake of filing your objection given that there are complaints about the rewards. I haven't heard yet about cases of filing an objection due to the reward being too excessive, but it isn't written in the rules that it isn't allowed to do so either. Burkhardt. Certainly, it not written there. Brithhilda. Looking at the pamphlet held by Burkhardt, it certainly isn't written in there. In a certain meaning you can also call this using a blind spot in the rules. Usually there shouldn't be any people filing an objection due to the reward being too much. You guys, use this and force everything on a boy. Burkhardt. Understood. The three, having discovered a good plan, left and went towards the Adventurers Guild's headquarters with a pleasant smiling face. I have no doubt that it will be a bolt out of the blue for Baron Bormister for them to file an objection. As for me, it will be convenient if the money gathers in his hands. Also, was this what His Majesty, Daoshi, Finance Minister Ruckner, etc. expected to happen? Burkhardt. It's a safe bet. Otherwise they wouldn't have made such decision. Brithhilda. Several days later I also received the report from the three. It looks like they took 100 million cents for themselves and added all of the rest to Baron Bormister's reward. The Assistant Vice Minister came later on to listen to the reasons for the formal objection. He listened to the report related to the underground ruins from the three once again. He acknowledged that if Baron Bormister hadn't crushed the two dragon golems, the three of them wouldn't be in this world anymore. The right for the majority of the reward belongs to Baron Bormister. It seems he gave such a recommendation regarding him. However, it remains within the records that the guild has received a formal objection of dividends for the reward being too excessive, even though it is usually split equally. I think Baron Bormister was born under a star of misfortune after all. Putting the reason aside, an adventurer, having received a formal objection of dividend, will be haunted by a negative image. Probably the Adventurers Guild's side even considered the thought of not leaving anything behind in the records, but without an entry in the records, the three would be permanently thought of having obtained 2 billion cents by society. I guess you can sum it up as a last resort to leave behind an entry in the records, huh? But even with such records sticking to Baron Bormister now, it probably won't have any kind of influence on his evaluation anyways. On the contrary, once the particulars of the fight in the underground ruins spread across the world, his evaluation will likely increase excessively. For those three people, it would be harsh to be observed by society due to such astronomical large sum of money. For Baron Bormister, it's only natural by now. I want him to bear with it here for the sake of his 2 concubines and his retainer. That's because those three didn't make an error in their choice. By the way, Elise Juchan didn't file an objection. Well, didn't she discuss it with those three? Burkhart. That's a simple one, Burkhart. Brithhilda. Certainly, the position of women in this country is low. Within such a country, for Inasan and Luisan to possess a large amount of money would be frightening due to the apparent despicable acts of the male adults in the surroundings. Nevertheless, Elise is the granddaughter of Cardinal Hohenheim. There shouldn't exist a fool that wants to make a pass at her in the first place. Besides, it's that Elise, after all, something like money she will likely entrust to Baron Bormister in the end. Since even Baron Bormister isn't an idiot, it is unthinkable for him to slight her, who shared her mana with him until she fainted at the final moments of the conclusion at the time he defeated the Dragon Golem. Unlike those three, there isn't any necessity for her to file a formal objection of dividends. She will probably even donate it. Burkhart. Something like this is only for form's sake this time. Brithhilda. Rather than the donation in the near future, they shouldn't care about it even without something like donations, since new interests will come up. For now the money will be gathering in the boy's hands. Burkhart. Yes, there isn't any better way to word it. Brithhilda. It's a simple explanation. As there was stability, His Majesty and Finance Minister Rukna considered about one way or another what they wanted to do about the recently stagnating kingdom's economy, especially about the slums gradually spreading in the outskirts of the capital. If one is careless, it isn't that difficult to figure that those will become the source of decline of the kingdom in the future. At the time His Majesty's council thought about what to do, an outrageous magician, who crushed an ancient dragon, appeared. Furthermore, his family's home is a noble household in the southern borderland. Moreover, the place is adjacent to the vast savage land which has the potential to be developed. If it was independently developed by the kingdom, it would be accompanied with the necessity of a great budget. Considering the possibility of failing, Finance Minister Rukna wouldn't plunge into easily providing the budget either. In his case, he has the opposing power called his younger brother. No, this isn't quite right. If a person in a position starts something new, there will always appear an opposing power. Even if, for example, it is a good plan, it will receive resistance from groups that obtain benefits by objecting the matter. That's because the possibility of failure is a sweet weapon which is great from their point of view. Although a successful improvement of the economy will make many people happy, those guys don't have any interest in that. Returning to the original point, the suddenly appeared dragon-slaying hero, Baron Bormister, defeated a dragon in the Palkania grasslands afterwards and contributed to its liberalization. This time he successfully conquered the ancient underground ruins which contained a large quantity of things with exceedingly high utility value. The kingdom was successful in having Baron Bormister accumulating funds without itself having any disadvantages. Now that it has come to this, only that possibility is left. They will end up appointing Baron Bormister as feudal lord of the land for the sake of developing the vast savage land at the southern tip. Brithhilda. Fortunately, he has more than enough funds for the development. Furthermore, even if he fails, all of it will be paid out of Baron Bormister's wallet. For the royal family, they will obtain assets beyond the money they paid. That's why those guys are afraid, I guess. As far as their plans are concerned, won't they deal with his family's home next? Brithhilda. That place, even I feel it is a nuisance. They will reduce the territory to a scope suitable for knights' territory. Given that they aren't currently developing at all, will the kingdom adopt the pretext of them having neglected it? Or are they intending to order the division of territory due to formal procedure? At any rate, how will the feudal lord react? The current family head is composed, but the successor of that place is impossible to understand even for me, I guess. Since I didn't see his face until now, it's probably natural to feel anxiety all the more. According to rumors, It doesn't look like he is quite capable as noble either. If it's nothing more than an order for dividing, opposition will be inevitable. Or is the kingdom's side considering a forced relocation to a suitable territory close to the central government? Brithhilda. I guess the sole concern is the distance of the kingdom's central government's administration to the southern borderland. If it's the kingdom, they consider something like night households similar to flying like a petal if blown. That's also because they likely feel they are unnecessary. Even so, if they unskillfully offend them, they will begin to meddle once the development starts. I suppose that will be annoying for me as the patron close by. Isn't there also the possibility to neglect it on purpose in order to sabotage me? Brithhilda. Because it's the new development of a grand-scale territory. Furthermore, currently Baron Bourmister possesses money with only few retainers. Considering the size of that savage land, it is at least the territory of an earl. If I didn't exist, it would even be a scale of a Margrave's territory category. Good grief, as new Earl household to rise from scratch. Thinking about the labor of that, the possibility of them not asking me to support them is zero. If I help, it will become necessary to show gratitude. That's how this world works. When talking about such case, the first thing is to mediate talented people to entrust them as retainer group appropriate for an Earl's household. Also, any noble wants to bestow positions to relatives of retainers and themselves without keeping useless people on the payroll. Even the church, with such a scale, just how many churches will be necessary? If they appoint all of the people, this will already become a kind of concession. Rather than the temporary donation from a liege Jew, this side is far more important. Or perhaps I should say their real motive is to advance the development more quickly with that share of donations. If they complete a single village, the church will only need to increase the clergy by one. If it's a territory of such scale, it will also become indispensable to establish a quite large branch. That should also increase the positions in the upper echelons of the church. Even children will understand the reasons for such things. After that they will need mediation for the necessary manpower to work on the development. For the population and companies in my territory it will be a chance to procure work by new businesses and working away from home, and then they will bring back the earned income to their native places and expend it in that territory. If you consider the distance, this is indeed a big benefit for the southern nobles, because they steal even those few gained rights from the southern nobles including myself. It is a suitable way to deal with that swelling-like home of Baron Bourmister. The reason is, because the other party is in a humble position. Should I try to poke that lot for the time being? Isn't there also just the right request intended for adventurers that can't be entrusted to no one but Baron Bourmister? Brithhilda. There is no meaning in thinking too much over it either. It's also possible to make a move because the kingdom's side is actually waiting for something to change as well. My opinion is to entrust the work to Baron Bourmister. Burkhart should be able to arrange the details. Will I accompany them once again? Burkhart. This time there isn't that much danger. Brithhilda. If you are talking about the degree of danger, that's certainly right. But the troublesome negotiations are. Burkhart. If the negotiations become difficult, they will have to respond according to the other party. Brithhilda. Most likely it will cause a rebellion. Burkhart. Nevertheless, I have the obligation to protect the lives of many residents within the fief as Margrave Brithhilda. Therefore I will harden my head and be determined to alter the current state of affairs. Wendlin Poff. It's been a while. It feels like I finally returned. Owen. I carried the luggage over last week. Wendlin. Val is the best. Blue eyes. Abruptly our studying abroad in the capital was extended for 2.5 years. At our adventurer debut we came close to death on our first underground ruins exploration. Safely managing to finish various matters influenced by politics and adults, we returned at last to my mansion in Brittburg. As a matter of fact I had occasionally returned using teleportation magic, but I was busy due to training and studying the things necessary as an adventurer. Since I also went on dates with Elise and such on my days off, there essentially wasn't any time to visit the mansion. It was slightly regrettable as it is a good mansion with precious facilities, but now it became finally possible to settle down in it. We completed our first job of capturing that troublesome underground ruin and received the reward for the discovered items and facilities. After bidding farewell from everybody, we were indebted to in the capital, such as Eric Nissan's group, everybody of the Brandt family and furthermore Armstrong Doushi as well as Warrant San. We returned to Brittburg by teleportation. Actually, during that time, The three of us group caused an incident by returning the majority of the reward they obtained to me. It seems they didn't want the money as it would become the seed of troubles due to its sheer amount. Furthermore, being courteous, they have used the Adventurers Guild's system of filing a formal objection of dividends. If they didn't use this system and didn't leave an official entry in the records behind, the news of the three of them possessing a large amount of money would end up gradually spreading. Furthermore, Elise entrusted the majority of her share to me as well. Though the payment is split throughout 20 years, the kingdom's government, without increasing my platinum coins once again, issued it with Kingdom Token, of which I have 5 pieces within my magic bag. As for those Kingdom Tokens, those are wooden tokens built using a magic tool device. It's something you can exchange for the money written on it by bringing an application to the royal castle. In the so-called olden days it might have been something like currency issued by a feudal clan. I think it is a measure against counterfeiting to use the technique of a magic tool, but there are only few people possessing those tokens to begin with. Since the person in charge easily remembers the faces of the owners, it doesn't seem like there has been a case of counterfeiting until now. With it being easy to expose a counterfeit of a kingdom token, there aren't any people challenging the criminal law of death penalty by creating counterfeits, I guess. For such things as gold and silver coins there were occasionally incidents of counterfeiting, but it looks like the criminals were executed once they were caught. Naturally the kingdom token is something that is rarely seen at all. It is only given if, for example, the payment with platinum coins proves to be difficult. Therefore it is something rarely circulating on the market. By the way, this time's value of the kingdom token is 1 billion cents. Therefore I, who got those kingdom tokens, handed 100 platinum coins, I had at hand, to each of Erwin's group, who had reserved a reward of 100 million cents for themselves. Although Erwin's group told me that there won't even be a problem if the reward is another digit less, the split would have ended up with a 2-slanted ratio as expected. Therefore I partly forced the 100 million cents on each of them. Take me along with you as well. Master is telling me to reduce the costs. Burkhart. Returning to the story, since I was asked to take Burkhart's alongside us, it has become a situation of me leading him back to Brittberg as well. My teleportation magic wasn't able to transport more than up to 6 people including myself no matter how much I practiced it since then, but this time we barely managed to finish it with only 1 transfer. I have decided to ask the boy at the times I have business in the capital from now on. Burkhart. At the times I don't have to work as adventurer. Wendlin. It is faster to just wait a day or 2. It saves costs as well. Burkhart. Since it's very useful, Burkhart-san and his boss, Margrave Brithhilda, apparently ended up zeroing up on it. Given that any magician, capable of using communication and teleportation magic, is obligated to register it, even as private person, it's impossible to hide the ability in the first place. It appears to be a matter of being available to be recruited in case of emergencies and for the sake of maintaining public order. Even if that recruitment itself hasn't happened here for close to 200 years. Therefore, I took along Burkhart-san in the return to Brittberg as well and informed Margrave Brithhilda of it right away. Continuing onwards, I went to the Adventurers Guild Brittberg branch on the way and turned in the relocation notification. In the last few days we hunted normal monsters in the closest monster domain near Brittberg. Originally something like an adventurer receiving an obligatory request from the kingdom at the very beginning is impossible. Usually you advance as adventurer by steadily hunting monsters like this. Heading towards the forest, where the monster domain indicated by the guild can be found, we continuously hunt monsters there. Monsters resembling bears, monsters resembling wolves and monsters resembling wild boars. This sort of monsters occur due to long-living wild animals being for some reason lured into the domain. It seems they mutate and change into monsters there. As for additional traits, they are several times bigger than normal wild animals and they are possessing a magic core within their bodies. Also, they lose the common fertility and growth. Will the raw materials like flesh, bones, pelt and fangs sell well, I wonder? Just, something like a bear several times bigger than normal can't be dealt with in any way by normal people either. If they are unlucky, they will be instantly killed by a single swing of its paw. Embracing such danger was the trade of adventurers, who earned large rewards for it. Somehow you and in are in high spirits. Wendlin. With our debut battle being far too absurd. Elise. Certainly, It's as Elise has said. In the underground ruins investigation, Iryu as well as Ina have experienced an extreme situation. Even during the battle with the two dragon golems, where Burkhardt-san and I were fighting for a long period of time with magic, they were active as opponents to the approaching golems. Although I guess it's better than being useless, they don't consider that sudden investigation as debut fight. I have no doubt that they are enthusiastic because it is normal adventurer work. Luai's always had such feeling, therefore there was no change. Elise, whose role was recovery, had no turn since there was no one getting hurt except being on meal preparation duty, that is. Well then, let's return since we hunted enough already. Wendlin, Iryu and Ina continued to hunt monsters at the forefront right after we entered the forest. Luais assisted them. Elise and I were on standby, being ready in the worst case enveloped by a magic barrier in the rear. But we should have already hunted a sufficient amount. Deciding this, I advised everyone to withdraw. That's true. It seems like we already hunted plenty. Luais, does Luais-san have no need to hunt? Elise, although I yielded it to those two and settled with supporting them, my turn didn't come at all. Luais, in those few days Iryu and Ina took the leading part for us and hunted a reasonable amount of prey. I guess, if they hunted this much, they would be quite satisfied. It became a good experience, I think. That doesn't mean that we have particularly relaxed our attention or cut corners. Even though we are irresponsible outsiders to others, Iryu's group complained incessantly, right? Wendlin, no matter which world, there was the frightening nature of being jealous of others. Even in regards to me, who eliminated dragons, there are magicians and nobles gossiping. The brat has good luck. Also in regards to Luais, there are guys criticizing her taking lessons in magic combat style with immature rat. As expected, there wasn't any unfavorably criticism against Elise, who was treated as saint, but there were folks relentlessly bad-mouthing Iryu and Ina over and over again. HMMP, they are only lucky to be affiliated with Baron Bormister? In the case of the underground ruins investigation, where they ended up earning a large reward, it apparently reached the point of them being told it was too much for them. In a normal underground ruins investigation, obtaining such kind of reward would be nothing else but a miracle. Since the discovered items were valuable, the point of the kingdom having bought it for a high price to monopolize it was great as well. Even confirming the fact that I, who refused the majority of it, had it pushed onto me, the amount of money they received is 100 platinum coins per person, which is roughly 10 billion in Japanese yen. Because it was a treasure a normal adventurer wouldn't be able to obtain even if they spent their whole life with great efforts, they ended up gathering excessive reproaches onto themselves. Even on my side, I suffered from eccentric folks getting excited and saying, rather than such green porn and lies, it would be of more use for us. As for Luais, at the time it became public that she was Armstrong Daoshi's pupil, those criticizing folks stopped. It looks like there isn't anyone who wants to pick a fair and square fight with that Daoshi. It could be called natural, since even I wouldn't do such reckless thing. Despite declining the majority of the reward, aren't we a party that obtained many accomplishments? Elise. Nevertheless, since it is 100 million cents, there probably will be a lot of people who want to complain about it. Wendlin. It didn't seem like Elise could I agree with it, but it's like this because even a part of it would be an outrageous amount of money, especially the value of the magic airships amongst the items is large. The new magic airships, which were now operating successfully, began to be used as passenger ships within the kingdom, increasing the number of flights and the places of destination. Paying the sailors' wages and the maintenance costs with the passenger fares, they can even learn such things as operation and servicing skills. Normally contributing to the flow of goods and money within the kingdom, they are also useful as means to maintain the supply and a strong war potential for raids during times of war. There were 8 ships, including the spares as well, operating in the Helmut Kingdom before we went to the capital. Well, in fact, getting hold of a super-large magic core from the undead ancient dragon allowed one magic airship to go into service successfully, as the super-large magic gem had been the final obstruction until now. That ship has been named Lingaea, the continent we are inhabiting, and is currently advancing into practicing for battle. Continuing onwards, it has by now become possible to place one ship into commission with the magic core left behind by Great Grand. That ship is traveling an already existing course safely. And now, It had already become possible to operate 4 ships with the 2 matching power sources of the underground ruins, the 2 magic cores left behind by the dragon golems and the available 7 ships left behind at the underground ruins. In other words, the potentially operating magic airships have been doubled to more than 20 ships thanks to us. T/N. Don't ask me how the author concluded that one. Furthermore, the army is also advancing the development of a super-large magic airship. The military should considerably get the upper hand in regards to the Northern Holy Empire Urquhart. That alone gives us the right to receive reward. If it's the lot who reproaches Iryu and Ina, I guess they don't intend to accept the merit of luck. I guess so. Shall we return soon? Owen. Apparently even Iryu thinks that it is already enough. While wiping the sword with a cloth, he calls out to us. It appears to be a sword with a fine sharpness. Owen. Well, you earned a lot of money and bought an excellent specialized weapon. Wendlin. Iryu purchased an excellent specialized weapon with the reward he acquired. Or rather, Iryu is looking at swords at the weapon shop in his spare time. He is owning 10 short swords including the spares as well, because he couldn't use anything but a worn-out, tattered sword as legacy of his elder brothers during his childhood. He will usually end up wanting a new good sword against his better judgment. I don't quite understand the quality of a sword, if I don't use appraisal magic. Wendlin. Aren't you pretty much the child of a knight's family? Owen. Iryu laughs while partly complaining in jest to me, who is completely indifferent towards swords. Certainly, until the age of 12 years, I didn't miss a single morning to do basic training for around an hour. But, since I was completely untalented, I ended up shifting to archery and magic nowadays. More or less. If a child is born, I will hire a good instructor for teaching. Wendlin. I have the social rank of Baron for the time being after all. Seeing that the possibility of genetically handing down the magic ability to the child is like a miracle, I thought that I should give the child a normal noble education. There's no need for that as I will teach them. Owen. Now that you mention it, Iryu is my retainer after all. Wendlin. Although it was only in name and unpaid since they had no achievements at all, it was decided that Iryu's Gorup would become my retainers. But, you know, since we obtained a large amount of money at great pains, shouldn't we reclaim some territory? As for the kingdom, they are avoiding the act of buying peerage with money. If you want to sell it to someone else, do you yield it to someone previously capable of inheriting it? Or do you adopt the inheritor? The logical move is to relinquish it to the kingdom. Also, in regards to adopted children, for the sake of preventing the purchase of peerage with money by someone like upstart merchants, there are strict conditions in things like lineage etc. to become an adopted child. In Eric Nissan's case it was relatively easy with having to be just recognized since Nissan was a noble's child. Assuming someone like a merchant would suddenly take a son-in-law into his family, the government would right away hand down a verdict of not authorizing it. Also, there is the option of receiving the approval for a territory if you reclaim the uninhabited land by yourself. Given that you have contributed to the kingdom, anyone can become a noble without any relation to lineage and such, but you have to reclaim the uninhabited land from the scratch. Of course, if it was ordinary effort, the success would be doubtful. There isn't anyone you can call suited to the task if they merely have money, if their strong point is only magic, or if they just have strong physical prowess. You have to have the ability to handle many people efficiently. If you don't have that, it will just be a waste of money. Even if you wage a large sum of money and the possession is approved, the restoration of the funds will take several tens of years. During that time it will also become a matter of decreasing the funds on hand without having any income. If you rush the restoration of development capital, it will cause heavy taxation for the residents. They, who aren't yet attached to the region, would escape. I hear that there are plenty of feudal lords devastating their territory like that. Naturally, if that is exposed to the kingdom, that feudal lord will be deemed to have no ability to reign and the peerage and territory will be confiscated. In other words, the waged money will end up to be in vain. The kingdom has established strict rules in order to not limitlessly increase the number of nobles. You could even say that the rules considered the majority of the vested interest. But since it was nobles who established them, you might say that this was something inevitable. Besides, there are also people becoming nobles by succeeding in developing a territory. Even if the success is uncertain, they won't be willing to spend money on the development of the territory. If they leave money behind, the inheriting descendants can freely use it. Wendlin. Since there isn't any inheritance tax in the kingdom, It was a better way to hold on to houses and fields that have the potential to be harvested, as well as precious metals and money. It might be difficult to supply money to the community, but because it became the role of the prodigal son of the rich to spread money around, this society kept a balance. T/N, in other words, the parents are frugal but their son spends it all and thus keeps the money circulating. That's right, isn't it? The management of the territory takes time. Owen. Though it's also different if you come across a skilled, reliable magistrate. Wendlin. While stuffing the hunted prey into the magic bag, Iryu and me found out that we agree on planning to not get involved with the administration of a territory. But I felt that the environment surrounding me is gradually growing in severity. However, it was nice to have a large catch today. I finished putting the prey into the magic bag. I could produce several different things with that. It is a magic tool that requires a basic talent, but it is relatively easy to use the magic bag. Though it had the tag of being exclusive use for magicians. A commoner can't use anything but a general-purpose bag due to their mana capacity, but the production of that general-purpose magic bag is complicated to the degree of being completely out of my reach. But if it is used by someone with the mana of Louise and Elise, even I can easily make it. Because it's monsters, the meat will sell for more than normal animals. Wendlin. Currently we don't really need the money though. Even so, all things considered, it is better than wandering around aimlessly. After Elise has collected the prey in her own magic bag, we will go back to Britberg. We will immediately leap back to the backyard at Britberg's guild with teleportation magic and head towards the shopping street after leaving the prey at the reception. Since everyone had worked today, we decided to settle with a restaurant for dinner. Usually the female faction prepares it whenever possible, but the girls are now in the same situation as us, working as adventurers. They shouldn't be excessively burdened with housework. Iryu and I had that kind of thoughts. Okay, I think we became familiar with fighting against monsters. Wendlin. Yay. To begin with, Iryu and In are easily recognized as adventurers possessing a superb strength if they are in other parties. With us already being close the entrance of the monster domain, there shouldn't be any necessity for us to hunt for the sake of getting used to combat. Why don't we fight a bit farther in? Owen. Still, I don't think the monster types will change overly much though. Wendlin. It's not like such things as monster types will change much unless you head very deep inside. If I had to say, the parts that change a lot are the regional differences and the place itself. Also it was common sense that the monsters have been unified by a dragon type or such, who stands at the top of the food chain as boss of the domain. But it is rare to find that being. If it was that easy to find and subjugate it, the monster domain should have been completely destroyed long ago. Most of those in the adventurer business start with this domain. With it now being close by, you usually won't discover something like a new historic ruin or a new labyrinth. If you want to discover such things, you have to travel far. Without true strength it is difficult to set out on an exploration at such a distant place even if you discover it. Since you will be far away from human habitations, it will be hard for amateurs as the dangers of combat and camping will increase. Yo, isn't it the boys group? Burkhart. When I turned my head because of being abruptly called from the back, Burkhart-san stood there floating a great smile. Formerly he was a remarkable adventurer. Now he is employed as magician by Margrave Brithhilda. It seems the latter had great hardships, but I couldn't do nothing but just having a bad premonition seeing that current smile. Probably he was waiting for us. With a request from Margrave Brithhilda. On the topic of dinner, you have been invited to be treated in Margrave Brithhilda's mansion. Burkhart. I have a bad premonition. Wendlin. Don't say that. Isn't my master the boy's patron? Burkhart. Do you really think that, Burkhart-san? Elise. Burkhart. While seeing Burkhart-san's face becoming stiff, we ended up imagining just how difficult it is to serve at the court from the bottom of our hearts. Your reputation is superb although you are still young. Even I, as your patron, consider myself to be proud of you. Brithhilda. Guided to Margrave Brithhilda's mansion by the partly overbearing Burkhart-san, we were treated to cooking indulged in luxury. Margrave Brithhilda is even recommending dishes in a good mood to my fiancée, Elise. Though I guess there are also various things he thinks about within his mind, I also don't think that he will imprudently make an enemy of the granddaughter of a big shot of the church. At least it doesn't seem like he will treat her coldly. He offered dishes to her while smiling. Dragons, golems, and various monsters, There doesn't seem to be anything giving you a hard time, Brithilda. For the moment. Wendlin. No, in fact there were very many hard fights, or more precisely, they were to the degree of being close to dying. We felt that we didn't want to ever again encounter such extreme situations. If you can defeat a dragon, aren't the other monsters almost easy? Brithilda. It depends on the conditions. Wendlin. It really depends on the conditions. Even my master, who suffered an unnatural death, wouldn't fall behind a dragon if he felt like it. Even without defeating it, he should have plenty of room to at least escape before being killed. But, while protecting his lord and the allied military forces, he wasn't able to oppose the violence of numbers by the crowd of monsters. Although I think he could have run away if it was only himself, I don't think that he wanted to leave behind his employer and his troops. Given that I'm far more inexperienced, I would probably end up dying a lot faster than Master in the same situation. That's right, isn't it? It depends on the conditions, right? But there happens to be a single thing I want to ask you to do. Brithilda. That wish of Margrave Brithilda is without a doubt a request that wouldn't be allowed in the guild, considering that he even expressly summoned us here. Even though we will incur the animosity of the guild, if it's true, it was very likely that he already finished discussing it with the guild, given that Margrave Brithilda is the ruler of Britburg. So, what kind of request is it? Wendlin. In this case the choice of turning it down was non-existent. If it can't be done, we will withdraw from it. It should be better to report the failure. At any rate, because this request hasn't gone through the guild, it won't leave a stain in our personal careers even if we fail. It's a kind of subjugation request. Brithilda. Kind of? Wendlin. It's cleaning up after my father. Brithilda. With only those few words, I conjectured all of it. Margrave Brithilda's request is a remedial measure for the reckless act of heading to the Demon Forest with an expedition involving my family's home and my master, which was started by the willfulness of the previous Margrave Brithilda. Close to 2,000 people died, having been left behind in the monster domain. It is necessary to settle this. Brithilda. To say it clearly, they have transformed into undead with almost no doubt. Purifying them should become the main part of the request. There are extremely few cases of becoming a talking corpse, as they had to possess a strong ego like master. The majority is evolving from zombies to ghouls, then to skeletons and wraiths, one by one in that order. If they even gathered into an assembly of several hundreds souls changed into evil spirits, it would already be difficult to purify them without holy magic of Elise's or my class. Even in case they didn't assemble, it should be extremely troublesome to purify them due to their high number. To begin with, the place, the Demon Forest, is a problem. From the Nightbormister's territory, that was south from here by crossing the mountain range, there was moreover the vast savage land spreading several hundreds kilometers to the south. The Demon Forest is at the southeast end of that. You can go to the Demon Forest with teleportation, right? Brithilda. Yay. Well, Wendlin. If it was a normal adventurer, it would be difficult to just go to the Demon Forest. However, with my explorations in my childhood, I can freely go to the entrance of the Demon Forest with my teleportation magic. But I guess Margrave Brithilda already knows about this. Eto. But arbitrarily exploring the Demon Forest located in the territory of Nightbormister is. Wendlin. It's alright. On top of being your father, he won't refuse the request of his patron. Brithilda. Certainly, that ultra-conservative father thinks about nothing but the preservation of his territory, but it is highly unlikely that he will refuse the request of his patron, Margrave Brithilda. Besides, in this case, it's not like we are demanding reinforcements from father's group, as it is only us going to the Demon Forest. Since it will be fine if he just gives us permission, it shouldn't become such a troublesome matter. Supposing that a few hundred years later it will become possible for adventurers to enter that forest and they are attacked as intruders by undead, strengthened due to eating each other, our reputation will fall if they realize that we were the reason for that. Brithilda. The honor of an important noble. How troublesome. With this the hope of being able to refuse it has been totally crushed. Huh? However, at the very least it's 2,000 undead as well. Well, while I wondered whether it would be fine to flee if it was hopeless, I began to consume a second helping of the cooking as a little revenge. Chapter 46, Coming Home After a Long While. Hey, teleport us, boy. Burkhart-san, you've been made to accompany us once again. Wendlin. Don't talk about it, Burkhart. It is suspicious whether it is really in absolute secrecy, but all of us, Dragon Busters, got such with a partly forced request from Margrave Brithilda. The contents of the request: the previous Margrave Brithilda involved my home, Nightbore Mr. Household, and sacrificed a lot of people by foolishly leading an expedition to the Demon Forest, located at the southeastern end of Lingaya. The death toll for that thoughtless expedition was close to 2,000, but if left alone the 2,000 corpses, left behind in the Demon Forest, would end up turning undead after a few hundred years passed. As for undeads, if a long time passes after they came forth, such things as regrets, sorrow and malice would amplify in proportion, and they would become troublesome existences. If they look at the great number of flawed properties in the capital, anyone will be able to understand it. As for the Lingaya continent, with beyond several hundreds kilometers of undeveloped land after the inhabited region of the Nightbore Mr. Household, that is in the furthest southeastern part, it should take at least several hundred years until people try to enter the Demon Forest once again. If, during that time, the undead's malice became worse, completely like a festering venom, they would end up becoming very strong. If the undead in the Demon Forest left, there would be countless victims amongst the adventurers. Naturally, if they were to investigate the historical reason for that, Margrave Brithilda Household, being the cause of it all, should face unfavorable criticism. Will there even be a Margrave Brithilda Household several hundred years later? There is no confidence if asked this. But since the Margrave Brithilda Household apparently has a 200-year-long history, the possibility of them to continue to exist should be quite high. For the sake of the descendants, who haven't been born yet, we are to cleanse the undeads, who turned undead from the former expedition soldiers roaming about in the Demon Forest, as they aren't very strong yet. For that reason it was decided that we would proceed towards the actual site. From the point of receiving such private request of an upper noble, it is apparent that Margrave Brithilda is relying on us there. Even the reward became a reasonably large amount of money, since it was also including hush money. But, is it fine with such a small number of people? Owen: it will be all right. Burkhart-san immediately addresses Yuri's doubts. The reason for challenging such domain with its many monsters living there with a small adventurer group is as follows. If too many people intrude there, it will trigger a large crowd of monsters to appear in response. It was one verified point from the failure of the former expeditionary force. Although there are other points as well, I have decided to not talk about them for now. If you invade with few people, the other side won't encounter you with more than a suitable number either. Burkhart: that is, I know we have already experienced a subjugation just recently, but I wonder if we will be able to cope with 2,000 undead. Wendlin: it will be fine. We have Elise-chan and you, boy, for that reason with us. Burkhart: I'd like him to stop calling me boy already, since I'm a proper adult. But Burkhart-san doesn't seem to be of the same mind. For him I'm the pupil of his pupil. It might be inevitable for him to treat me intuitively as boy. Usually it will be a rude way of talking to me who has the official position of Baron. As one should expect, he knows about that as well. Val and Elise, it is? Owen: ah, that's right. They will take care of exterminating the undead in one go. Burkhart: the strategy he thought up this time isn't to defeat each undead one by one, but it appears that he plans to gather the undead and annihilate them all at once. Boy: are you able to use magic spread over a wide area? Burkhart: yes, I was taught by Master. Wendlin: as for magic spreading over a wide area, it's simply put magic that broadens its magical effect over a vast range. Since the magical effect will be spread over a wide range, you naturally have to use a vast amount of mana. It doesn't make sense without using magic appropriate for the target. Besides, it is also related to attribute compatibility, because if it's magic of the fire attribute, it will spread fire on a large scale. With this it is also possible to kill an extensive amount of monsters by burning them to death. Occasionally, there apparently are people who end up being burnt to death because they surrounded themselves with the fire they spread. It's the same with something like the tornado of the wind system. In reverse, there isn't much of a point using magic of the earth and water system, I guess. That doesn't mean that simply all of it is pointless. The earth system is used for something like civil engineering magic, I think. Since it was magic affecting a wide area to begin with, it was a fact that there was no point in spreading it over a wide area. As for the water system, I guess it is about spreading healing magic over a wide area. In the period of the past wars it was obviously convenient to gather the wounded and cure them in one go. It seems the limit was healing slightly injured people due to mana. But even so, there weren't many people who could use magic to such an extent. Those people were heavily relied on, was something I saw in a book from the past. Can you also use other people's magic for your magic spreading over a wide area, boy? Burkhart. Yes, Wendlin. Then it will become an unexpectedly easy job. Burkhart-san explains his strategy. First off, Elise will use her purification magic of the holy system. Then I will extend that over the demon forest with my wide area diffusion magic. If Elise uses up her mana midway, Burkhart-san will resupply her with his unused mana. For Iru, in Anlu Eyes the main role is to eliminate the other monsters who draw close to us. And Burkhart-san supports us. In as you could expect with this number of people. It is a gathering of a select few. As for being support, that's because of my suitable ability and because I can keep a secret if requested. Burkhart. There isn't even any doubt about the success of the extermination, but you have to also take failure into consideration. I guess that's why Burkhart-san, who works for Margrave Brithhilda, was chosen as backer. Well then, let's depart right away. Wendlin. No. Wait. Burkhart. From 6 years old until becoming 12 years I was also unable to advance my training in search magic to the degree to search the completely untouched, undeveloped land by casting it from the territory of the Bourmister household. Thanks to that I didn't enter some parts of the demon forest, but it became possible to move throughout almost the whole area freely. Therefore, although I wanted to finish the request by moving quickly, Burkhart-san stopped that for some reason. Why? Wendlin. I think there is a place where it would be wrong to not to go first. Burkhart. A place where it would be wrong to not go? Wendlin. More or less that demon forest is part of the Knight Bourmister household's territory. It is normal to go greeting the feudal lord. Burkhart. No, well, that is certainly true, but Wendlin. Of course I had realized that, but, honestly, I was unwilling to do so. Or rather, since I'm going there to deal with the Margrave Brithhilda household's disgrace, I have ended up thinking it would even be fine if the other party has at least finished their greetings first. Wendlin. Please endure it. Burkhart. There even haven't been many investigation teams sent in, although it was only me and the expeditionary force headed to the demon forest that entered the savage lands. It officially belongs to the Bourmister household. Therefore we have to go greet them to get permission. There is also the necessity of discussing the share spoils. If there was an adventurers guild branch like in Brittburg, it wouldn't be necessary. As long as you are registered as adventurer, the guild will deal with the remaining negotiations and you only have to pay the tax. However, there isn't any adventurers guild in the Savage Lands and the Bourmister territory. Therefore we have to directly negotiate with the feudal lord. For example, in this case, it will be about such things as the bequest of the expeditionary force, the things that belong to the soldiers obtained during the process of purifying the undead, the raw materials procured from the monster who came attacking and medical plants gathered in the demon forest. How much, from all the things obtained, will we have to pay in the end? Will the payment be in materials? Will we pay a fixed amount of money after selling the spoils in Brittburg? It was indispensable to negotiate such fine details. Somehow I feel like doing it now as well. But Wendlin, it is a ridiculous story for me, who endeavored in thoroughly exploiting the savage lands in his childhood at training in magic for quite a while, to talk about. But this is this and that is that. Or I should rather say that this is my villainous part. Even if I arbitrarily exploited the raw materials of prey and minerals in the savage lands, our home isn't able to do something like punishing me for it. As for why, that is because it is necessary to have evidence for proving the crime of theft. Even if they dispatch an investigation team, my family's home hasn't the ability to prove my crime as they don't understand where, how, and how long it was done. People who don't even know how much has entered my wallet couldn't hand me over to the police for the same reason, even if they kicked up a fuss that I stole their money. Wendlin. Wendlin-sama. Elise. I understand your sympathy. But, leave him alone for a little while, Elise. Owen. It seems you could also understand since his relation to his family was as complicated as mine. No matter how much it was for the sake of work, it wouldn't succeed if I were to go greeting my family that should have already abandoned me. I ended up having slightly depressed emotions about it. Wendlin. What is it? Are you that reluctant? Burkhart. After teleporting, I stood in front of the Bourmester household's mansion after a long time. Honestly, I thought it would be fine if I didn't transfer because I forgot about such place, but the teleportation magic, having thoughtlessly trained it properly, was as successful as usual in spite of it being several years since I've been here. Iryu and me have almost the same situation. As children who were unable to inherit the Knight household, we have gained a social status of being independent by being successful as adventurers. Iryu has renounced his family's heirship at the same time he became an adult. He obtained a large amount of money by unforeseen fortune, but since there's a talk about a different household already, Iryu's family shouldn't be able to demand something like support out of greed. Since it has been almost a month after that hell-like labyrinth capture, you wouldn't know what will happen from now on. Related to the speed of information spread, and Iryu was worried about this as well. Conversely, how about my case? Because the previous village headman, Klaus, tossed the outrageous bomb of me being the appropriate next feudal lord, I have abandoned my heirship as fast as possible. Or rather, it was decided for me to abandon at the time of me receiving a new court rank by His Majesty. Although I can only say that I entrusted it to the government office to deal with the practical formalities in a hurry at that time. In addition, neither father nor elder brother said anything about this back then. It seems, saying that it seems like that is because I didn't actually meet them, as I finished it all with a letter. Anyway, for me there isn't much of love or attachment towards my parents, siblings and the Bourmester household. Reincarnating as Wendlin at the age of 6, my only memory from before was the knowledge I saw in the dream. Thereafter there wasn't much of a contact, or should I rather say that I was obviously neglected. It's not like I was treated particularly bad. It would have been fine even if I didn't do something like helping the household and just spent my time studying and practicing magic. As a result of that I was able to bring an amount of hunted prey to the table as food. If you talk about it frankly, that level of relationship wasn't something that could be seen by the surroundings either. I guess, since they were aware of me being able to use magic, I think it had that tendency all the more. For the southernmost remote, poor Knight household, it is necessary to have a cooperative relationship in this somewhat insular community for the relatives and fiefs populace. Therefore my real intention was to become independent as fast as possible. At this late hour, even if it's greetings, Wendlin. I want to introduce myself to father-in-law Sama and mother-in-law Elise. Me as well. Me too, as third wife. Blue eyes. I can quite well understand the three that they want to extend their greetings since they are my fiancés, but that alone can be deemed to be a completely disagreeable development for Kurtania and so on. Different from father who has a mistress, there isn't any other wife but a mealy sister-in-law San for Kurtania. Or perhaps I should call it the envy of men. Since their number of wives is a barometer for the economical strength, it is equal to telling the other party you are poor. Actually I've heard this also became the cause of bloodshed amongst nobles. Therefore I don't want to do something like greetings publicly. The boy and Artur are vassals of the same lord. Burkhart. I guess we will stay parent and child for eternity due to our blood relationship, but from the public standpoint we are fellow vassals of Margrave Brithhilda. Furthermore, it has resulted in us being at the same situation given that both of us are officially His Majesty's retainers and likewise fellow nobles, but in reality there is no way that a duke and a knight have the same position. Since there is even a difference in size of territory and economical strength, it is normal for most of the dukes to act self-importantly, and I am a baron while there is no more than a knight. Even the economical strength, I guess we don't have to talk about that one. Such an awkward feeling is a first for me. I end up remembering my middle-aged section chief from my previous life fretting about, now the temporarily retired director of the department will re-employed as my subordinate. What shall I do? How troublesome. Wendlin. And presently this is a family having a strangely reversed phenomena of the father being a knight and the child being a baron. Of course it's about myself. Give up. It's work after all. Burkhart. Understood. Wendlin. Because it is as Burkhart-san has said, I knock on the door of the mansion. It is pretty much called the mansion of a noble, but with the Bourmester household being an insignificant noble as usual, the size of the house was no more than at the level of a wealthy farmer's house. Yes, who is it? Maid. It was my family's home after approximately 3 years, but the maid opening the door didn't change. Although she is called a maid, Given that she is simply an old woman coming to help out from the neighboring farm family, you couldn't visibly see her grow old if it's around 3 years. By the way, she doesn't even wear maid clothes. Because she was an old woman with an age beyond 70 years, I didn't think that I wanted to see her in a maid uniform too much either. This is Wendlin-sama. Maid. Yo, Helena. It's been a while. Wendlin. Thinking back, I had a lot more conversations with the servants than with my family as child. While handing over the spoils I obtained as result of training my magic, I usually chatted with them. As the gentleman of the merchant group came some time ago, we heard about the rumors about Wendlin-sama, Helena. Such things as defeating the ancient dragon which became undead and the elder dragon having its sphere of influence over the monsters living in a domain close to the capital. Also about the matter of obtaining a court rank and getting a lot of rewards, and about the matter of being engaged to the granddaughter of Cardinal Hohenheim, who is an influential person within the church. Helena knew up until the martial arts tournament and the duel uproar during the stay in the capital. I guess I should say as expected from merchants. They brought quite accurate news to the southern remote region. Oi, Helena-san and Wendlin-sama. It is a small mansion. The majority of those working as servants are elder people who already retired from working on the farm. The news of me returning immediately circulated to the other servants. Continuing on, the butler Lobus also shows up. Being a normal old person, he naturally doesn't wear something like a butler's dress. He is also an old man retired from farm work and is over 70 years old. He is able to work at this place as father's assistant since he can read, write and calculate to some degree. In the end it is working out because there's no necessity for someone with a very advanced expertise. You have grown big, Wendlin-sama. Lobus. It looks like Lobus is healthy too. Wendlin. Though I don't know when death will be visiting me. By the way, Wendlin-sama is our pride due to obtaining big achievements as magician. Lobus. Since I received many favors from him until I left the house, I wanted him to be as happy as possible. No, if I talked in such way, I feel that he might feel depressed, but instead it's the opposite. In order for him to also lead a stable life from now on, I wanted him to stop praising me. Further is one thing, but considering the situation with Kurt Anne, I end up thinking like that. If I heard correctly, your beautiful fiancé has come here as well? Lobus. As one would expect of the Oju-samas from Brittberg and the capital. There is nothing but lovely ladies here, Helena. I'm looking forward to the children to be born. Servant. Lobus. Helena and the other servants, seeing Elise, and Louise, smiled with their whole faces while being delighted. Because they are too pleased, it went to the degree that it became a mood that I couldn't tell them that I was already the head of another household. At any rate, I'm happy. Lobus. If Wendlin-sama has returned, this Bourmister household will become secure as well, Helena. Furthermore, the talks advanced in a strange direction. It appears that they are thinking that I came back to my birthplace in a triumphal return carrying the achievements obtained in the capital, as retainer of this Bourmister household or maybe as head of the family. Wendlin-sama, if you go developing the savage lands, Helena, certainly this place will get wealthy too. Lobus. The talks are advancing in an even more dangerous direction. In the past the village headman Klaus came petitioning his wish for me to succeed this Bourmister household. This problem was resolved at the time I established a branch family as appointed noble. However, this time they reached the conclusion that if I were to successfully develop the savage lands, they would become rich without using their hands at all, even if it would become the Bourmister household's territory on paper only. Given that it is a place they don't know what to do with anyway, it will be fine if they end up selling or allocating it to someone. I also don't want to think about who the heck the fief's population is hinting at, but if you consider it this far, it should be obvious to everybody. I guess it will become a very unpleasant story if it comes from my father and Kurt Anne. I suppose this topic is bad. No, I have come here on a request as adventurer. I'd like you to call Father. Wendlin. Master, it is? Please wait for a minute. Lobus. I asked them to call for Father after wrapping up the talks, but Father, who appeared from inside, was in a state of having a lot more gray hair on his head than before. If I remember correctly, he should be around 50 years old now. There were many people still in active duty at this age in this world, but if you considered the matter of the slowly encroaching old age, it would become no good being a delicate age. It's been a while. Artur. It's been a long time, Father. Wendlin. We met after 3 years, but honestly, I don't know what would be a good to talk about. This seems to be the same for the other side as well. With that much the conversation between two people ceased in the end. Excuse me, Lord Bourmister. We have visited today wanting you to listen to a request from Margrave Brithhildsimmer, Burkhart. Request? Arthur. Father sent a reciprocal gaze at me while frowning due to Burkhart-san not changing his attitude of it being an errand from Margrave Brithhilda to the last. Going by father's words, after around the time I was born into the current world, the Bourmister household hasn't experienced anything decent because of their patron, Margrave Brithhilda. No matter how much it was the wrongdoing of the previous Margrave Brithhilda, it isn't something that can be simply resolved like that. Father. Wendlin. You are alive? Kurt. Huh? Wendlin. Restrain yourself. Kurt. He is Baron Bourmister Dono. Arthur. Continuing, the eldest brother, Kurt, came out from indoor. He seemed to be very surprised to see me. However, I don't think he is honest with, you are alive. Elder brother. What's this about? Wendlin. No, that is. Kurt. It looks like there is some kind of discrepancy in information. Substituting for the obviously confused Kurt Annie. Father begins to explain. A certain rumor spread from the central government. It's about the possibility of Baron Bourmister's group having lost their lives during an underground ruin investigation. Arthur. I have no doubt that this information originated from Finance Minister Ruckner's little brother. It has been a little less than a month since we entered the underground labyrinth on our first request. Where the flow of information in this remote place is concerned, it will take half a month for even one way for the merchant group. But in case of someone like skilled adventurers, they could propagate the news by crossing the mountains by themselves without any possession in a hurry. That should raise the speed a bit more. They just barely should have received the rumor that I might have died. After that, it didn't seem that they heard I survived in fact and was forcibly handed an outrageous amount of money. When did those news reach you? Wendlin. Yesterday. Arthur. Once again the important timing is bad. And now, looking at Kurt, I end up comprehending the facial expression of obvious disappointment. I guess this elder brother wished for my death. I suppose he has likely aimed for my assets. But even if I died, Kurt and his family members wouldn't get a single cent either. That's because I have written such testament. Looking at that attitude, I don't feel obliged to tell him either. I saw a detestable reality. Wendlin. If I didn't meet him for my whole life, this matter would feel less severe as I wouldn't know of it. Honestly, I ended up resenting Margrave Brithhilda for this. Boy, sorry. Burkhart. And now my feelings have been noticed. Burkhart faced me with an apologetic expression. For the time being, please come inside. It would also be wrong to not listen to the story from Margrave Brithhilda. Arthur. Father, who noticed me making an openly reluctant face, shelves this talk for now. He leads us inside the mansion to carry out the original negotiations. Although it was a long time since I was inside the mansion, it's still the same, or rather it hasn't changed at all. Given that it is a mansion of the degree a wealthy farmer could obtain, the people from the capital probably wouldn't think they are inside a noble's mansion. For now, having decided to welcome the visitors, we move to the living room. We sit face to face at a large desk. With Father in what is called the seat of honor, Kurt sits right of him. The left side of Father's seat is vacant, but it seems the village headman, Klaus, sits there usually. It looks like Helena has currently gone to Klaus' house to call him over. In these negotiations we will decide how many % of our obtained spoils we have to pay to the Bourmister household. Because it will be necessary to calculate, they called Klaus, who is able to do so, I guess, Vol's father and elder brother as well. Owen. Iru's further too? Wendlin. Yay. Owen. In spite of being fussy over gold in various ways, for some reason there is a tendency to shirk the studying of numbers and kanji among small feudal lords in the countryside. For something like kanji, they often entrust it to weak folks who are connected to the troublesome literary style of the central government. As someone of a major territory, the feudal lord shouldn't take part in something like the detailed calculation of money. Saying something like that, Father has entrusted this job to the village headman, Klaus. Also, if he could do it himself, he would also prevent fraud, since he would be able to check it himself. Probably, because he has a lot of pride, he would be ashamed if he had to learn it. I guess there is that reason as well. My home leaves all the decision-making to a village headman too. Owen. Apparently Iru's home has similar circumstances. Given that it would have been wrong if Iru himself hadn't left the house, he diligently studied. As a matter of fact, If you include the literacy rate in kanji of adventurers, the ability in such things as calculation, reading and writing will be unexpectedly high. There are young nobles, who studied since their childhood, and clergymen, who were taught by the church, and so on. Even graduates from other classes are proactively receiving such things as the guild's sponsored short course during the opening hours. The reason isn't the headquarters but the small branches in the countryside. The guild's staff, conspiring with the resident feudal lord, try to tamper with the reward given to the adventurers if they show a gap. With something like the occasional emergency request, they try to lower the terms given out in the documents. If you don't realize it, you will risk your life for a small reward. Because it is partly affecting their livelihood, they are much more earnestly working on their lessons than someone like Kurtane. I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. It's been a while, Wendlin-sama. Klaus. After a short while, Klaus' figure alongside Helena can also be seen. As I'm wondering whether he will once again say something ridiculous like before, it is just a greeting this time. On the contrary, this is probably because he mustn't show such careless part. Well then, let's get started. Burkhart. I'm sitting on the opposite side of the seat of honor. To my right, there are Arin and Burkhart, in that order. On my left there are Louise, Elise and Iru. By the way, what is the request from Margrave Brithilde Artor? At last the discussions have begun. The details are, since we are going to purify the undead victims of the expedition in the Demon Forest, the matter was about how much % of the spoils, that will be gained in the process of completing the request, would be fine to be paid. You want us to send soldiers again? Kurt. Although father silently listened to the speech, Kurtan interrupted Burkhart-san's explanation. He did it in a cold and piercing voice restrained into our direction. He might think that it will once again be something like the tragic event 12 years ago. No, it will only be us carrying out the purification. If it's Baron Bourmister, we can easily transfer to the actual site. Even if there are 2,000 undead, they aren't that much of a problem if you compare them to a dragon. Burkhart. His tone was polite, but Burkhart-san's reply was provocative. Having led a long life as adventurer, he doesn't jump at the kind of threats like Kurtane's, I guess, because father, who is the leader of the territory, is the negotiation opponent in the end. Kurtane probably won't interject like this anymore. That's right. Amongst us there is also the purification professional, Saint Sama. Owen. Iru continues by stating his opinion as well. Judging by his reaction, it seems that he can't stand Kurtane. After all, I suppose he was reminded of his elder brother severely picking on him at his parents' home. If it's only Baron Bourmister's group performing the purifications, you won't hear anything from our side. Also, as for giving you a guide, there isn't anyone who is well informed about the geography either. Artor. Even the survivors of the expedition were just returning. While only paying attention to the vague direction, I hear that they didn't have the leeway of a detailed geographical knowledge of the savage lands and thus they were accompanied by death on their way back home. And even before that, I guess they don't want to go to a place like the savage lands ever again thanks to their trauma. Probably, who made a detailed map of the savage lands taking 5 years even though it was crude, should be far more knowledgeable about the geography. After I created the simple map by using teleportation, I spent time going around to refine its contents. Father. No, Lord Bourmister, concerning the purification, we will completely take care of it. To the last, this talks about how much should be paid to the feudal lord from the spoils we obtained in the process. Wendlin. This is the location of an official negotiation. Dad and me are separate and independent nobles. Therefore, I deliberately corrected myself in calling Dad Lord Bourmister. The spoils, it is? Artor. First off, there will be the equipped weapons and armors from the 2,000 undead. Wendlin. Despite being parent and child, we are continuing the conversation between us disregarding being parent and child. The undead are keeping the armor and weapons they used during their lifetime, equipped. Since 12 years have passed without doing any proper maintenance either, a part of them won't be usable anymore excluding the removed scrap iron. But there are some things amongst them that have a value and there are also objects that can be passed as articles of the deceased to their bereaved families. As a matter of fact, given that Margrave Brithilde wants to hand over the items, which can be assigned to a particular owner, to the bereaved families, he entrusted us with his desire for us to return holding as much as possible. Articles of the deceased, Ha, those are certainly very important things. Arthur, it's 50%. Kurt, eh? Wendlin. Suddenly, there is a fellow who began to talk about something weird, forcing his way into the conversation. If you wonder who it is, it was Kurt. And it will be bitter if you don't bring back the articles of the deceased, Wendlin. You won't be able to fulfill your duty as adventurer either. Kurt, say what you like, if it's 50%, it's usury, I believe. Wendlin. This is the usual way in a territory where there is no guild. The Lord imposes a rate of payment to the fief's government onto the adventurers. The estimation is from 10% to 30%. Although it isn't a rule that everyone is like that, it looks like there is a trend that the rate of the major nobles close to the central government is low, whereas the rate of the smaller feudal lords in the countryside is high. For major nobles, they won't do something like excessively expecting excellent adventurer parties to pay money to them. They have a tendency to worry about that field, since their reputation will drop if they indulge in too much usury. Furthermore, because most of the major nobles' territories have an adventurers guild branch, the cases of actually negotiating are rare in themselves. In contrary, for the smaller feudal lords in the countryside, given that they are seldomly approached by adventurers regarding negotiations, they understand it as rare chance to obtain a large amount of money, and they end up raising the rate by all means. However, something such as 50% is far too much of usury. Kurt. Oh no, Burkhart. It's certainly high, but do you have some problem with it? Kurt. Annie, thinking Burkhart-san has called his name in order to criticize him, faces him with a disgusting smile. This arsehole. Wendlin. Burkhart-san has become expressionless, but his insides are boiling, I think. Even so, there is no law stating that it is absolutely forbidden to impose a rate of 50% either. That is because in a territory a lord's decision is the definite law. By the way, what is the opinion of Lord Bormister and Klaus Dono? Burkhart. I didn't realize it when I was a child, but without doubt Kurt has hated me, I guess. Now that it has come to this, you can even say that it is already futile to have a decent talk. Besides, as Kurt has interrupted the talk too much, the current him won't exceed being anything but the next family head. Just now, by rudely speaking towards me, since the current me is in front of him as adventurer rather than as noble, he probably thinks that there won't be any problems. If that's the case, nothing is better for me than ignoring someone like Kurt. I stress, it is just my own opinion. But, excluding the things that are articles of the deceased, isn't 30% appropriate? Klaus. Dad silently nodded his head in consent towards Klaus' opinion. I see, Klaus is a man that doesn't leave any gaps after all. Since they are insignificant nobility in the countryside, the rate of payment is 30%. But, since we are excluding the portion of things that will become articles of the deceased, that much is in consideration of us and Margrave Brithhilda. And, Dad approved of this. If that's the case, it is decided with this. Kurt, who doesn't even possess the peerage yet, has no authority to interject here. Well, then it will be 30% excluding the portion of things that belong to the deceased. Arthur. As for equipment items that can't be assigned to a specific owner, there is still the chance remaining that they are lost items of the expeditionary force. And I guess such things as the raw materials of the monsters we defeated in the process of purification. The payment will be in goods. Or Wendlin. Please liquidate it in Britberg and pay 30% of the appraised value in cash. Arthur. Understood. Wendlin. Like this the chat and negotiations with Dad have smoothly advanced. As for paying in cash, it can't be helped, since even if they received the raw materials of the monsters and the armors, those would rot away in this remote place. Don't cheat us, Kurt. You bastard. What's your problem since a while ago? Owen. And, at this place Kurt has once again interrupted with his foolish mouth. Iryu is unusually enraged by his remark, although he didn't put his hand on his sword, since he decided to leave his seat and approached Kurt. I stopped him in a hurry. If he also gave him a hard blow, it would end up becoming a problem to some degree. Furthermore, when I turned my face towards Burkhardt's, he already stopped being expressionless. He glared at Kurt with a look as if wanting to stab him. Humphrey, I don't know about you being a dragon-slaying hero, but you've taken a punk as subordinate. Kurt. Even while provoking me with something like that, Kurt's feet were trembling. With his degree of physical strength, he shouldn't be any match to Iryu and Burkhart-san. And yet, daring me, provoking them, I guess he did that because he knows that it will become a major disaster if they harmed him. who is the successor of the Burmester household. If he had such thoughts while provoking us, I'd at least liked him to stop the trembling of his feet. Frankly, he was unsightly to be looked upon. Kurt Aniki, Herman. And the situation has become even more complicated. Suddenly, another of my elder brothers, Herman Nissan, who is now adopted into the Branch family as groom, came plunging into the living room. "You haven't been invited." "Kurt, why?" "It's weird, don't you agree?" "There are also the articles of the deceased of grandfather, our stepfathers and the fief's population." Herman. Somehow it seems that Herman Nissan was unhappy about not being invited by Kurt to this negotiation table. Given that we have a talk about the articles of the deceased, he, in his position as head of the Branch family, wants us to retrieve the items of Dad's uncle, who was killed on the expedition as junior commander, and his 3 sons, who served as campaign soldiers. "Is it about the articles of the deceased of those who participated in the expedition from the Burmester household's side? Since we will gather them after having collected them, it's no more than having someone check those out afterwards." Wendlin. "No, that's not necessary." Kurt. "Huh? What did you say just now?" Burkhardt. "I said, it's unnecessary." Kurt. Burkhardt. The funeral and memorial service of those having died on the expedition has ended. At this late hour, we don't want something like the articles of the deceased." Kurt. Due to Kurt's unexpected statement, Burkhardt-san has unintentionally ended up asking him even 2 times. Might it be an adventurer or a soldier, if they discover such things as articles of the deceased or corpses at their destination? It's common sense to try bringing them back and returning them to the bereaved families, if one has the flexibility to do so. And yet he says that this is unnecessary. For Burkhardt-san that was only natural. Herman Nissan's face became bright red in a flash. "Nay, what's this about?" Before I knew it, Ina left her place and came to my side to ask about the reason. "If my guess is right, they are probably thinking the money paid as aid by the government will decrease if we collect the articles of the deceased soldiers of the Burmesters' feudal army." I quietly murmur my thoughts to Ina. Disgusting. Ina. "It is certainly horrible, but for Kurt those things are rusted and dirty items of people who have already died. He probably judges them as nothing more than items not exceeding the worth of small change. If it's the soldiers killed in action of the Margrave Brithhilda army, they might have even worn expensive arms, accessories and such. But that's not the case if we are restricting the discussion to the Burmesters' feudal army alone. In other words, that's how it is. However, even if you erected tombs for them, it doesn't matter how much funeral services you performed without the actual corpses. The souls of the people themselves are loitering at the actual place as undead. If they are purified and we return their possessions to their original bereaved families, they will at last be able to rest in peace." Elise. "Although it is regretful, Oju-chan, a poor territory, like ours, hasn't the margin to perform a memorial service for the dead for a second time either. There won't be much tips to be handed over to the saint either." Kurt. "For me, such a thing is." Elise. As expected, even Elise couldn't suppress her anger in light of this situation. With a rarely strong tone she advises Kurt to return the articles of the deceased to the bereaved families. But the vital Kurt's opinion in this situation was it's a waste of effort. It seems that Kurt intends to consider her opinion because he knows that Elise is tentatively the granddaughter of a big shot within the church. But, as for the second half of his statement, it became a tone of mocking the church for being annoying about even begging for donations. Although a part of it is definitely correct, Elise had until now only received money as reward for her purifications, and not once as something like a donation. Rather, for the sake of the poor, she has been regularly performing purifications and so on free of charge. Kurt. "Oh no. Stop it already. Please cease spitting out irresponsible stuff." Wendlin. "Or rather, it's something I want him to get over with now." I unintentionally send a look towards Dad, but Dad is also wearing an expression of, his behavior is unacceptable. And Klaus was expressionless as usual. Wendlin. "You, towards your elder brother." Herman. "Is that so? Now that I have my own lineage, I'm not Kurt Dono's younger brother anymore. Still, from an official position, I'm an independent, appointed baron." He arrogantly speaks to a baron albeit having nothing more than the social rank of being an heir of a knight. Wendlin. "You bastard." Kurt. "Actually I didn't plan to talk about this matter, but I ended up saying it before I noticed myself. Probably I snapped when he passed my tolerance level of anger. He has treated Elise as corrupt priest and miser, and called Iryu a punk. If I remained silent here, it would be bound to become a situation of me not retaining my honor even as noble. Since he made a fool out of my vassal and my fiancé, I should also have the right to retort. Due to my provocative words, Burkhardt-san, Dad and even Hermann-san seem to have forgotten their previous rage and are mute in amazement. In the first place, our negotiation partner is Lord Bourmister. Why are you arrogantly interrupting the conversation here? And to cap it off, you treat my fiancé as corrupt priest and my junior commander as punk. Wendlin, although there were other things I wanted to say as well, I felt we might fail at arriving at a conclusion if I said any more than this. This particularly applies to father who can't even write and calculate. Given that it might get complicated to talk, I decide to stop the abusive language at this point. Say, Vul, you accumulated stress due to the matter the other day, didn't you? Blue eyes. Is that so? Wendlin, did you think it was an accidental discharge? Even Blue eyes came seizing my arm and pinning it down before I noticed. However, he is a terrible Una-san, right? Blue eyes. I learned about it now. Wendlin, or rather, Kurt might not have sustained his pride if he didn't live in this poor, miserable household and had to leave it like me. And yet, there isn't anything he put in effort by himself either. He is even the same kind as Dad, as he can't memorize something like kanji and calculation at all. I knew it from the beginning, but I still studied to the degree of being accepted into university in my previous life. Even in this world, I never did something like easing up on my intensive training in magic. Additionally, if he yearned for an abundant live in their territory even a little, it would be normal to begin by making a rough map by sending out people to the savage lands, at least for the sake of the future. After all, in order to transfer accurately with teleportation, I created a map taking even less than 5 years. From the standpoint of firmly succeeding the territory and peerage, it will be alright to stay silent, if he can't do this. As he was surpassed by the younger brothers, who left the house, only sarcasm came out of his mouth when he actually met one of them just because he was mortified by this fact. The next time I go to the capital, I should probably inform Erika-san's group about it. Since it will cause unpleasant feelings, it's better if I don't go there too early. Once you finished the request, come back here one more time. At that time we will sort the articles of the deceased of both parties, Bourmister household and Brithhilda household. Then you can pay the 30% of the profit on sales of the rest. Artur. I didn't want to stay here any longer anymore. If I talked about something, Kurt would find fault with it. Therefore, I should probably return to the job after quickly deciding on nothing more than the terms. Since it's a discussion between men, I didn't meet mother and sister-in-law-san yet. Kurt shouldn't approve of me staying at this mansion for a long period of time either. It's regrettable, but because staying here any longer would cause nothing but unhappiness for both sides, we have decided to leave our seats right away and depart from the mansion. Wendlin-sama, can't you stay for today? Klaus. No, we are adventurers, therefore we will sleep outdoors. Wendlin. It should be quite efficient if we started with the purification of the undead immediately after getting up in the early morning of the day, if possible. Given that it's noon now, we plan to camp close to the demon forest today. We have made those preparations because we are adventurers. You can't call yourself an adventurer if you aren't able to at least camp outside. You came back after a long period. At least stay for a night. Klaus. It's the same thing if we transfer with teleportation magic after getting up in the early morning. Watching the back and forth arguing with Kurt up till now, Klaus, saying this with composure, can be called amazing in a certain way. I have ended up thinking something like that. However, Wendlin, isn't it advisable to be absolutely prepared since it is an important job? It will be fine if you stay at the mansion of Hermann-sama and not at the main family's mansion. Klaus. Certainly, there is some truth to what Klaus is saying as well. Besides, even though the son of the family head has returned home, it would probably damage the honor of the Bourmister household if that son ended up leaving the territory without even staying for a night. I couldn't even reply anything towards Klaus after realizing it. I felt that I mustn't be careless in regards to this person after all. And, is it alright? Hermann-sama. Klaus. Yay. Hermann-san was in a state of being speechless seeing the dispute between us and Kurt, but he apparently regained his senses when he was called by Klaus. Isn't it better for both parties to cool down their anger? Klaus, even though he previously had a mood as if picking a fight here, if Kurt once again made a racket here with a strange objection, it would be just a waste of time. He silently shook his head selfishly towards us. Lord Bourmister, we will receive the favor of staying at the mansion of Herman Dono for today. Wendlin, although you shouldn't expect a great hospitality either, Herman, I leave it to you. Arthur. Yes, Herman. One way or the other the negotiations have peacefully finished too. Although the point of whether it was peaceful is doubtful, I have decided to consider it a good thing since we dealt with the part about the money to be paid. It was a family that wasn't very related to each other, but for Ryu's group, they should have seen an outrageously disgraceful behavior, I guess. Anyway, it had a bitter aftertaste. Also, for me, this mansion is already through and through a mansion of strangers. I was made aware of that. Sorry, Herman. It's nothing Herman Nissan has to apologize about. Wendlin. In the last 2-3 years here, Kurt Anarchy has somehow become strange. Herman. We, leaving the mansion of the main Bourmister family, headed towards the other mansion led by Herman Nissan. Both possess the family name Bourmister. For generations they have served as junior commanders. I have heard that the younger brother of our grandfather was the previous family head. However, the predecessor was killed in action, together with his 3 sons, at the aforementioned Demon Forest expedition. Excluding those 3, the other children were only daughters. Herman Nissan succeeded the house by being adopted as groom for the first daughter of the eldest son. Although Herman Nissan had introduced himself to the members, excluding myself, and explained it, everyone made a face as if somehow not being able to agree with it. Even this is like that, I guess. No matter how much you call them retainers, they dispatched all male descendants of the family and ended up getting them annihilated. Furthermore, they adopted the second son of the main family as son-in-law and made him the successor. It somehow feels intentional, I guess. I know what you want to say, Herman. Apart from excluding the eldest son, Kurt, the Herman Nissan in front of me was at that time already around 18 years old. Nevertheless, not a single person from the head house was even allowed to participate in the expedition. It's completely as if they knew about the annihilation and thus accepted this method of not dispatching anyone on purpose. And, for the branch family, with its males wiped out, one of the too many sons of the main house is put into the family as groom. It might be a conspiracy theory. It might be the truth. At the very least, it was a situation where it couldn't even be helped if you doubted it like this. I guess the old man thought it would be dangerous. Therefore he didn't send any children from the main house. Didn't he judge that at least one person of the branch family returned as well? Herman. Even so. Owen Kun, was it? Because we were a newly-wed couple. It was a bed of thorns at first. Herman. For the people of the branch family it probably wasn't anything else but a plot of Dad to take over the household by sending Herman Nissan as his vanguard. Therefore, he should have had considerable troubles. How did you become familiar with them? Elise. That was a simple thing. I put priority in everything regarding the branch family rather than the main family after becoming a person of the branch family. Herman. Even the previous petitioning to hand over the articles of the deceased of the Bourmister household's side was giving the circumstances of the branch family maximum priority without doubt. After all, the branch family should desire the possessions of their previous head and his sons. To try reject that to save the wages towards Vol's group. Herman. At any rate, since we will sort the things we have picked up afterwards, it isn't considerable extra work. Wendlin. Given that it will be fine if I stuff the found items into my magic bag, there isn't even any issue with the luggage being heavy in contrast to other adventurers. I was afraid that the rate of payment would be lowered in the negotiations. Herman. Stingy. Blue eyes. Certainly, it is as Oju-san says, I'm stingy. Herman. Herman Nissan didn't even object. The frank thoughts of Blue eyes. Well, this place is the branch family's mansion where I serve as family head. Herman. From the visible impression, it feels as if it is slightly old and even the small outward appearance is a bit smaller than the main family's mansion. I guess it's probably a matter of taking the main family's mansion into consideration. Since even the main family's mansion was a house to the degree of what a wealthy farmer could build to begin with, it wasn't necessary to have such a considerations in their plans either. However, Herman Nissan's troubles came to mind with this. I'm home. Herman, master, welcome back. Servant. Same as with the main family's mansion, we are greeted by a servant being an old person close to 70 years old. After all, they don't seem to have the leeway in labor costs and space for a live-in employee to work here. The main force of the branch family's servants are old people who have retired from being farmers as well. Where is Marlene? Please tell her to make an appearance since there are guests. Herman. Yes, I am here. Marlene. Given that it isn't such a vast mansion, Herman Nissan's wife showed up right away. Her age is in the mid-20s, I think. Is it because she is a relative? With her likewise brown hair color, it feels as if even her features resembles us a bit. It's the rumored Dragon Slayer-san. Long time no see. Marlene. Which reminds me, despite having a relationship of second cousins, I didn't remember having ever met her. No, if I'm not mistaken I should have met her twice at Kurt's and Herman's weddings. She is a strange acquaintance. I guess that's also because the bothersome conspiracy with the inheritance problem. Only once. She was introduced by Dad and we just exchanged greetings. And even during the ceremony I only ate the meal provided. That's right. Kurt Aniki is amongst those looking at them with great hostility. Herman. That man is really small-minded albeit being at a good age. That idiot. Marlene. I haven't seen a woman talking about such vulgar things yet, but she spoke ill of Kurt as something worthless. No matter how much they are fellow relatives, since they shouldn't be on good terms either if you considered their sequence of events up until now, I'm able to agree. Is such backbiting towards the next family head okay? It's alright. Occasionally it has to even be told the person himself. Marlene. Even as Ina's face became stiff due to her question, Marlene's sister-in-law San is someone that decided to be open-hearted. From her view, the people of the main family are the enemies of her uncles, dad and grandfather. And the people of the branch family are also sharing that opinion. I was able to somehow imagine it, but it matches with the case of the dubious village headman, Klaus. Gradually I have ended up thinking about how long this territory might last. Visitors are welcome. There are too many people who fought with that Kurt. Also, guests don't visit this village at all. Marlene. Certainly. Wendlin. Speaking of people from outside I've seen coming here, at least for me, it was only the folks of the merchant group. Therefore, visitors are basically welcome in this territory. Since they are starving for information from outside, it is inevitable that they want to ask about this. Please, come inside. Marlene. Being guided by Marlene's sister-in-law San inside the mansion, different to the outside. The inside was far more put in order and lovely than the main family's mansion. The outside being handled roughly because of the noisy main family, the inside matches the structure making the interior design cozy. Probably Herman Nissan and the large group of women of the branch family arranged it like that. There is the wife of the previous junior commander and the wives of the 3 sons killed in action. Not to mention the younger sister of Marlene's sister-in-law. They are also my cousins. The remaining male group, the husbands including Herman Nissan, worried about having nothing to do in some respects. This family is apparently completely in the hands of women. And the women are all settled on being anti-main family. Even their husbands in order to adapt themselves to the family. Since even someone like Herman Nissan doesn't have any attachment towards his original home, he probably ended up quickly becoming anti-main family for the sake of fitting in with this family as soon as possible. Or rather, if it's that family's background, it will turn out like this unless you are quite the masochist with the exception of Kurt. This was the first impression of the Bormister branch family seeing that we were guided to the living room and served tea. Despite being relatives with the pedigree of junior commander on the surface, the latent anti-main family. Wendlin. Shall we get started? I am Wendlin. Wendlin. I have watched your figure going out in the early morning for many years before as well. Marlene. The people of the branch family, including Marlene's sister-in-law San, apparently witnessed my figure leaving the others to train my magic during my childhood. The women never came to talk with me at all. Given that the branch family has to also hide their anti-main family position, I understood that it would probably be risky for them to contact me. Now I'm someone from a branch family there, I don't think that there will be any problems. Besides, the current has arrived at this territory with a position of being adventurers. Seeing that the main family doesn't give us lodging, the branch family thought it was necessary to look after us. It seems it's a question of honor from the Night Bormister territory. Besides, we can at least give shelter to the adventurers who will go to collect the possessions of father and grandfather. It's only natural for people with common sense. Marlene. While saying this, Marlene's sister-in-law San sends her gaze towards the main family for an instant. She is probably reproaching Kurt, behaving like an idiot, and Dad, grown old and failing to rein him in. Therefore, Burkhardt-sama, please cheer up as well. Marlene's sister-in-law San says this towards Burkhardt-san, who is even now making a scary expression. She held out a cup with another liquid within to him. No, excuse me. It's been a while since I reached the point of getting enraged after all. Honey liquor. Huh? Burkhardt, specially made by us. Burkhardt-san finally brightened up after receiving the homemade honey liquor. It has a good taste. Burkhardt, it's because of our secret recipe. I was honestly surprised. The normal meal is hard brown bread and thinly salted soup in this territory. I didn't expect for a luxury item like honey liquor appearing here at all. It's because our home is unusual. Herman Nissan says this as he noticed it since being adopted into the family as groom. However, that's the case in any family. At least, in this branch family serving as junior commander, they will be able to serve a bit more decent meals. Is that so? Wendlin, even though we are keeping ordinary economizing in mind, we do eat normal meals. Marlene, with the exception of crops, they are usually providing meals by hunting and gathering for generations of the junior commander household. I'm told that it's a method of the educational concept of the branch family. It seems that Marlene's sister-in-law San's group can use the bone normally too. It looks like one of the required items is the way of laying something like traps as well. Concerning the main pride of the main family, it seems that it has resulted in, because others allow women holding bows. In addition, they are obtaining honey with beekeeping, although it's in its early stages. This honey is used as ingredient for the honey liquor and such. The results of that were Burkhardt-san demanding a second cup now. I'm relieved to hear this. If I think about that menu once again. Wendlin, there are many women amongst us. They will at least serve proper cooking. In the case of the main family, there is a part of partly threatening self-restraint they are aiming for. Marlene, the distinct objective is probably that they want to preserve as much money as possible, even if it's just a bit. Otherwise, they shouldn't have mentioned something like a 50% rate to be paid in the beginning. The side of the branch family didn't plan to go to that extent, as it would stifle the mood of their lives if they were this formal every day. There is still some time until dinner. Please take it easy. Marlene, be that as it may, we are our guests who have news from the outside. The three of the female camp of Elise's group are caught by Marlene's sister-in-law San's group. They persistently wanted to hear about fashion in the capital and such in detail. It seems the husbands are asking Ayu and Burkhardt-san about stuff like the adventurer occupation and any kind of information about the capital. And, if one were to speak of me, incredible, there really is a dragon-slaying hero-sama. Child, even Daddy's younger brother said it was true. Leon, not mentioning Herman Nissan's children, I was surrounded by a great number of children of the branch family. However, I think the eyes of children are something absolutely pure and beautiful. I was 25 years old when I possessed Wendlin and lived as him for around a decade in this world. Totaling it, I'm past 30 years. They were slightly dazzling to look at for me and my slightly dirty mind. Leon, I don't tell lies. Wendlin, the eldest is Leon with currently 7 years. As eldest son of Herman Nissan, he will inherit this household. In addition, there is also his younger sister, Clara, Carrara. She also stared at me with those pure eyes. I'm an Oji-san as well, huh? Wendlin, no, because Vol has been like this since the age of around 8 years. Herman, as a matter of fact, I knew that Herman Nissan had 2 children from before, but I wasn't aware of their age, gender and names. Meeting them, I awkwardly cherish them. I felt like complaining to Dad about only that. I think it was probably correct to not get in touch with them until now, especially looking at the current Kurt's attitude. Herman, because of that man, it's not unlikely that they will believe I'm flattering the heir of the junior commander using pleasantries for the sake of taking over my home. Certainly, but I think it's already too late for that now. Wendlin, it's definitely too late for that already. It's fine if you want to arbitrarily worry and doubt. I, who thought like that, begin to take out presents from the magic bag one after the other for the children. Because I came home after a long time, I had also prepared the portion for Emily's sister-in-law San and her children. Since it's not unlikely that she might say something to Kurt if I give those to her at this point of time, those remained within the magic bag. Anything might appear. It's a magic bag. Leon. As expected, it won't come out if you didn't put it in before. Wendlin. While saying this, I'm giving such things as toys, like board games, and board suites from the capital to the children with Leon in the lead. The other part is children, but a noble must pay attention to handing out souvenirs in order as well. Leon is this household's successor. If I exclude his younger sister, Clara, since the other children were born from other wives such as Marlene's sister-in-law San's younger sister and the cousins, it is absolutely necessary to abide by the distinct hierarchy. Or rather I should say that I feel as if it matched the story told in my childhood about Tokugawa Iemitsu. Tokugawa Iemitsu, third shogun of the Tokugawa dynasty, reigned from 1623–1651. Thank you, Wendlin Oja-san. Leon. Albeit still being 15 years old, I was damaged by that way of calling me, but it isn't something unusual in this world. Since there are many siblings having an age difference due to the early marrying of everyone, it ends up like that no matter what. Tell us the story about defeating the dragon. Clara. Tell us. Child. I have time and I don't want to remember a man like Kurt either. Therefore I begin to tell the tale of defeating the bone dragon to the children. The children earnestly listened to the story while tasting the sweets from the souvenirs. Watching such a sight, it's been a long time since I have felt like my mind being purified. I narrated for about an hour. I thought it would be fine since there was still time to fulfill the children's pestering to continue the story, but an unexpected person makes their appearance there. As expected of Baron Bormister Sama. You are even very popular with the children of Hermann Sama. Klaus. Wendlin. Although it's dangerous for him in regards to Kurt to join up with me and the Branch family, the village headman, Klaus, turns up here. Marlene's sister-in-law San. Wendlin. I have ended up pushing in my way forcibly as there is something I want to request from you. Klaus. Previously, he went as far as telling me that he will cooperate in me becoming the next family head. Since this is the Branch family taking a stance of being anti-main family, they probably haven't counted in something like restraining the actions of Klaus, who is moving suspiciously behind the scenes. From the Branch family's point of view, it would become convenient if Klaus was on bad terms with the main family, I guess. What do you want to request of me? Wendlin. Yes, it is slightly disconnected from your work as adventurer, but it isn't a dangerous job by no means. Klaus. Suddenly, the suspicious existence called village headman Klaus requests us for a job. I'm considering what way would best to deal with this then. When I returned home after a long time, this was accompanied with nothing but the beginning of troubles. Chapter 47, Once Again Klaus. Recap start dash. In the end, we took it up. Wendlin. That bastard. He talked in a way that it was irrefutable for a human being. Owen. It's slightly off from the work of an adventurer, but it also has the benefit of being helpful for people. The conditions are promising. Elise. In that guy's case, such exaggerated undersurface doesn't exist. Isn't it impossible to want to look at such a person? Blue eyes. We end up disputing decisively with Kurt at the negotiation table regarding the spoils obtained during the purification in the demon forest. It doesn't mean that I was particularly picking a fight with him. It's only that the other party couldn't conceal his absolute hate against me. Although he effectively put his very rude mouth to use as well, it apparently wasn't a case to be punished for. Going by Burkhart-san's words. Boy, it's because you've come here as an adventurer. Burkhart. However, it isn't the social etiquette of a noble. I guess it will turn into him receiving an evaluation of being a man who can't read the mood. Since Kurt won't leave the territory much, it probably can't even be helped that such evaluation is to be expected. Or rather, I wonder, what will happen to him once he succeeds the peerage? At least I don't even plan to help him or such at all. I have ended up thinking that it's fine if he stays somewhere narrow-mindedly saving money. He was probably eagerly saving money for that reason. In the end, the negotiations safely concluded since there were Dad and Klaus. As we were leaving the main family's mansion, since we already had no business left there, Klaus begged us to stay over a night. Even though the negotiations safely concluded, it would be a problem if we ended up leaving the territory right away at this point in time. Be that as it may, as far as staying in this remote place without even an inn was concerned, the choices were quite narrow. The main mansion was the first choice, but all members, including me as well, were reluctant about that. That was because Kurt, being the offender of causing a large dispute, was here at the main mansion anyway. Even the gentle Elise is disliking Kurt, though I think that's only natural. But it wasn't like Klaus withdrew obediently at this point either. He voiced his opinion that it would be fine if we stayed with the Branch family, aka Hermann Nissan's family. Apart from the intentions of the person himself, me, who had been the cause of the quarrel beginning with the inheritance of the Nightbourmeister household, had ended up staying with the Branch family, which is a gathering of anti-main family members originating with the case of the Demon Forest expedition. Although Hermann Nissan was likewise adopted into the family, stirring up Kurt's heart, Dad couldn't say no in this situation either. Klaus has a troublesome nature after all, even more so than someone like that younger brother Ruckner. We headed towards the mansion of the Branch family under these circumstances, but Hermann Nissan's wife, Marlene's sister-in-law San, who is in fact also the top of the Branch family, was unusually ahead of us. Without hiding anything to anyone, she criticized Kurt and the main family, especially the remark of Kurt that something like the articles of the deceased were unneeded, excessively increased her criticism towards him. If it's her, Kurt, saying that the articles of the deceased of her grandfather, father, and uncles are not wanted, isn't worth to be argued with as human before even as noble. Their articles of the dead have practically no asset value. From Kurt's view, who is obsessive about money, he didn't want them since it would be expensive labor to recover them. He probably thought that we would charge unreasonable wages, too. If such remark was leaked to the people of the Branch family, they would naturally attack him. Frankly, I have ended up wondering whether it is all right for Kurt to become the next family head. But I don't have the right to open my mouth on this matter. I gave the children of the Branch family the souvenirs I originally intended to give Marlene's sister-in-law San and her children. I spent the time telling them story of the dragon extermination after being pestered about it. Rather than thinking about something like Kurt's situation, this was a lot more beneficial for my mental health. Even so, a troublesome man appeared at that time. At the previous negotiation table, far from revealing any faults, Klaus showed an adequate appearance of admirably patching things up. However, appearing at the Branch family, which had declared its anti-main family position, with an innocent look, he requested a meeting with me. He is a considerably sly dog after all. Recap and dash. So, what's your business? Wendlin. That is, you know. Klaus, refusing the offered tea, abruptly started the business talk. I want you to hold a bazaar. Klaus asked us to sell goods in the territory. I don't care what goods it will be it clothes, accessories or even seasoning. The fief's population is starving for amusement either way. Klaus. It is possible to support oneself with wheat as staple food through the extended farmland. It is also possible to support oneself by similarly planting vegetables. Meat can be hunted. Freshwater fishes can be caught in ponds, rivers and irrigation channels, although they aren't very tasty as they smell of mud. In addition there even are edible wild plants and wildly growing fruits. Since it is even possible to gather honey like the Branch family does, the fief's population basically won't starve. But, with salt definitely lacking, only that has to be bought by all means. Unfortunately I didn't discover something like rock salt even during my investigations back in the old days. I guess that's because this area wasn't submerged by the ocean in history. Please try to consider it. With the scale of the merchant group, it's goods for close to 800 people. Klaus. In addition to that they don't come more than 3 times a year. If you consider making a round trip on a mountain trail, the reality is that 4 times is impossible. Furthermore they are restricted in how many goods they can transport. Putting at least priority on salt, other goods come only in a very small quantity. However, I think it is cruel to complain to the people of the merchant group about that. Although the market price is slightly higher than at the capital and Brittberg, they still should be completely in the red. I have no doubt that they receive assistance payment from Margrave Brithhilda for their profits. Frankly, it's good that we haven't been cut off by Margrave Brithhilda's armor. Klaus. It's probably because of the matter with the expedition. Wendlin. The other party is Klaus. Anyway, this case is an open secret that is known by anyone in the territory. Therefore I boldly spoke about the underlying reason of the merchant group coming here. However, If you think about the costs, Margrave Brithilda Sama's burden is tall, Klaus. It isn't a considerable burden if you consider the scale of the Margrave Brithilda household's financial state, but there is still the question, for how many years will this continue? Remaining. Once the population of the Bormister territory has completely recovered and the calculated compensation for the amount of damages and losses is met, Margrave Brithilda side would consider to put an end to it, or, there is also the possibility of it ending up being stopped if there is a generation change. Even without suspending the goods delivery, it is likely that the system will change in order to at least gain profits from it. If that happens, the price of salt should naturally rise considerably. Even for them, there is no particular reason to run a charitable enterprise. In this case Margrave Brithilda Sama's position is superior. No, we have such things as hunting. Being an important noble, he might also have the arrogance of not caring about us. Klaus. Beyond Klaus' words there is the existence of Kurt without doubt. As for Margrave Brithilda, he holds a bad impression of him beginning with the case of Eric Nissan. Furthermore, with the matter of the congratulatory gifts and such, the relationship has deteriorated to the degree of picking a fight. Since Kurt never met him, that's also a problem beyond the matter of having a good or bad relationship, and this situation causes uneasiness for Klaus, who is the head of the fief's population. If Kurt becomes the next family head, will the prices of the things, brought by the merchant group, increase accordingly as well, or, as worst case scenario, there is also the possibility of the merchant group dispatch being suspended. If there is no salt, this territory will be finished. Klaus. What did you do in the old days? Wendlin. Someone from the Bormister household and some of the relatives of the village headman went to Brittberg for wholesale shopping with several people, selling stuff like medicinal plants and pelts gathered in the territory. They bought salt with that money in return. Apparently it was a quite difficult method. If it's this method, it won't work unless it's half of the current population. Klaus. If the population increases, the amount of goods required has to increase. If you do that, it will next lead to a shortage of hands for the farm work. As this was a troublesome point, the previous Margrave Brithilda, as patron, increased the dispatch of the merchant group to 2 times a year. After the expedition it was increased to 3 times a year, also implying an atonement. With such concerns for the future, the fief's population wants to stock up salt no matter what. Klaus. But, even if the merchant group's dispatch was increased to 3 times a year, it apparently doesn't mean that the fief's population increased their storage of salt. It is something used every day after all. For example, if you consider the amount of salt used by a single family for 4 months. Since the merchant group comes 3 times a year, which is every 4 months, naturally they aren't able to provide more than the bare amount necessary. Until before the expedition, the population gradually increased, and now they are in the process of slowly returning to the level before the expedition. Therefore, in the particular case of salt, the population is sold only an amount determined by the proportion of the number of people in the family. Even if they ask a big favor of selling more, this will result in breaching the quota of another family's purchase. It's also impossible because there isn't any stock anyway. Also, in addition, even if the long-awaited merchant group brought nothing but salt, this would end up causing dissatisfaction amongst the fief's population. Even if it's only a bit, there is a necessity to blend in products giving a feeling of the outside world. Of course, the amount of salt that can be loaded accordingly decreases. If the load of goods is increased, it won't be any good if the manpower doesn't increase at the same time as well, and that will increase Margrave Brithilda Sama's burden. Therefore, the quantity has probably reached the limit. Klaus. During the 3 months of making a round trip, the merchant group is earnestly pulling the goods on a path that is nothing but a mountain trail while traveling. Despite being the habitat of flying dragons, they rarely make an appearance on the usually used mountain trail, but there is constant need to be vigilant of bears, wolves and such coming out. Even if they start recruitment, they aren't guaranteed to gather manpower either. If you consider something like the paid wages, you would reach the conclusion that the expansion of the merchant group's size is impossible. If Wendlin Sama sets up a base in Brittberg, I want you to sell goods to the fief's population. It doesn't matter if it's once a month either. Klaus. Don't be unreasonable. Wendlin. I don't mean that it's physically impossible, because it will be fine if I transfer with teleportation storing the goods in the magic bag. It's a rather simple request. However, it is slightly different from the work an adventurer does. If I decide on doing such work, Kurt will only get increasingly obstinate, I guess. As for Kurt, I will restrain him. If the uneasiness of the fief's population can be lessened by them being able to freely purchase goods, this will also become a benefit for Kurt-sama. I even got permission from Artur-sama. Klaus, you already got it, eh? Wendlin, or rather, Kurt, you were on father's side, I guess. This old man in front of my eyes is too cunning. It has turned into me being worried about the future of this territory all the more. And this old man has already cut off Kurt without a doubt. I don't mean that you should sell the goods cheaply or distribute them free of charge. Rather, please don't do that. I don't mind if Wendlin-sama adds profit to the market price in Brittberg. Klaus, honestly speaking, there will be plenty or profit even if it's the same price as in Brittberg. In case of the other merchants, while they have the expenses of traveling for 3 months to make a round trip as they can't use teleportation, it is possible for me to transfer instantly. Thanks to the magic bag, it is also unnecessary to place the cargo on a load carriage. If I pay the membership fee for registering at the Merchant Guild, it should be possible to stock up quite cheaply as well. If Margrave Brithilda got to know of it, he would probably start supporting me while rubbing his hands together, since it would reduce the costs of the merchant group. Klaus is, as usual, a man who is skilled at seeing quite well through people. I wondered whether you would talk about opening a shop within the territory with me being in charge of the stock. Wendlin, as single condition, I would recommend my half-brothers and half-sisters being in charge of store tending in order to use the possibility to denunciate Klaus with a leeway. Though I will never do this. This man had scary parts. Klaus himself is certainly aware of something like me suspecting him, but he has an attitude of not particularly minding it either. If it turns into a permanent store, it will become troublesome with the application and formalities towards Artur-sama. Klaus, don't you think that the biggest problem will be the overly deep dissatisfaction of Kurt? Although would be periodic, if it's the merchant group they will also consider profit from the fief's population, if Klaus persuades them. Wendlin, yes, it is as you say. For the time being it will be satisfactory if we perform a trial run only once. Klaus, Elise, what do you think? Wendlin, since the biggest reason is that it is for the sake of the fief's population, the matter in question is difficult to refuse. As I can't particularly get hated by Kurt any further now anyway, and if you consider the troubles in a remote area by the fief's population, I can't consider bluntly refusing this either. My insides are probably influenced by me being a Japanese, a rare, soft-hearted race even well known outside of Japan. Accordingly I decided to try asking Elise who will become my legal wife. Looking at it this way, since she is the granddaughter of Cardinal Hohenheim, she sometimes gives a wonderful opinion. I wonder whether it is alright if we undertake a trial run first for now. Elise. In short, she seems to have the opinion that it isn't the fault of the fief's population. Although there is such a part, it might be a part of her manner as saint. Also, since it basically is a good thing, Elise added that there is no concern about my reputation falling either. I also think that it's fine if you have a go. You will be able to gain profits with a good deed. I think that's a good thing. Louise and Louise apparently share the same opinion as Elise. Wendlin. Just a moment. Owen. Iryu calls me to a corner of the room and quietly whispers into my ear with a low voice, "Let me be in charge of security." Owen. Going by what Iryu says, it can't be already seen as anything but a weird situation where Kurt could also do anything, since he picked a fight with Elise, the granddaughter of Cardinal Hohenheim, as well as Burkhard-san, the proxy of Margrave Brithilda. I felt this as well. No matter how powerful as magician you are, Vul, there are many ways of assassination. Owen. He could put poison into something I will eat, or he could even shoot an arrow, smeared with lethal poison. That will give me an instant death even if it's only a small arrow wound. And Kurt has the ability to carry it out. That man gives the impression of abandoning the entire fief's population at a glance, but we don't know about such things. Even if he is some kind of idiot, there are crazy believers. Since he hasn't been yet abandoned by your old man either, he might give his subordinates a ridiculous order. Owen. It is something I heard from Ericnisan just a little while ago. But those are probably the inhabitants of the original village, who are descendants of the early immigrants. With them being a quite conservative lot, they have apparently become Kurt's support. Even in my case, There might plan to the extent of rebelling against the disturbance of the system of the eldest son inheriting. Therefore, create an obligation of gratitude by selling goods to the fief's population. Owen. Even if Kurt plans something, it will become possible to obstruct that. If the fief's population's viewpoint is like that, it would also have the advantage of restricting Kurt's group. To the very end it is a possibility, however that possibility isn't low. Owen. Iru stated his opinion from the standpoint of being in charge of guarding me. At any rate, it's pointless to not be concerned with this territory until we finish the request. Wendlin. Today we stay here. Once we finish the request in the Demon Forest, it should be indispensable to stay here for a few days in order to sort the articles of the deceased. At the end it will be our task to bring the money to be paid to the feudal lord. Understood. Undertake it. Owen. Thus, even while there was only short time until dinner, we decided to open a bazaar at the request of Klaus. Dear Marlene, it's about helping out. I know. Herman. Aren't you being totally dominated, Herman Nissan? Wendlin. Well, basically it seems to apply to all men of the branch family. Owen. Thus we started the bazaar, but as expected, there was an insufficient amount of hands with 5 people. Burkhart-san, whom I counted on as war potential, ended up leaving somewhere straight away after negotiating with Marlene's sister-in-law San and buying as much as possible of the honey liquor he was pleased with. Therefore it has become the turn of Herman Nissan and the husbands of the branch family. How saddening, they are disconnected from the framework of male domination in this world. Upon Marlene's sister-in-law San's order, they spread a mat in an open space between the main village and the remaining 2 villages. As I arranged the goods, I took out from my magic bag. They had the task to write the price on the wooden plates they brought. Everyone is helping out, even the children. Once the bazaar starts, they will aid with the store tending as well, I hear. Looking at such spectacle, it brought back my memories of helping at temple festival stalls in the summer festivals of the neighborhood council during my childhood in my previous life. I am considering whether to even try making starch syrup next time. It's quite the progress for not having prepared anything beforehand. That's owed to the magic bag. Wendlin. Because anything can be stored away in large quantities, I have ended up storing away anything in large quantities for the time being. Once I put it away, I tentatively prevent having a mess in the storehouse and rooms. Herman Nissan appears to admire my actions as if I'm a juggler. On top of the mat, I place jars filled with salt, I made with magic in large quantities during my childhood. Since this is the main article, I'm setting up 100 jars filled with 10 kilograms. Also in addition, sugar, flavorings such as mayonnaise, spices such as pepper and alcoholic drinks such as ale and rum. The mayonnaise was made by myself before, but since it's troublesome, I completely sold the manufacturing method and recipe to a company in the capital. Thanks to that, it reached the point of me regularly receiving gifts from that company. They are apparently thanking me because mayonnaise is a big hit, but even so, sending an unusual amount every month. Honestly, I'm fed up with it. Even the other nobles and merchants, knowing that Elise's hobbies are making sweets and sewing, are sending sewing tools, large amounts of different kinds of fabric, baking utensils and ingredients to us. Knowing that it's my and Louise's preference to buy and eat delicious sweets, they are sending various confections. Knowing that I have the same liking to read books in my free time as Ina, they are sending various books as gifts. Given that the mansion's storehouse is about to burst, I was fortunate that I could stuff all of it into the magic bag. Of course I'm lining up those various articles as merchandise little by little as well. Is it good to sell received gifts? Herman. I have already received their gratitude and sent return gifts. It's impossible to use all of them. Wendlin. Especially the various kinds of sweets were dangerous. If I were to eat all of them, I would definitely get the gout or diabetes. Last I finish my preparations by lining up large amounts of bows and arrows I was given as gifts. When they heard of my interest in archery, the demand for arrows and bows for hunting is high. But since there are many people who made their own among the fief's population, I thought there will also be demand for bows and arrows made by first-class artisans in the capital. Although there are various others too, I prepared suitable merchandise because it was too troublesome to label too many items with prices. Because I know the market price to a certain degree, we should be able to manage somehow. There isn't any guarantee that those will sell either, but even if they don't particularly sell, I will have achieved Klaus' request once we open the bazaar. This is. You have my thanks for this wonderful array of items. Klaus. By the way, are Further's conditions fulfilled properly, I wonder? Wendlin. Yes. That's without a doubt. Klaus. 20% of the sales profit will be paid as tax. This was our obligation on this bazaar. In other words, if we don't make profits, it won't be necessary to pay any tax. At the start it seems that Kurt demanded for 30% of the sales to be paid. It would have been better to not undertake this after all. I ended up regretting it slightly. Since he won't go to take taxes from the merchant group, who travels the mountain trail with 3 months for a round trip, at all, I guess Kurt showed a ridiculous greed once he heard we would do business here. Of course he retracted it after Klaus' persuasion, though he isn't even able to calculate the taxes anyway. Owen. Given that he treated Iru as hoodlum not long ago, he definitely hated Kurt. Not being able to read kanji and even unable to calculate, he regarded Kurt as idiot and an existence below that of a child, with his only forte being sarcasm. We concluded the negotiations safely there. I have returned from advertising the bazaar in the territory just now. Elise. I guess that's why everybody, taking their families along, began to gradually gather from within the territory. Isn't that too many people? Except those working on something urgent. Everybody should come here. Once they finish their work, those people will probably come as well. Klaus. Klaus answers the surprised Ina. Almost everybody has never bought any goods from people other than the merchant group. Everyone, holding the money they collected until today, has sparkling eyes while arriving over here. I wonder if all of them have money. Wendlin. It's not like they have nothing, Klaus, because they have a life of buying nothing but the appointed amount of salt and small amounts of luxury grocery goods by selling stuff like wheat, medicinal plants and unique animal materials. They have a small income compared to people in the outlying areas, but that doesn't mean that they don't have any savings either. They arrange bartering with the fellow fiefs inhabitants and are self-sufficient on food. Also, they occasionally buy agricultural equipment and such from blacksmiths and basic living wear from craftsmen. At least there wasn't any need to have a lot of money in their lives. Selling the wheat they didn't need for eating of taxes. They have steadily saved money for years as well. Klaus. I see. Blue eyes. It's such rural area here. Klaus. Klaus explained the financial standing of the fief's population to Blue eyes. Well then, let's begin soon, shall we? Klaus. As it was at last the start of the bazaar, everyone is buying the goods as if jumping at them. At first, in the beginning, the men collect several jars filled with salt and buy them. One by one they carry them to their houses. Since not everything can be procured within the territory, they earnestly consider making emergency reserves for the worst case. That much isn't cheap. Blue eyes. Currently salt costs 5 cents per kilo in Britberg. In Japanese yen it's around 500 yen. The market price here doesn't change for a while. In the capital 1 kilo costs around 8-10 cents because it's located inland. It seems the previous merchant group sold the salt at 8 cents per kilo to the fief's population. Is that expensive? Is it cheap? Though I was uncertain about the conclusion, they completely exceed their budget if you consider the labor of transportation. I am able to agree with the situation of the merchant group receiving financial backing from Margrave Brithhilda. For me, by transferring to the coast with teleportation and refine salt with magic there, the costs are close to free of charge. The profit ratio was terribly high. In fact, it would be fine to sell it even cheaper. But since Kurt will be annoying if we do this, I lowered the profit ratio of the other merchandise and sold them as cheap as possible. Wendlin-sama, what's this white thing? Villager. It's sugar. Wendlin. Isn't sugar black? It's because it was purified. Wendlin. I refine sugar using wildly growing sugar canes in the southern savage lands as ingredient at occasion. I ended up refining it until it became as pure white as I was used from my previous life. You don't know? Pure white sugar is a high-class item. Villager. Oh. Really? I didn't know. Wendlin. Thanks to the salt, the price of sugar was also lowered and sold. Even this will cost 10 cents per kilo in Britberg if it's the same. If it's the capital, it will be around 15-20 cents per kilo. I will buy it. The brats will be happy. Villager. Although it is fairly costly, each jar filled with sugar is selling like hotcakes as well. The people are buying small quantities of each stock like alcohol, spices and the other seasoning to test them. What beautiful fabric. Villager. It's made of cotton, but it has been dyed in a fashionable color in the capital. Elise. The general goods for living and the daily necessities, which are Elise's group's responsibility, are selling nicely too. Stuff like cheap accessories, small articles, fabrics as materials for clothes, sewing tools and cookware. I didn't even want to think about why there was such large amount, but the most dreadful fact is that most of them are gifts. Although I excluded the expensive presents, we were in fact given a large amount of cheap gifts even by merchants and nobles. I can't deny the aspect of them giving a powerful impact, but actually the giving side has sent them in anticipation for us to distribute it among the employed servants. Of course we have also distributed it to Roderick's group, but it turned into an embarrassing situation with, "Master, I can't eat this many sweets." As we are still a small family, you can even say it has an adverse effect to collect large amounts of gifts related to the degree of our attention. It's even cheaper than I thought. Villager: the price is around this level if it's at the production area of the fabric. Elise, who mostly knows the market price, has noticed the cheap price. As it was almost at the stocking cost, it likewise sold like hotcakes. With only women being the purchasers, they all will make clothes for their families and themselves. In addition, such things as sewing tools sold well too. It's almost free of charge to refine salt with magic. Same for sugar as well. The remaining things are almost all gifts as well. Do we sell those at the market price? Wendlin: if I'm right, the result was almost the entire sum will become profit. I wonder if I should at least send a return gift with the costs to the senders for their expenses. Buy me sweets. Mother. Child: yes, parent. I want a picture book. Child: it's a story you never heard. Will you buy it? Parent: as the various items aren't that different in price to the outlying areas, they sell really well. Although I said I wouldn't even mind if they remained unsold, I've been asked whether I still got some stock in reverse. I've taken out supplements from within the magic bag. Ebbins: will you buy this set of arrows and bow? Ingolf: obviously. It is an item created by a professional craftsman as expected. If it's my creation there are limits to it. Ingolf: what will you do? Ebbins: of course I will buy it. With this I can hunt helmeted guinea fowls every day. Ingolf: isn't that unreasonable? It's mostly a problem of your skill. Ebbins: shut up. After all, your skill isn't any different from mine. Ingolf: the hunters of the territory are purchasing the arrows and bows made by the capital's artisans together. There also are craftsmen and blacksmiths within the territory, but the blacksmiths mainly produce things like nails, kitchen knives, agricultural tools and such. The craftsmen also usually focus on the daily necessities and at the most repair armors and swords. They made their own arrows and bows as well, but they fall short in skill compared to the first-class artisans from the capital and Brittburg. After all, this was the reality. The craftsmen of this territory have a monopoly in a bad meaning. Wendlin: since there isn't any competition, it seems to be okay even if they sell poor quality workmanship. There was also the big point that it was difficult for new techniques to flow in. It's a great success. Klaus floated a smile as well, since it was a situation that anything that was put up for sale successively was purchased. We shouldn't be able to sell this much each time either, but as it was the first time that they could buy this many goods, the strings of the population's wallets has been loose. I guess it's because it's the first time. Wendlin: that's right. From next time on it will probably be a smaller business. By the way, Klaus goes as far as appealing the sales and bartering on goods the fief's population brings for liquidation and the merchandise. His ulterior motive is clear. If they only buy stuff from us as it is, it won't only lead to the assets leaving the territory. If it reaches the point of us buying goods that were refused due to the influence of the transportation costs for the merchant group, it will give birth to an economical circulation. The fief's population will surely start to look for products that they can somehow make into cash. Hermann Sama: I believe the honey liquor of the branch family will be popular. Klaus: since that liquor was something that pleased the picky Burkhardt-san, they should be able to sell it at a good price if they brand it. Certainly, I believed so as well. Or rather, it appears as if Klaus is quite knowledgeable about business too. Putting aside his real intentions, I can't help but recognize this man's excellence. I'm sure Marlene will be glad. Herman: given that the branch family had served as junior commander for generations, they want to have savings of cash after all. If they can meet this with their homemade honey liquor, It will be a better way of saving money than the main family's way. That might be the point. Taxes will be demanded by Kurt. Wendlin, by no means. I never heard about such thing as taking taxes from one's retainer. Owen. Although I said that, it also was frightening possibility that couldn't be denied completely. I guess Herman Nissan is also believing that it might happen if it's that Kurt. Even I would protest him doing that. Klaus. Looking at Klaus saying this while expressing a dry smile, I feel like Kurt is probably underestimating Klaus quite a bit. However, I don't feel any sympathy at all. He is no more than just a fool if he is making light of a village headman as next family head. Soon it will be time for dinner, so let's wrap it up. Wendlin. But, in the end the fief's inhabitants didn't leave the bazaar's venue until it became dark. From then on it even resulted in us doing business for over 2 hours. The amount sold is amazing. Blue eyes. Although everyone was very busy to raise this amazing turnover. By the way, where is Burkhart-san? Wendlin. On a small walk. Oh well, that's fine. Wendlin. After dinner at the branch family we went to the room we would stay at today, and counted today's sales. The assigned rooms were 3 female rooms and 1 male room. Currently everyone is meeting at the male room for the sake of counting. 8N, there are too many copper coins. Blue eyes, keep counting. The serious Ina doesn't take this kind of work as too distressing, but Blue eyes, based on her natural character, didn't feel anything but agony over this kind of work. She has plenty of ability but not the patience to keep at something for a long time. Can't we have the merchants guild in Brutberg do the counting? Blue eyes. If we do that, we will have to pay wages. Wendlin. There isn't something much like a machine to count large quantities of money in this world. Therefore, if you take it to the merchants guild, it's normal to pay a processing fee. Since there are labor costs for the people counting the money, it's only natural. Elise is probably counting quietly. Even in such field she is a perfect superwoman. Blue eyes. Elise was repeatedly working on separating the copper coins in divisions of 10 coins each in silence. Occasionally it's nice to immerse oneself in such plain work. Wendlin. I can't calm down. It will turn into me crying. Blue eyes. Don't mess up the copper coins we counted. Okay? I won't. I would get stuck counting them again by myself as it would be my responsibility. Blue eyes. Of course the male group was immersed in counting the copper coins little by little as well. Given that it was the fief's population who paid for the items, most of the money has been copper coins and copper plates after all. Although my sense became strange in the last few years, something like gold coins won't circulate this easily. Burkhart-san. Haven't you become clumsy? Wendlin. It's alright. Burkhart-san drinks the honey liquor he bought during the daytime, with small gulps while counting the copper coins. However, unexpectedly his way of moving his hands doesn't seem to go astray either. And, how is Kurt? Wendlin. He was like a lamb. Burkhart. There was a reason why Burkhart-san, who worked both as our garden attendant, didn't show his figure at the bazaar. It was to watch Kurt's movements. Midway a strange lot came and were given some instructions. Burkhart, probably the lot from the original village that doesn't like changes. There might have approached the blacksmiths and his workers since they bought goods at the bazaar. The blacksmith's workers? Wendlin. It's a crisis for them if goods from outside flow in since they are unskilled. Burkhart. I guess that's only natural since they took it easy with their monopoly just like frogs in a well. Even I, when I saw the goods of Brutberg's craftsmen in the city for the first time, was surprised at the difference in level of the living where compared to my home's mansion. On the other hand, the range of things they can produce is large to a certain extent. It's not like they could make anything either, and it wasn't such a range that this advantage could compensate the low quality of their products. I now understand well why something like general goods for living, totally unexpected, sold like crazy. Phew. We finished the counting. Wendlin. At last the calculation of sales concluded, but it was an outrageous amount of money. 802.567 cents. In Japanese yen it's more than 80 million yen. By no means I thought that we would sell this much at the bazaar. Why has it become such turnover? Owen. As almost all the fief's inhabitants participated, the turnover per person, including the children, is more than 1,000 cents. Wendlin. Although Eru cocked his head in puzzlement over the excessive amount of money, it isn't a particularly strange matter. This village's average income is little, but, because there are few occasions to use it conversely, They hoarded the money. If it's a long-standing family, they should have steadily saved money for many decades. With 1,000 cents per person, a regular family of 4 has purchased goods for 4,000 cents. Furthermore, it was the first time they could freely shop excluding the merchant group. Wendlin. Naturally, this was also the reason why the string of their wallets became loose. Given that it was a special bazaar, their mentality was probably under the influence that they might not ever again get these goods. They aren't particularly poor, are they? Blue eyes. No, they are poor. Wendlin. If they don't sell the surplus of wheat and a part of the resources that can be gathered in the forest to the merchant group, they won't have any cash income. Except buying salt, they are saving the money as there is almost nothing useful to buy from the merchants, and besides, there is no other opportunity to spend the money. You can even say that their society is remaining at an exceedingly primitive level. Just now I tried to give the children of this household a little reward. Wendlin. Because they helped out with the bazaar, I tried to give them gifts as thanks, but it had an unexpected outcome. Now that you mention it, when I gave them money, they were astonished. Burkhardt. If it was children in Brittberg, they would surely gratefully accept and go buy something at the shopping street. Even so, the children of this territory can't do that. Since they can't even use the money they were given, they aren't thankful at all. In the end I got stuck with handing over things like sweets and toys as payment in kind. Isn't that somehow more serious than expected? Owen. Yes. Wendlin. As Iryu says, it's deviating from a level where you can simply call it poor. My family's home in the countryside, previous world, was poor as well. But since it wasn't as isolated from the outside world like here, I probably ended up thinking like that. Even Dad and Kurt, as nobles, are putting this conduct into practice to save money for the worst-case situation. The fief's population is also faithfully saving the money they can't use, or else they wouldn't have been able to buy goods like today. It's not like they don't understand monetary economy. They are purchasing goods since they are buying stuff like salt, and they are usually caring about stuff like the market prices as well. Wendlin. Looking at the prices of the merchandise we had lined up, they noticed the lack of the expensive transportation fees. Despite that, they aren't part of the Helmut Kingdom's economy's loop. Isn't it fatal that the money isn't circulating? Owen. Once the merchant group comes, only a small amount of money is exchanged within the territory. Even today the money was one-sidedly paid to me. Probably Dad and Kurt aren't feeling uncomfortable about this fact. I want to say that it's because they are the feudal lord family, but you can even say it can't be helped since it is like this since I was born. The fief's population is feeling unhappy about this situation you can call inconvenient. But that's no reason to go as far as finding faults with Kurt inheriting from Dad. Although there is the matter with the expedition, it's not like they are particularly starving either. Rather, the people are hiding their thoughts within. Klaus-san has noticed that, but Elise. That's so, isn't it? I'm probably somehow odd, going by the common sense of this Bourmester territory. Klaus. Wendlin. It was Klaus who came entering as if acting in concert with Elise's statement, but he was showing the same dry smile as just before on his face. It's me. In my younger days I went with others on campaigns and to buy wholesale. Klaus. I ended up being surprised as he came entering quite abruptly, but it's not like we were particularly partaking in a terribly inconvenient, confidential talk either. Moreover, because the usually suspicious Klaus started to talk, everyone was listening silently. I didn't make a lot of experiences of talking with the people of the territory during the time I lived at my family's home. I talked the most with Eric Nissan, and I guess the next would have been the portions of talks with Emily sister-in-law San. As for the fief's population, it was at best to the extent of having a small talk at the time of exchanging soybeans and the spoils of my hunts. Honestly, I got a slight real feeling of their livelihood while selling items for the first time today. The previous me was aware of it due to my knowledge, but you could also say that it was only that much. Campaign from this place? Wendlin. That was probably by chance. Klaus. That was also more than 40 years before today. It was at the time when Klaus still was around 20 years old. In fact, I'm the second son. Since my elder brother was to succeed the task of being village headman, I was told to move my body. Klaus. Together with likewise second and third sons of farmers and craftsmen, they placed the products from the territory to be sold on trays and determinedly walked on the mountain trail to go to Brittberg, selling out the products on the other side. They used the money to buy salt and placed it on the trays and then walked on the mountain trail once again until they returned to the Bourmister territory. It seems that they did such cycle 3 times per year as well. You can't use something like a carriage on that mountain trail. It would call wolves and flying dragons if it was drawn by horses anyway. I was within the territory for around 25% of the year from mid-teens until my early 20s. Even when I was there, to say nothing of vacation, I was pushed around to do farm work. Klaus. Since he is the second son, he was treated as disposable within the territory. Even when they arrived in Britberg at great pains, there were only few products from this territory that could be made into money. Thanks to that, they continuously endured hardship to load as much as possible salt on the trays. In the former days we even piled up red stones you could find at the outskirts of the territory, and carried those away. Klaus. That inferior iron ore? Wendlin. Even I'm aware of the existence of red stones. To put it simply, it's also known as iron ore where the iron part has turned red due to rusting, because it is useless if you don't deoxidize it by melting it with an excessive amount of charcoal. It was something that wouldn't sell for a significant price. The price was beaten down. Nevertheless, it turned into money merely by using our strength. Klaus. It was a life without any dreams or hopes, filled with despair. Why did they end up being born at this place? All of us often discussed to run away once we arrived at Britberg, but in the end we didn't run away. Klaus. They weren't able to, as, no matter what, their families' faces came to mind. I'm told some of us died en route the mountain trail, being attacked by wolves. They ended up catching tetanus from their wounds. Missing one's footing caused serious injuries. Since they couldn't even be saved with medical treatment, we only kept the hair of the deceased. That was what they had requested. When it was necessary to kill them, I put an end to their lives. They were grateful for being killed by me. The story went astray. Klaus. Right at the time when they got to Britberg to stock up on salt, a messenger from the Margrave Brithilda household suddenly came. It was a routine event of the vassals at the eastern border to get into disputes. Although we hadn't tried to go on a campaign, the previous generation's Margrave Brithilda told us at least one time. Klaus. Since the previous generation's Margrave Brithilda knew that Klaus' group was at that time in the city, it was beneficial for him to call them. Klaus, having the highest social standing as son of a village headman, was assigned as temporary junior commander. It was the birth of a Bourmister territorial army with 6 people in total, just like Papermag. The swords, spears, and armors, all of it was borrowed. The horse and the food as well. Klaus. Even that horse, it was different of a farming horse and only Klaus could mount it. Because it was nothing more but a rental horse anyway, Klaus used it for Margrave Brithilda's armor. Likely only the fact of the Bourmister territorial army participating in the battle was important. Klaus. Just as they were told, they moved to the eastern border and confronted the opposing troops. But it was a quarrel over a tiny plot of land between fellow minor feudal lords after all. It was a fight over the allocation ratio of firewood and edible wild plants harvested in the forest. If they seriously clashed, they would end up exceeding their budget. That's because it is normal for the feudal lord to give monetary consolation to wounded and the bereaved families. The aim was to appeal these concessions are mine. On the contrary, if they didn't do anything, it would result in them completely approving the other side's demands. Klaus. There was no way they couldn't do anything, but they wanted to excuse themselves from clashing with each other as well. It seems there were various troublesome circumstances. Even so, if they got excited by the appealing battle, it would occasionally lead to combat. In order to not produce corpses, they would win if they made the opponent fall of their horse with draining weapons. Klaus. But even then, people died occasionally. Given that they are still human, it will occasionally turn into a full-blown combat due to their boiling emotions. Klaus. The cause was unambiguous after all, but it seems the battle Klaus' troops participated in changed into an all-out battle. Although both sides earnestly tried to stop their supreme commanders, around 100 people died. Klaus held out the spear with all his power towards the approaching enemy forces. Even now he can't recall what he did afterwards due to his excessive mental strain. As second son of a village headman, I did train. Sure enough, it was uncertain whether any of that was helpful in an actual war. Klaus. Nevertheless, he received a reward and letter of recommendation from Margrave Brithilda for defeating and killing several people. Although he couldn't recall it himself, It was apparently witnessed by a high-ranked person of the Brithhilda feudal army. For the time being I became the target for getting a reward. Klaus. The battle's expansion was troublesome, but the people, who actually obtained war results, were commended and given a reward, as it is natural for nobles. Even if you say he defeated and killed them, it was unknown whether they actually really died. Rather, it would be better if they didn't die. With the received reward, I increased the amount of salt and other souvenirs, but Klaus. Once he returned to the territory, he was reprimanded by the previous generation's family head, feudal lord, his father and his elder brother. The cause was that I stood out too much. Even though I was risking my life here, they talked me down mercilessly. Klaus. Because it is a conservative territory in the countryside, you could even say it was an example of hammering in the nail that sticks out. Although he brought back larger portion of salt than usual, he received such intolerable reprimanding. Even if such thing happened, life won't change. Several years later, elder brother died from illness. Klaus. That eldest son had no children. In a hurry the second son, Klaus, was called back home and succeeded as village headman. That was because his father was also on the verge of death due to the same illness. When thinking about such things like being village headman, I soon considered it to be painful, but I also thought it was fine as I didn't have to pull the tray anymore. Those were complicated feelings. Klaus. At the same time he was the only one among his friends who was able to break away from that life and thus felt regret. Even so, he was sure he could do something once he became the village headman. It would take time, but first he ran about for the sake of a merchant group regularly coming to the territory. From the previous generation's Margrave Brithhilda Sama I received the response, "It is enough, if I entrust it to the lot pulling the trays." At last he became the predecessor. Klaus. They were released from the hardship to go buy salt as it reached the point that a merchant group would come twice a year. He won't forget the delightful faces of the fief's population at that time, he said. As far as the previous generation's Margrave Brithhilda was concerned, we were existences at the level of talking tray, pulling horses. Klaus. It would have been good if the predecessor was a bit more understanding, or you can rather say, if they continued to bring in the salt by themselves, the population of the village wouldn't exceed 400 people no matter what. That would be a natural conclusion if you had common sense. That's how it was. Although skinny, as the merchant group came regularly one way or the other, Klaus could finally concentrate on his main work as village headman. Gradually the population was growing. The cultivated land extended in proportion to that. It was a modest expansion. However, there was a future. Klaus. But a certain disaster made a sudden visit to Klaus at that point. Did you know, Wendlin Sama, about the matter of the former fiancé of Layla, about my son who would succeed me? Klaus. Even now he is remembering that very day well. Upon father's order, the youth, who was Layla's fiancé, and the son, who was Klaus' successor, went hunting together with him. Both of them were close as childhood friends with the same age. I thought they would support this household by cooperating. Klaus. Then an incomprehensible incident happened. At a cliff, where none of the fief's inhabitants would get close to due to the danger, those two fell and died. When Artur Sama chased a prey, both fell off the cliff. Klaus. Wendlin. In truth, it was questionable to a certain extent whether such incident really happened. But a person holding proof appeared. I am remembering. At that time he was 8 years old. Klaus. Hermann Nissan. Wendlin. Now Hermann Nissan has come entering the room, and he verified that this incident really happened. Hermann Nissan. If it's that incident. Wendlin. It was said that this incident was of such degree that it caused father's mouth to get sour. He even imposed a gag order within the territory. Hermann. I don't understand the meaning of that gag order. Was it about having the outsiders shut up since it was an inconvenient truth? Or was it a genuine gag order as such rumors could lead to a rebellion in this small rural area? At the time Vil was born, it was a taboo to even talk about it. Some were thinking about it within their minds, but since it was what the territory's lord said. Hermann. Burkhart. Even Burkhart-san ended up staying silent due to the far too shady story. And the truth was, Wendlin. I investigated it but didn't arrive at an answer. Klaus. That Klaus ascertained it with an absolute secret investigation. As a matter of fact, the sequel was that Further's group of 3 people entered the forest to hunt and were afterwards followed by several people of the original village. Since they entered the forest for collecting, They didn't join up with Artur-sama's group apparently until they heard Artur-sama's voice asking for reinforcements due to my son's group falling off the cliff. Klaus, what do you think, boy? Burkhart, two people at the same time is fishy. Wendlin, if it was only Layla's fiancé or Klaus' son, if it was only one of them, I would feel that it's very possible for it to be a pure incident. But, in that case father wouldn't gain anything. It would be pointless if not both of them died at the same time. And this became the truth. He is the one who received the biggest benefit of it. Are you suspecting father, Klaus? Wendlin, I'm doubting him. Klaus, because Klaus clearly stated that he is suspecting father, we end up being lost for words. The Klaus until now was a man who placed a safety zone for himself somewhere while scheming something. Nevertheless, he is boldly criticizing father now. He even goes as far to take the risk of us leaking this to father. Artur-sama summoned me once the funeral service for Layla's fiancé finished. Klaus, I wish you to hand over Layla as mistress to me. Given that it will be troublesome if my wife and the surroundings know that it's me asking, we will pretend that Klaus has presented her. Artur. Klaus did as Dad told him while shedding tears. As a result, it reached the point that he received an evaluation of, what underhanded fellow. By presenting his daughter he achieved that he will manage all the taxation duties by himself. From the village headman of the other villages, No, but father is. Wendlin, no matter what you say, Artur-sama's fondness of women is a sickness. Klaus, I didn't know. Wendlin, it's why he, the chief of the original village, is hated by the village headman of the other villages. It was Klaus who cleaned up afterwards if Dad was making a move on other women. Even the village headman of the other villages naturally hold their tongue. They don't want their beloved to experience the same as my son and Layla's fiancé. As a result, they are retaining their heart's balance by hating me who came to discuss the settlement. Though they are able to understand it, they hate me completely. Klaus, there are even many women among those that ended up getting pregnant. Of course, those children have the potential to complicate the question of inheritance. Fortunately, he only made moves on married women. A lot of the born children are second sons and below. Being given a proper reason, all of them ended up being sent to other territories. In Layla's case, she was a famous beauty even within the village. He certainly desired her. At the same time he is a noble. As for my son, even if my son died, he believed that he won't be able to send his children to my household if Layla has a husband. Then, what decision did he make? Klaus. If a child is born by Klaus' daughter as mistress, that child will succeed as village headman and thus strengthen the foundation of the Bormister household in the process. I'm able to understand it as a plan, but there shouldn't be any reason to expressly kill two innocent youngsters for that reason either. Does that father have the courage to go that far? Wendlin. Influenced by the inheritance by Kurt-sama, it will contribute to the stability within the territory. With such calming parts, there isn't any reason to not make a move on women of his liking. He is raising such a beast. That gentleman. Klaus. It was an unbelievable story, but frankly I didn't have proof to deny it with on hand either. We were a large, poor family. Mother gave birth to me when she became close to 40 years old. And although it was father's behavior, I didn't understand it at all. I went out to the savage lands and the forest during daytime. Since I secluded myself in my room during night, I really didn't know what father was doing during night and day except working. Do you hate him because of that? Without even having conclusive evidence? Burkhart. Even I'm a human influenced by emotions. I'm believing in Artur-sama's guilt. Klaus. That's why you want to shave off the authority of the Bormister household. Burkhart. Yes. Klaus. It's the same with Hermann Nissan's case and Derek Nissen's case. They caused ripples on the water called the succession of the eldest son, Kurt. But that doesn't mean that there will be a final clash. Hermann Nissan was sent to the Branch family as husband by Dad. Even Eric Nissan, noticing the danger for himself, left the house. The other elder brothers as well, without even a single one becoming a retainer, they all left the house. The remaining Hermann Nissan, who was adopted as groom of the bride into the Branch family, was tossed into a household that doesn't conceal its deeply founded anti-main family attitude. Even Hermann Nissan himself has agreed with that motion. The outcome is that only the questionable Kurt is left. But, since he is the eldest son, no one considers this to be strange. Klaus, did you tell that Hermann Nissan before? Wendlin. I considered it to be difficult. However, would it have been fine, if he had stayed in his family's home as it is? Klaus: No, it wouldn't. Wendlin: Until Kurt produced a child, it would be a life of living at home as spare without even being able to marry. Even if that ended, he would probably only be worked hard for a meager salary. Klaus: Did you also take into account the possibility of me running out of patience and leaving the territory? Herman: Yes. Klaus: In that case, it might have been fine to be easygoing. Herman Nissan: Wendlin: That's a lie. Marlene Nego is running this household all by herself. But if it's only the two of them, she is quite behaving like a spoiled, cute child. Klaus: No, I don't even want to listen to such lovey-dovey talk. Wendlin: It seems that Marlene's sister-in-law Sam can be commonly be referred as having that sincere attribute. There is also Eric Nissan's case. Why was Eric Nissan exposed to danger as well? Wendlin: Even regarding that, I can only say that I'm very sorry. However, would it have been better if he was left like the others? Klaus: Certainly. It's also a fact that Kurt hasn't the generosity to handle Eric Nissan as retainer. If it came to the point that Eric Nissan gradually stood out and was adored by the fief's population, at least I couldn't guarantee that there wouldn't be once again an incident as with Klaus' son's group. He would be useful in case of Artur-sama, but that gentleman hasn't much time left. Age is age after all. Klaus: Once Kurt succeeded after Dad's death, it would eventually become the same degree of danger for Eric Nissan. Don't evaluate the current family head Asama awfully due to your mind filled with resentment. Burkhart: The talent of a feudal lord is different depending on his character. Isn't Artur Asama slightly inferior to his predecessor? Is the aspect of coordination a bit lower due to his philandering? Klaus counterattacked with even more poison due to Burkhart-san's partially sarcastic remark. Something like grading one's master will become a big problem, if done poorly. By the way, what about that foolish next feudal lord? Burkhart-sama: I'm assessing the base of a tree. I don't evaluate such dirty, withered leaf attached to a twig. Klaus: Don't say that. Furthermore, there isn't even any room to object there. Burkhart-san as well as Klaus are apparently arguing about Kurt being a human before they even talk about him as feudal lord. I won't bear to listen to any more of this. So, why did you tell me all of that? Wendlin: I have decided. Wendlin-sama will become feudal lord. It's fine if we even include the development of the savage lands. Klaus: After all, Klaus wants me to succeed this territory. I'm the family head of a branch family. Wendlin: Are you maybe worried about His Majesty and the big nobles who insinuated such official stance at the capital? Klaus: I might do it. Wendlin: It looks to me that he will advance the situation forcibly if he feels like it. But I didn't want to approve of it at any cost here. If Wendlin-sama says so, it will be so. I have decided to make it happen. Klaus: Besides, I am the son of that father. Wendlin: I didn't know whether Dad's deeds were a fact as Klaus says, but at least that's what Klaus is believing. I'm wondering what he is expecting of me, who is the son of the father he is detesting because of that. The sins of the parents don't befall their children. Besides, it looks like Wendlin-sama is already the head of a branch family. Klaus: I was gradually able to understand Klaus' real intention from his tone. As long as he is able to have this territory grow, he doesn't even matter to him if there isn't any knight-born Mr. Household as feudal lord there, I guess. No, it's rather what he is hoping for, isn't it? And for that reason he was leading Dad and Kurt by the nose with such dull plan for an extended period. This was the behavioral principle of the man called Klaus. Well, from the time I cut the neck of Jonas, who had a deep wound, with a knife, I became an existence below a talking tray-pulling horse. With the case of my son and Layla's fiancé and the reprimand after the campaign, I have also been treating head of the boar Mr. Household as enemy. However, I have moved following my responsibility as village headman. Therefore, I won't even care if Wendlin-sama tattles about this matter to Artur-sama. I won't blame you. Why, you ask? That's because I'm an existence below a talking tray-pulling horse. Klaus. At the end of those words Klaus has returned to his home. Afterwards, we, who were left, didn't know what decision would be good. If it's the truth, it's a nasty story. Burkhart, Herman Nissan. Wendlin: I don't know. I got to know about the old man's father bad habit just now. Herman: Or rather, he also persisted in hiding the children well until now. Was Klaus excellent in dealing with the aftermath he was entrusted with? To that extent, I wonder. In my case it was only natural that I didn't notice it since I had no interest in my dad's actions. Is it the truth? Elise, does your mother know about it? I wonder. Owen, even if she knows, she won't tell us the details, right? Wendlin, especially she absolutely wouldn't tell it to the previous underage me. Even apart from that, I have ended up worrying whether he hasn't also extended his hands towards Kurt's wife, Emily's sister-in-law San. Those children as well. I hope Dad isn't their real father. The more I think about it, the more I'm plunged into a terrible situation. Herman Nissan, if Kurt notices that. Wendlin, even that Derek hasn't noticed it. It's impossible for Kutaniki. Herman, certainly it's probably futile to expect Kurt realizing such subtleties. Anyway, tomorrow we will quickly purify the demon forest and come back. Wendlin, I'm relying on you. The crucial Kutaniki is far from being reliable. He might even try to pull your leg. Herman. Afterwards, it's Klaus. Wendlin. Klaus, disclosing up to the, has even the potential to pick a fight with Dad. If I consider that, I guess it's necessary for me to return promptly. We have already been involved in it whether we like it or not. The worst case is if Herman Nissan doesn't survive. Wendlin. Obviously. Even if Klaus runs wild, his hands won't reach as far as the old man's group anyway. In the first place, we won't do something like helping the main family. If the old man's wrongdoings are true, he will have to do something about it by himself. Herman. Even I didn't feel like saving Dad and Kurt at the current time at all. In the worst case it's only unthinkable that I won't even rescue Mother, Emily's sister-in-law San and her children. Let's sleep now. Wendlin. Sleep well. Don't fail at the request and please absolutely come back. Herman. Understood. Wendlin. From the Discord with Kurt to the hurried bazaar and the shocking confession from Klaus. At last a long day ends. We ended up sleeping like babies for the sake of being ready for the unknown dangers in the near future. Chapter 48. Achievement of the request and chaos at the Bormister household. Boy's elder brother. That's a storm of defiant, abusive language. Burkhart. Well, since I'm staying indoors, this will also be a strong point. Herman. Be that as it may, it's too unfair. Wendlin. In the early morning of the next day we transferred to the demon forest in the Savage Lands by teleportation magic from the Bormister territory with a full stomach after various things happened. Since my childhood I had trained my magic while exploring the vast Savage Lands. Thanks to this it became possible to move almost everywhere within the Savage Lands with teleportation. Since I was still a minor at that time and it would have been a disaster if something unexpected happened while entering the demon forest by myself, I didn't went into some parts of the forest. But I have finished grasping the surrounding of all these parts. I even understood most points of the invasion route of the aforementioned expedition. As expected, the expedition in those days cut through stuff like undergrowth and all kinds of trees. These have already recovered because of its fertility full of vim and vigor. But those sites somehow became potential invasion points even for a large army. I think I will know the value of life after the invasion, if I see the conclusion of the expeditionary force. From the start, he doesn't even have an intention to make a debut in high society. They have a patron, but he hasn't even gone to meet with him from face to face. Because I, who began to attend the Adventurers Prep School in Brittburg after I turned 12 years old, acted as representative. They are apparently pretty much considered of having characteristics of being hikikomoris by society. Certainly, it was me who attended the garden party of Margrave Brithhilda for the first time among the Bormister family. It could be even said that it was a spectacular feat since it's our family. However, even if it is some party, given that it takes more than a month to cross the mountain range to arrive at the venue as well, you could also say that it was inevitable in a certain sense. Someone who can use teleportation magic like me, is valuable. Probably, including this aspect, that's also the reason someone like the village headman Klaus wants me to become the family head. I got even more pissed off. That idiot shouldn't be the next family head. Let's exchange him with the boy, as Master says. Burkhart. Such a thing, Burkhart-san. I don't want to. Wendlin. While I'm investigating the interior of the demon forest from the scheduled invasion site with detection magic, I refute Burkhart-san's reckless remark. If I did such thing, Klaus would probably rejoice, but Kurt would likely explode. Given that he also has the support of the advocates of main village supremacy, who are ultra-conservative, They are quite capable of taking up their weapons and oppose it in the worst case. It's probably still better if they only go to the extent of secluding themselves. But if they even clash with Klaus and the people of the other villages, it might end up resulting in deaths. Excusing myself from such victims, I declare my unwillingness in becoming the next family head of that sort of territory. Or rather, no matter how much magic I can use, there is various know-how necessary for the management of a territory. Furthermore, many human resources are required as well. All of that were things I, who have a small, rising appointed noble family, didn't own. But if we are unlucky, it's possible that the situation is already shifting. Burkhart. Thanks to that, I end up worrying about the situation of my family's home even though we have the great task of purifying 2,000 undead. Moreover, it's not only me feeling like that. All members have completely the same concern. I'd like for there to be no damage to the branch family. For the sake of the honey liquor. Burkhart. Just to what extent did you like it? Owen. Owen was astonished due to the remark of the excessive drinker Burkhart-san, but that was certainly something delicious. Since one is almost an adult with 15 years in this world, we also sampled it last night. It has a great balance between sweetness and sourness. We have unintentionally ended up drinking too much. It will be fine, if we leave that territory to Hermandono. Burkhart. That's irrational. Wendlin. If we went with what Burkhart-san says, the night Mr. Territory would be shut up by forcibly retiring Father and Kurt. By entrusting it to Herman-san, the discussions would move into quite a constructive direction. Officially, it isn't alright to put the order of the boy's father and his eldest son into disorder. Burkhart. In any case, there hasn't been a war for over 200 years in this place. The situation should be stable if the eldest sons succeeded in turns, if they are up to the task. That idiot Klaus hasn't completely failed yet. That's why he has such nasty nature. Burkhart. Although they disagreed with Margrave Brithhilda and us, that still doesn't mean that it would definitely cause a rebellion. Seeing it from the central government's side, it's a situation where it would be easy to intervene, if something happened. Intervention? Wendlin. Or rather, they seem to also be quite eager to intervene. They are probably deeming Kurt to be a hindrance for the goal of developing the territory along the savage lands. It's because I'm even possessing plenty of funds for development. It will become a large disturbance to the other small feudal lords if Kurt is disinherited and further is forcibly retired by the order of the royal family all of a sudden. If possible, they probably want something to happen, so they can use that as trigger for an intervention. And in addition to that, as soon as possible. It's likely that Burkhart, at first, cause a situation to have the fief's population rise to their feet in disappointment with Father and Kurt. As there's the possibility of them having sympathizers among the fief's population, excluding the main village, it might originate from Klaus or the branch family. No, even if either of them revolted, the other two would act in concert probably, because they don't wish for a development leading to deaths. They will have at least the great majority rise to their feet. They want the situation to flow in the direction of urging Father's group to be retired forcefully. After that, it's probable that Kurt's group will heavily tend towards suppressing the opposing faction, considering the possibilities. This might cause a great number of victims if things don't go well. Although it is a detestable story, the latter is convenient for the kingdom. It seems to be the same for my master as well. Burkhart. The reason is that they can at worst revoke the peerage and territory, if they were Father and Kurt taking responsibility for this situation. Even if they entrust the territory, including the savage lands, to me, it would clear away the traces of the predecessors pretty much with ease in a distant future. The nobles, like those being in the central government in the capital, apparently think like that. As they would be making the two into villains, it will be easy to cause expectations towards the boy in the distant future. Burkhart. That lot is taking this lightly. Wendlin. Or rather than that, it might be a problem of distance. The Bormister territory with its population of below 1,000 residents is no more than a tiny territory for the nobles of the capital. Even if it turned into a rebellion, it's not like there will be considerable casualties noted down in the official papers. Since that's the case, they want Kurt to leave the stage as soon as possible. Even so, we have actually ended up coming in contact with the fief's population upon Klaus' inducement. Given the situation, they will request their wish to avoid a situation where casualties appear. If Hermann Nissan succeeds, It will also give the territory time to a certain extent. Wendlin, they will support the development, leaving some leeway to the development itself. Hermann Nissan will at least be made a baron if they are successful at the development. That's the point. Because of that, the boy will be in charge of the remaining savage lands. Burkhart, if I developed an area of such size, I wouldn't finish even spending my whole life on it. If I'm unlucky, there's also the possibility of me being tied by the work as feudal lord. If I consider this, it's quite depressing. Wendlin Sama. Elise, what is it? Elise? Wendlin, isn't it unnecessary to immerse yourself forcibly in the work of a feudal lord and everything else from now on either? Elise, what do you mean by this? Wendlin, if it is as Elise says, no matter how powerful as magician I might be, standing at the head of an army as youngster, becoming an adult immediately after turning 15 years old, isn't necessary to develop a territory from the scratch. 100% of the funds and territory would be Wendlin Sama's possession. I think Honorable Grandfather Sama's group will gather workers on their own accord. Elise, it might be bad for Elise like that, but won't it result in not advancing the development due to conflicts over the rights? Wendlin, it doesn't even matter if I end up entrusting that enormous, unreal amount of money to them. If stupid nobles and their dependents came out trying to gain profits by even being corrupt thanks to that, it would result in getting troublesome later. Only increasing strange rivalries without advancing the development of the savage lands. It would be meaningless for me to become the feudal lord just for the sake of providing the money. At worst I would be treated as war criminal. Although I don't want to say zero, it will be a case since the cruel people will be removed right away. Elise, if the representative, becoming the key point, has ability, he will be mostly able to prevent this. When it comes to this, it has to be Roderick. Wendlin, yes, won't it be alright, if we entrust the managing of the household to that gentleman? Elise, even other capable staff, it shouldn't be too strange to dispatch a group of nobles either. Elise says it's because everyone wants to gain the rights and benefits of developing a new territory legally. Elise, with the abundant prosperity of the kingdom, these nobles will send forth their relatives and dependents, who have valuable abilities but are doomed to a life of wasting away, to develop new territories. Marrying into the Baron Bormister household, they can increase their rights with things like special development procurements and trade. Although that's their goal, they obviously can't dispatch useless people either. If such people did mischief, Honorable Grandfather Sama should strike them down with pleasure. Elise, the folks dispatched by 20 can't even be used for work. They are apparently gaining trust and then pilfer the money and goods. They are people who would be troubled in front of God due to their bad deeds. In my opinion 20 hasn't the qualifications to send out people for this development which is even being observed by His Majesty. It is very likely that the other nobles will link up and attack 20 to drive them out from the development of the new territory. And, other nobles will scramble for the opened up spot. Isn't that sad? It seems nobles are such creatures. However, won't it be fine if Wendlin Sama prepares in advance to be the most imposing? Elise, is that how it works? Wendlin, yes, Wendlin Sama is a magician, therefore you are special. Elise, certainly, with that amount of money. I don't even know what to use it on. In order for the majority of the strangers, who will become the retainer group, to not do evil deeds, I'd have to check each and every little thing so that causing trouble would be impossible. From the start, it's like not having money. If I'm hoarding it anyway, they will complain even if I give out money. It probably won't be bad to observe from the distance whether the nobles of this country will become useful or whether they are wasting the money flashy as much as possible. It's fine if I have to earn money with magic once again anyway. At worst it would be alright if I ended up defecting to the Holy Empire Urquhart with a feeling of a vacation abroad, if it gets too bothersome here. Since I'm Wendlin Sama's wife, I shall always go with you. Even if I died, it wouldn't be the reason for the extinction of the Hohenheim household either. Elise, I haven't even said anything. Wendlin, I was just speaking to myself here. Elise, who tilde miles per hour, a monologue, blue eyes. Yes, Elise. Somehow it seems that the blood of nobility flowing within Elise was thicker than I thought. Moreover, she is also a fairly extreme woman. Perhaps this might be the kind of woman who is called clingy woman. Yuan, our Lord's first wife, don't know is scary. Owen, what does that have to do with the junior commander? Elise, we can earn income as adventurers. We have plenty of reserves. Even living in a foreign country is completely alright. We aren't dependent on that rotten elder brother and that scheming village headman, now are we? Owen, for the time being, Father is still the feudal lord. Wendlin, I don't know whether the bad habit of Vol's father is a fact, but it's that person. He is partly acting like a bystander, right? Therefore he won't even punish that rotten elder brother, even if he is shocked by him. Owen, it might be as Iryu says, but it also seems like it will be difficult to hold the next bazaar as long as Kurt is going strong. If it was Herman Nissan, he wouldn't worry about holding it once per month at all. And the one responsible for the current situation is Father, but it didn't look like he would take active measures unless a miracle occurs. Although he hasn't shown his face, he might be wavering within his mind. Will he still make Kurt the next family head? Or has he decided to change his decision? This hesitation might also be the reason he allowed Kurt's abusive remarks. If it's this party, it will pass anywhere. Haven't I become the strongest war potential, so to say? Owen, if there is no Ina-chan, the common sense of these members ends up being off. Lu eyes, even I have common sense. Owen, Iryu's boiling point of anger is low once in a while. Lu eyes, isn't that the same for you? Owen, I can use various, powerful, handy spells, but I somewhere feel out of place in this world, being influenced by the common sense of my previous life. A master of purification and healing magic, a beautiful girl with huge breast up to the degree to be called saint. A modest woman who is perfect in things like housework and such, and occasionally even shows the scary face of the daughter of an important noble, that is Elise. Even though she appears to be simple-minded on the first glance thanks to her outward appearance, she is somehow calculating and an incarnation of physical strength. That is Lu eyes. Certainly, if you put Inandaru into the mix here as well, it might be obvious that the normal people in the surroundings end up thinking they are difficult to approach. Since various stuff happened, we will end up thinking about various things in the future, too. But in the end, we can't deal with it since nothing has actually occurred. First comes the job. Lu eyes. It's as Lu eyes says, it would be a disaster if we made a mistake due to being over-concerned. Wendlin. We, who eventually reached the conclusion of what will be, intruded into the demon forest after continuing detection for a short while. We, who finally entered the demon forest, are immediately attacked by a feeling of having chill along the spine. Louise is especially sensitive to such presences with her magic combat style. She exposed a sense of caution due to that feeling. The expeditionary force should have also entered at almost the same place more than 15 years ago, but the majority of them has lost their lives on this soil. Of course their corpses became undead due to their lingering affections. At first they will become zombies, then from there on, the individuals, as their grudges grow stronger, completely like the interest of alone, will job change to things like skeletons, liches and ghouls. The large amount of monster presences, which Louise felt, are clearly undead. Well then, let's begin the operation. Burkhardt, the operation begins with the call of the most senior among us, Burkhardt-san. But actually it isn't something that complicated either. At first we will lay out a sheet of cloth with around 2 meters length per side on the ground where Elise cut the undergrowth. This cloth had a magic square for supplementing the purification, drawn on it by a high priest while receiving prayers in a church. Because it will improve the efficacy of Elise's holy purification spell, you can also call it a kind of magic tool. Given that we had to leave a slightly high offering at the time of obtaining this, I think that we should pray that it's something effective. Next, once we have confirmed Elise standing in the middle of the magic square, all the remaining members will press megaphones, provided by me, to their mouths. And then we began to shout the chosen words all at once. Y. The Margrave Brithhilda army sucks. All but Elise. If it's you guys, we will easily win by just using 10% of our power. All but Elise. Your military abilities are 0 if not even minus. Margrave Brithhilda. All but Elise. We aren't particularly doing that as a joke. Once the war dead of the defeated military forces of the army became undead, Such things as their intelligence fell naturally as well. Is it the instinct from the time of being alive? There are many who understand the insults from us to a certain degree. It seems to be that they understand things to the degree of us treating them like idiots. And, another thing, for some reason there appeared a leader among the undead group. This might be partly instinct as well, but for some reason that leader is basing many of his decisions on the standards he used during his lifetime. Naturally it was very likely that the previous Margrave Brithhilda has become the leader. Therefore, the strategy of aiming the insults at him should be quite effective. They really came. Blue eyes, after a few minutes since beginning to insult them via the megaphones, finally the figures of several zombies come in sight in the grove at the front. A scouting unit? Wendlin. It's an ugly scouting unit. Blue eyes. Different to me, who burns them with magic. It's no good if Blue Eyes doesn't hit the zombies unarmed if there's imminent danger to Elise's body. I guess it's a mental state of refusing to touch corpses as much as possible for one's mental sanity. Elise, start casting. Wendlin. Yes. Elise. Upon my signal, Elise, standing in the middle of the magic square, invokes the purification spell after starting to pray silently. Its range is around 100 meter in diameter. After throwing out insults, they will be purified once they enter the range of the purification spell. It was completely a strategy as if shooing cockroaches. How gross. Blue eyes. As expected of corpses that have died more than 15 years ago. Although the decay has been delayed after becoming undead, it's not like they stopped decaying entirely. Their bodies have been bitten by monsters. Their rotting innards and bones are exposed because of the torn off parts. Although they are zombies with a murky dark skin, you couldn't expect them to give off a good impression based on their appearance either. Furthermore, it will be impossible to recycle their worn armor, and such as those are covered all over with rust. Their swords were rusted as well. The blades were worn out from the battle with monsters when they died, and the tip had snapped off as well. The majority of it could either be given as articles of the deceased to the bereaved families, or there was nothing else but recycling them as scrap iron. Naturally they don't possess such things as decent treasures, I guess. Owen. If it's Margrave Brithhilda or his staff, it might be different. Wendlin. If they have ornamented their armors and swords with gold and jewels for the sake of appearance, it should be possible to turn that into money. Given that those are articles of the deceased, they should be received with high-priced gratitude. I wonder if there are things that can be sold such as personal property. Owen. More than 15 years have already passed since they became zombies. As the food they possessed at that time should have spoiled, even if it's emergency rations. They are moving by nothing but instinct, as their intelligence, before becoming zombies, has vanished. Because they aren't mates either, they should have ended up greedily devouring even the collected monster materials. Even if undead chew on something in accordance to their instinct of the time they were alive, it doesn't mean that this will become nourishment for them either. However, the things that they masticated will drop to the ground from their anus passing through the stomach and such. To put it simply, they are incontinent. Naturally stuff like the monster materials have been reduced to worthlessness at the time of being crunched. I guess, such things like medicinal plants don't have to be mentioned. Among the zombies gradually gathering, some individuals are coming towards us while discharging something from their butts. There are also some individuals among them who have something leaking from their abdomens since those had been cut open. It's not something pleasant to see. There were more undead that wanted to spit out something from within their stomachs than at the time of purifying the flawed properties in the capital. It was a far worse sight than in the games, where you shoot zombies with guns, played at game centers in my previous life. Furthermore, from their view even living humans are nothing more than fodder. Since they will try to devour you once you enter their sight, you could even say that their extermination is indispensable. But they are weak. Owen. Although you set up his sword stance, the zombies are completely eliminated once they breach the holy space deployed by Elise one after the other. Nothing but rusted and slightly dirtied equipment items were left. Their zombies here are weak, but their number is a threat. Don't lose focus. Burkhart. Everyone once again focuses their minds due to the advice from Burkhart-san, who is a former veteran adventurer. However, the zombies end up vanishing as if dissolving once they continue after breaching the holy space deployed by Elise. As a normal holy purification spell user won't reach such effect, it means that Elise is this superior. Boy. Burkhart. I know. Wendlin. Once I take out the reserve magic bag, I store stuff like the zombies' owned bags and their equipped items successively into it, as well as rusted and corroded defense armaments like shields and armors, and likewise rusted and broken weapons like swords and spears. The bags, the zombies owned, have slightly dirtied things like copper coins and silver coins. We decided to return these goods to the bereaved families after gathering and judging to whom these items belong. If it's no good, we will recycle the metallic items by melting them down after receiving a purification at the church. Burkhart: these things have quite the dangerous ecology as well. Wendlin: since they people of this world shouldn't be able to understand even if I explained ecology to them, I have decided to keep this within my mind. Just don't come squirming. We could be regarded like having no tension in some respects, but it might be inevitable as we collected articles of the deceased for around an hour without even fighting at all. In addition, even as the zombies see their companions crumble away by touching the purification magic barrier by Elise in front of their eyes, they don't withdraw themselves. If a strong leader has ordered them to attack, they will move only by the instinct of getting close to their fodder called humans, that is in front of their eyes. Burkhart-san, around how much have we gathered? Wendlin: around 800 people's worth. Burkhart: if I remember correctly, the number of soldiers, who became corpses in this demon forest, should be around 2,000. Therefore, around half has passed on. However, I wonder whether he won't come out soon? Burkhart: in that case, I will enlarge the range and have them pass on in one go. Wendlin: I think the one Burkhart-san wanted to come out soon was the previous Margrave Brithhilda, who we thought to be commanding the zombie pack. But he is strongly influenced by the human relations of his lifetime even after he became a zombie. At the time I heard this, I ended up feeling the sinfulness of the animal called human. Pray, eat. Brithhilda 8-H. Even as originally great noble Sama, he has become this miserable. Burkhart: as the zombie extermination is going on for further 10 minutes, a middle-aged, seemingly male zombie, who was wearing a rusted armor that could originally be considered an extravagant armor with jewels attached to it, appeared. After looking at the equipment he is wearing, it is clear without a doubt that this is the former Margrave Brithhilda. It was an extremely rare case, but although he is a zombie, he is able to speak words. Should I even say as expected of an originally important noble? Even if he is only repeating pray, eat, following his instincts. Burkhart-sama: that's a considerably rude remark. If it's the predecessor, I didn't see his face firsthand in the past. My loyalty belongs to the current lord. Is it different for Inaju-chan? Burkhart: he gave me such things as candies during my childhood. He was a kind person, at least that's what my Nissan said. If you consider the time of the expedition, Inanlu eyes shouldn't have been acquainted with the predecessor as it should have been before they were born or while they were babies. Therefore her follow-up was something questionable. Kindness is different from his ability as noble. Burkhart: if you say that, he is trouble though. I extend the range of my detection spell in a hurry as Burkhart-san and Ina bluntly continuing the conversation. Thereupon I sensed the reactions of what seems to be around 1,000 zombies remaining within a radius of 200 meters. There is no oversight. Well, then let's get it done in one go. Wendlin: saying this, I put my hands on Elise's shoulders and use range expansion magic continuously. The holy purification spell, that had its radius stretched to 500 meters in diameter for caution's sake, mercilessly dissolves the zombies as they are passing on. Even the most important zombie, the former Margrave Brithhilda, crumbles away completely since his base is that of a zombie after all. The left-behind equipment items with jewels attached were the only proof of his existence. Right, it's fine to stop the spell as well. Burkhart: and, a few minutes later, Burkhart-san also verifies that there are no reactions of monsters in the vicinity with detection magic. With this the zombie extermination finally came to an end. But, that didn't mean that we could do something like relaxing at this place. Hurry up searching for articles of the deceased in the surroundings. Burkhart: we resume the retrieval and search of articles of the deceased in the area in a hurry. Given that there were 2,000 zombies until now, other monsters didn't exist in this area at all. Since they ended up vanishing all at once, it was possible that this empty area would be intruded upon by monsters in great number. Don't speak a single word. We will withdraw after collecting the majority. Burkhart: after that, for around 30 minutes, we have collected the articles of the deceased, being the equipment items from the zombies that were eliminated by the holy magic, from the field encampment site, that became their final resting place. Even so, I was confronted with a single question here. There aren't any folks appearing to be former members of the Bourmister household's feudal army. Owen. Now that you mention it, that's true. Wendlin. As Iryu has pointed out, we confirmed that there were zombie folks that originally were magicians, a group that appears to be the staff who wore high-priced equipment and the soldiers who were uniformly dressed in the equipment of the Brithhilda household's feudal army. T/N, to put it short. Scholars with high decorum who protected honor and principles without indulging in opulent luxury and power. Unless it's a name, though I don't think that. No one has gathered things that don't match the leeway in economic strength of the Margrave Brithhilda household. The Bourmister household's feudal army consisted of farmers, who were soldiers wearing shabby, non-uniform armor parts. It was to the extent that even their leaders, the previous junior commander and his sons, were wearing more or less objectionable armor. They didn't have the assets to even employ an elementary-leveled magician. Although it sounds bad, it was a group where it wasn't clear whether you could barely call them military forces. Why don't they show up? Wendlin. I investigate the surroundings with detection magic once again, but there are no reactions from monsters, including zombies, within 500 meters. The annihilation of the former Brithhilda feudal army immediately followed here. Therefore there were still other groups lying in wait at the sides. Regular monsters have a tendency of avoiding undead. I guess even monsters want to be spared from joining their group of undead after being killed. Did they separate from the Brithhilda household's feudal army? Wendlin. That's not possible. Burkhart-san has gathered a lot of experience as adventurer. Therefore he has probably actually experienced such situation. He denied my comment. Zombies are influenced by their instincts from the time they were alive. Burkhart. From the standpoint of being a patron, the Bourmister household's feudal army's junior commander became a commander-in-chief, departing with the Brithhilda family head directly to the front alongside the Brithhilda household's feudal army. Therefore he was probably worked hard being treated as retainer by Margrave Brithhilda. No matter how much you call them small military forces, the Bourmister household's feudal army was in a chain of command of a different army. Being forced to be the commander-in-chief by father, who was the family's head, they fought against monsters after a long march. The junior commander, being my granduncle, had probably accumulated various grudges. It's possible that they separated from that group due to those unpleasant feelings. There are such situations. Originally that's how humans are. And the other possibilities? Although I became well acquainted with evil spirits due to the exorcism experiences in the capital, I'm unfortunately not well informed about zombies. Once again I seek out Burkhart-san's knowledge. It's possible that their plans have grown, albeit being such small group. Burkhart. Since zombies basically don't have any reasoning, they might also have split away from the group as time passed. There are many cases where zombies combine their numbers by absorbing other zombies with cannibalism. It almost never happens that there are two groups remaining for an extended period of time. Evil spirits have a nimble footwork since they don't have a body. On the other hand, there are few cases where zombies leave the spot they died at. Burkhart. However, they aren't here. Wendlin. Even if I say that they don't leave, they move around in a sphere of several kilometers. They might be outside their detection spell range. Burkhart. When I try to expand the detection magic as a test, I located a great number of monster reactions at parts of the outer edge. There are around several thousand reactions, but they won't come attacking all at once. Because they are returning while being careful, as it was a domain ruled by undead, who are the minority here, it doesn't seem to be dangerous to stay here as long as it isn't for too long. Even so, if it's the other side, they aren't foolish either. They are cautious of us, who purified close to 2,000 undead, with such small number. Burkhart. But, to the bitter end, that's only if those monsters are normal monsters. What if those thousands of reactions were undead? Such question is surging forth within me. Isn't it also possible that the undead of the Bourmister household's territorial army are included within those reactions? Wendlin. Although we can't exclude that possibility, the numbers don't match. Burkhart. The number of monsters at the outer edge reaches up to several thousands, whereas the Bourmister household's territorial army numbered below 100 soldiers. Certainly the numbers don't match, but somehow it doesn't make sense. Did their numbers increase then? Wendlin. The numbers increased? Does something like that really happen? Burkhardt-san? Owen. It's not something that can't happen either. Burkhardt-san immediately answered Iru's doubt. If the boss of a small group is excellent, there seem to be cases where the undead will increase their companions. In that case, it is usually undead that were defeated by monsters at their time of death, and monsters that fell prey to the undead afterwards. It's a disturbing way of increasing their numbers. Definitely, it is a way of increasing their numbers that is similar to a horror movie. However, the strength of the boss is an absolute necessity. Burkhardt. Apparently those are largely influenced by their abilities they had while being alive. In short, if you talk about soldiers, it means that they possess abilities on the level of a general since they led thousands of soldiers as battalion commander. At the same time they had to be talented as adventurers because their opponents would be monsters. In other words, I hear that their strength would become the criterion. As junior commander of the Bourmester household. Wendlin. I feel like I'm rude by denying Granduncle's abilities. But since it's that Bourmester household, I don't believe he was able to obtain such ability. Even judging it by the population, they had troubles to even gather a feudal army of 100 soldiers. I didn't think that Granduncle had the opportunity to lead an army of thousands of soldiers. But he might have been gifted. Blue eyes. That means? Wendlin. Because it's that territory, he might have been restricted as junior commander as he was partly a farmer as well. But in case of the Margrave Brithhilda household, he maybe became part of the upper staff due to his talent he possessed. Blue eyes. Even if he had talent, he didn't have the chance nor the environment to make use of it. Iru stated his own opinion that there might be such people as well since it is this kind of society. I see. However, what about it? You see, Ina-chan, the group at the edge of Vol's detection spell range are undead led by Vol's granduncle. They are watching vigilantly for an opportunity to prey upon us. Blue eyes. Hey, isn't that dangerous then? It might be very dangerous. Blue eyes. The tension of everyone, listening to Inaz and Blue Eyes' exchange, is spurred on. And everyone, get ready for combat. Burkhardt. At the same time of Burkhardt-san's yell, all reactions at the edge, with us in the center, have started to move simultaneously. It was the start of an attack aiming to kill us. The hell, just how many are there? Owen. Like I'd know. Wendlin. And then, once again, after several hours, we confronted the approaching zombies one by one within Elise's deployed purification spell. After all, the majority were monsters that transformed into undead. Occasionally there also were human zombies owning things like rusted spears and tattered armors blended in among those. Judging by their state and appearance, they are the lot of the former Bourmester household's territorial army without a doubt. If Elise wasn't here, it would have become largely close fight. Wendlin. Without even being able to enter the deployed spell with a single step, the direct combat is thanks to Elise, who doesn't speak a single word to concentrate. Zero. Just like at the time with the former Brithhilda feudal army. Even now, we only fight undead such as wyverns, who don't vanish even if they are bathed in the light of purification. With Iru, Inanlu eyes attacking directly, Burkhardt-san and me shoot highly focused fire arrows at the heads of the undead wyverns. The undead wyverns, who ceased their movements, are cleansed by the purification spell and only leave behind bones and magic cores. The other monsters leave only magic cores, but as expected, they are small in comparison to a dragon type, I guess. The bones they left will become raw materials. Although they were black, tainted bones at the time of being a part of the undead, they become pure white ones purified. It was a truly mysterious scene if you looked at it. TSK. It's an undead flying dragon. Wendlin. Come to think of it, Alf was there. Burkhardt. It might have been due to the leadership of Granduncle. But, something like wyverns and flying dragons shouldn't be possible like with undead of normal people and monsters. If that's the case, why is there a fixed number of them mixed in? The answer is this undead monster army numbering several thousands. Those were the monsters that were killed until Master died. Vol's master was a monster. Owen. He killed monsters one after the other, even in their thousands, until his strength gave out. If I was told to do that, it's not like I couldn't do it. But it would be troublesome as I wouldn't have any other choice but to make the vicinity, including the forest, disappear with magic. But Master at those days was below the former Margrave Brithhilda and there were 2,000 people he had to protect as well. Even if I were told to do the same under similar conditions, it should be fairly difficult. At least for the current me such skillful action was impossible. Ascertaining the gaps in time, He instantly crushed small groups and individuals in turns, who would become a threat for himself or his protection target. That's why Armstrong approved of Alf Burkhart. Even if it was possible for me to win in mana capacity, he was a magician of the super technician school that didn't allow himself to be negligent at all. This was apparently my master. However, thanks to that master-san, we are in a dire situation. While Lu Eyes complains, as Burkhart-san's focused fire arrows dulls the movements of the undead flying dragon's head, she delivers a single punch filled with mana, shattering the head into small pieces. The undead flying dragon, having lost its head, immediately stopped moving. No, this is a test. Master is assessing us. Wendlin Vil has entered the faithful apprentice mode. Lu Eyes. If you compare this situation with the Golem army from the other day, what would be the result? Currently the situation at home is worse than the purification request. No? Wendlin There was that too. Lu Eyes. Reconsidering the last time, the number of magic gems used for mana supply was higher as well. We successfully annihilated the second group of the undead army corps within a few hours. No, lastly there was an individual remaining, a middle-aged man, who wore a rusted, old plate mail and who set up a likewise rough as turned long sword, stood in front of us. If he was a normal zombie, it would be impossible for him to do something like breaking through Elise's purification barrier. In other words, he was a higher-ranking species, I guess. His resentment is considerably deep. Burkhart. That might be so. Wendlin. Without doubt it's the former junior commander. Burkhart. Yay. Wendlin. Burkhart-san and me have confirmed that Undead being the former junior commander of the Bormaster household, albeit being his ruler's orders, he turned himself, all of his sons and the majority of Fief's inhabitants into victims on that reckless expedition. There were a lot of women, except the granddaughter of this former junior commander, who invited husbands into the branch family. They are the daughters of the family serving as subordinate warriors under the branch family. All of them had parted with their father, brothers or relatives. They invited husbands from outside for the sake of keeping the household going. They endured the same painful work as men. Despite being families of subordinate warriors, they are usually no more than normal farmers since it is a rural territory. With things like the increased reclamation, they were probably burdened with great hardships. And in addition, the girls were also anti-main family. And the former junior commander in front of us might be able to understand this. While he set up his sword, he didn't come to attack us. Did he even become a lich in such short time? Burkhart. It's unthinkable for zombies to be rational up to this point. The extent of the previous Margrave Brithhilda was fine. And even that wasn't ordinary. Everyone died. Junior Commander. It was more than 15 years ago. Now they have only been purified. Wendlin. Grandchild. Junior Commander. She is doing fine and dominates her husband. Wendlin. Given that it is dangerous once they become liches, I would have immediately cleansed him with something like holy light magic, if it was the usual me. However, this former junior commander, being my granduncle, had awfully sad eyes. And he was looking directly at me. Due to those sad eyes, I couldn't tell him, don't incite that group then. Does he understand us? I don't know. There are cases where they don't move their bodies because they understand the difference in strength by instinct. Burkhart. Since he was appeared in front of us by instinct, he was apparently ended up stopping to move, just like an animal, due to the far too strong enemy. It's impossible for zombies or ghouls. It seems to be a phenomenon only seen at the level of liches. Going by what Burkhart-san said, he doesn't want to show a single gap to Granduncle's lich because he had incited the previous several thousands undead. He didn't lower his readiness to attack even as the undead army withered away to the last lich. Great-grandchild. Junior Commander. Alongside an heir, a younger sister was born. They were healthy. They are similar to you. Wendlin. I see, the same blood. Junior Commander. He seems to comprehend after all. Moreover, he appears to realize that I'm someone related to him. Leave it to you. Junior Commander. Once he said this at the end, the former junior commander's lich lowered the sword to the ground and stopped moving. Since he won't attack, it looks like he is telling us to purify him. His wrath must have been dreadful to become a lich in such short time. But I wonder if he is satisfied by hearing the story of his family from his relative. That might be so. It might also be because he judged that he can't win against the boy. Burkhart. Well then, holy light. Wendlin. Due to my holy light magic, The former junior commander has been completely purified and has only left behind his equipment. I must return those to the side of Marlene's sister-in-law's group, Wendlin. At the same time, there is also the matter of the Branch family. If we fought with Granduncle, who even became a lich, it should have required quite the effort, though it isn't like we would have lost. However, Granduncle didn't want to fight with us. While bearing the impulse to cause a massacre due to the seething grudge, he had listened to the situation of his remaining family. Once he knew they were safe, he even told me, "Leave it to you." I didn't ever think that a lich could restrain its impulse for slaughter that far. Even Burkhardt-san, who prepared a powerful flame spell for the sake of attacking Granduncle, seems to be surprised due to experiencing this for the first time. Leave it to you? Wendlin, that request probably means that he leaves his family to me. Or rather, it's unlikely to have any other meaning. We have finished the work. Now we return to the Bourmester territory. Owen. We collected all of Granduncle's equipment and decided to return to the Bourmester territory as quickly as possible. Intruding on the demon forest since morning, our bellies are empty, as well as we fought 2 undead armies without even having a meal. Watching the color of the sky through the gaps in the trees, it indicated that the time was already close before evening. That's right. Let's leave the forest quickly and go back. Wendlin. Given that the thousands of undead, who occupied this area, vanished, it would be a matter of time until regular monsters advanced to fill up this vacant spot. No, there is a place we should stop by before that. Burkhardt. Place to stop by? Erikani-san. Wendlin. There are too many things we don't understand about the problems in the Bourmester territory. It's also possible that Erikani-san's group might know something about it. Burkhardt-san's opinion was that it wouldn't be too late to return after confirming that. Isn't it hopeless in Erikani-san's case? Isn't the possibility of Paul Nissan and Helmut Nissan knowing something higher if you consider their ages? Wendlin. Who agreed with Burkhardt-san's suggestion, called everyone together and transferred in one go to the Brandt's mansion in the royal capital. Such thing happened? Eric. Kurtaniki. Paul. Having finished the request in the demon forest, we moved straight away to the Brandt's mansion in the capital. Rudiger-san and the mansion's servants were surprised by us suddenly materializing in the garden. Right away, sensing that it was a serious situation, he guided us into the mansion and served a meal until Eric Nissen returned from his work. And it seems he also sent servants to Paul Nissan's and Helmut Nissan's location. Around 2 hours after that, my 3 elder brothers listened to me about the incidents in the territory, showing grave facial expressions. Eric Nissan. Wendlin. I expected this to happen to a certain extent, but, however, with Klaus at that point. Eric. According to Eric Nissan's words, Kurt's words and deeds were in range of his assumption to some degree. Although Kurt's degree of stupidity went up higher than he expected, he apparently thought that they would somehow manage if father restrained him. To the last, it was a situation with condition attached for a while. By the way, is Klaus' story true? Wendlin. About the case with Klaus' son and Layla's fiancé. It's true, ain't it, Paul Nissan? Eric. I heard about it afterwards because even I was 4 years old at that time. Paul. It seems it isn't possible to hinder people to gossip. Due to father imposing a gag order, it ended up spreading even more within the territory. Given that it is a territory that hasn't any decent amusement, they might enjoy inferring the truth. However, even though it is the truth that both died by falling from the cliff at the same time, there isn't any evidence proving father's involvement in that. Going by the rumors, he is 100% guilty, with the exception of the main village. Eric. Since the victims were the sons of Klaus, who is the village headman of the main village, there isn't much sympathy, but the population registered that the feudal lord is able to do anything if it's for the sake of strengthening the order within the territory. Because they didn't want to experience it again, they aren't openly talking about it much. That's what many of the fief's inhabitants are believing. You might know as well, rock tripe can be harvested at that cliff. Paul. As Paul Nissan said, it's definitely possible to gather the mushroom called rock tripe at that cliff, because it makes a fine soup stock if put it into that thin, salty soup. Everyone should be competing over gathering it. It's valuable because it doesn't grow easily. Given that it grows at the slopes of cliffs, it was dangerous to collect it. Yes, I'm aware. But Wendlin, father and the 2 of them definitely went hunting. That meant that they didn't aim for rock tripes. Even so, On that day several fit villagers of the main village went to that rock wall for picking rock types according to father. It might have happened because of that lot, according to what Klaus said. If you talk about the circumstances, it is possible for father to have ordered those villagers, but they are also Klaus supporters, right? Eric. And there was another rumor. Helmut Nissan heard another detestable rumor. Many men had an interest in Layla as she was a beauty. It looks like there also were a lot of villagers who wanted her to be their wife. Helmut, in other words, the lot gathering rock tribes tried to only kill Layla's fiancé. It's something like having killed Klaus' son by some mistake as well. If that's how it was, father would probably be unrelated. Wendlin. There's still high possibility. Paul. However, the truth is unknown. That won't even change unless father leaks it out under torture. Helmut. I believe torture is an extreme measure, but it was also true that there would be no other choice to hear the truth from father as there isn't any proof. Listening to the points, there isn't any guarantee that father would tell the truth either. I knew it. Wendlin. In the end it's only a rough outline. Even Klaus probably doesn't know. Eric. The truth is unknown, but he lost his beloved son and the fiancé of his daughter in a strange incident. For him the grudge against father probably kept his mind in balance with father's bad habit and Layla's case. Wendlin. In addition, other than the main village's lot, everyone believes him to be guilty. However, there were other possibilities as well. Eric. Nissan states his thoughts after remarking upon my thoughts. The village headman of the main village, Klaus, lost his son, who would have succeeded him, and his daughter's fiancé. Eric. Since that's the case, it will be Layla San's new husband who will succeed the post of village headman of the main village after Klaus. There was the rumor that the village headman of the remaining two villages tried to push their sons below their second sons upon Klaus. Eric. If this was achieved, it would be possible to drive a wedge into the order of the predominance of the main village within the territory. Also, the irony was that the husband candidates of the other villages were part of the group that went gathering rock tribes. I think that they were a no-go for Layla San. Eric. Something like marrying ruffians, that were suspicious of having killed her own fiancé, should definitely be detestable for anyone. Having said that, if she were to marry a husband from the other villages, the folks from the main village would naturally be dissatisfied. I wonder if that's why they decided to have father marry her like that. Eric. If the feudal lord's illegitimate child succeeded, the other village headman shouldn't be able to complain about it either. However, if father went ahead bluntly, their discontent would rise. Therefore he decided to talk about the story with Klaus and gave him a monopoly on taxation duty as reward. For father it will bring a profit if his children are involved in the taxation duty in the future. Although it was inevitable due to the circumstances, Klaus shouldn't have been pleased within his mind because father's proposal included to not openly mourn for his sons. If they put off the talks too much, it couldn't be helped if the guys other than the lot from the main village became annoying. I wonder if you can agree if the situation is like that. Eric. But, even that is a deduction. In the end, only father and Klaus know the truth, right? Wendlin. Having said that, it would only cause an uproar if we started an investigation like detectives. As for Klaus, if we tried something troublesome like stirring up the territory, he would definitely say something disagreeable once again. Given that this isn't a 2 o'clock snack time mystery drama either, the chance of us arriving at the truth after investigating is low. If we begin an investigation, it might become something like, Case File of the Adventurer Baron, the Bormister Territory's murder case. Why did the village headman's sons die? Find out about the feudal lord's conspiracy and the beautiful woman's tears. And there is further's bad habit. But, Wendlin, I have no way of knowing something like that due to my lifestyle during my time at home. However, it was possible that my elder brothers know something. Are there any siblings besides us? I can't say that it is absolutely not so. Paul. Mother, being the legal wife, had 6 children, men only. Layla, being the mistress, had 2 boys and 2 girls. Even if you consider the birth rate of this world to be far higher than in Heisei, Japan, the 8th of January 1989, now, it's more than the average. Certainly, there was the problem of a household dying out if there were no children. But it is also a problem to have too many children for insignificant nobles like our family's home. If the dispute over inheritance and assets becomes too brutal, this can also lead to rumors of a scandal. Looking at the Ruckner siblings, You should be able to understand it well. Though the number of siblings doesn't seem to play much of a role in that household. There are such circumstances as well. It was an essential condition of an excellent noble to control such situations as well. Even Vol and head of financial auditing Ruckner got into a dispute. Did he not acknowledge Rodruk-san since he will become the main cause of disagreement over the succession? Eric, by no means it is praise, but it is still better to do it heartlessly rather than fighting over the succession. This is also ennoble, Eric Nissan says. Normally, they will shelter their mistresses. There are also rental houses from noble purveyors. Eric, there are even contraceptives though their price is high. There is also the method of aborting the child if it's still in an early stage. But only the big provincial nobles and the nobles in urban areas are able to do that. Tiny provincial nobles don't ponder over such things like family planning too much. Right? Wendlin. It's a country life with nothing but the fief's inhabitants buttering up to you and with the only amusement being no more than hunting. There are many people who elope with beautiful women from within the territory, too. Therefore, it's not like they can absolutely exclude the possibility. My elder brothers say. By no means would father bring someone like a woman into the main mansion, either. I'm sure he likely won't make the blunder to risk my elder brothers seeing her firsthand. Also, don't you think that we are a conga of many households that immigrated from outside? Paul. According to Paul Nissan's story, it seems to be different from areas like the Northern District and the capital's outskirts, but the inhabitants of rural farm village close to their southern part have a carefree nature. They give the impression of resembling the farm villages in the Edo period. 1603 to 1868. The folks, except those of the main village, came from rural districts close to western and southern parts. Paul. It appears to be a taboo to make a move on girls before their marriage, but once they have born an heir in the marriage, it seems to be customary for men as well as women to be fairly liberal and have affairs. Because there's an heir, even if they gave birth to the children of an adulterous lover, they have a free opinion of whatever. Since there are also many former inhabitants of other areas in the Bormaster territory, it's a custom that has mostly died out. It might have been barely remaining during Herman Aniki and my childhood. Paul. Right at that time the church gradually came about. Once it reached the point that priests received a new appointment, albeit they had once retired due to old age, from the capital. Such customs quieted down. It's because the church hates adultery. Paul. There is the dogma to protect and honor your official wife if you do such something like that. It's a difference to the Christianity of earth. In the early migration days, this often caused troubles between the natural inhabitants and the inhabitants, who didn't have such custom. I guess they didn't approve of something like a secret lover, who has wife and children, to call out to their own wife. Didn't Klaus have troubles with the mediation in his early days? Wendlin. And father? Eric. A youthful indiscretion? Or during the time mother was pregnant? Paul. For the village headman, Klaus, it was indispensable to be concerned with those people, be it in the main village or the other villages, that didn't have such custom. Father might have considered certain people who had such a custom. It was especially a taboo to refuse, if you were called by the woman. Paul. That's nice, such custom. Louise-san. Elise. I pretend to not mind the single dangerous woman here. If you aren't able to refuse even if called by an old woman, wouldn't that be torture? I end up thinking I have decided to exclude people with such unique hobby. At least I absolutely didn't have such hobby. Father didn't refuse being invited by such women. The gist was him accepting their appeal to their feudal lord. In fact he didn't resist their seductions, I guess. Paul. Also, it might cause trouble, if his female partner got pregnant afterwards. As for the custom, that child is a child of the woman's family. In other words, it became the child of the legal husband. But, if it resulted in children of the feudal lord, there might have been women insisting on their rights by ignoring the custom. And here was the problem. There was no 100% guarantee that the child was from the affair with father. Paul. It was simply possible that it was a child from the legal husband as well. Even for the husband's side, if he was able to think well of the child and welcome it heartily as father of the child, he might insist on the rights of the child together with his wife, and the settlement of those affairs. Paul. I guess it was Klaus' job and he hated it because he thought that custom disturbed the order within the territory. In the end, those born children ended up with being sent to other territories because they were quite capable of becoming the cause of a succession dispute. It was for the population as well as for the productivity. As for Klaus, he probably only thought, don't fool around. However, that's a deduction as well, right? Wendlin. It's not like we investigated the truth here anyway. Personally, I end up favoring, he sympathized with Klaus, who lost his son and his daughter's fiancé, but regarding further I couldn't say anything but, act in a way that you aren't suspected. Vil has already no other choice but trying to go there. Vil has somehow become a big shot for the women of that territory. Such things as grudges against father, as Klaus says, and whether father's bad habit is a truth, I think those are already trivial problems by now. Though the people themselves are at fault. Eric. If it's until now, the Bourmester territory somehow maintained its status quo, but with me once again setting my foot onto that territory, it's losing all its restraints, as Eric Nyisan says. The fief's inhabitants aren't fools. They have been long time ago understood that Vil is the family head of a branch family. But, if Vil became the feudal lord, the days of impatiently waiting for the rarely coming merchant group would end as well. Advancing the reclamation of the savage lands, it might also trigger trade with other regions. It's for that reason, even if there's the possibility of chaos spreading and even if it caused deaths to happen. Therefore, Eric. Therefore, Wendlin. There is no other choice but for Vil to bring it to an end. Even this you can consider to be the fate of those born with blue blood. Eric. Yes. Wendlin. If it had become like this, I had to do something about it, is what Eric Nissan ends up telling me. Though, since it's not like something has already happened, there is no other way but to try returning to the Bourmester territory for now anyway. However, if I return, there's also the possibility that something will happen. Today it's fine to stay here. Also, Paul Nissan. Eric. As expected, something might have happened. Like Eric told me to, I handed in a legal holiday, but far from having a single complaint, my boss told me, do your best. Paul. That boss probably received a personal notification from Minister of Military and Naval Affairs Edgar. Incidentally, he was about to push several skilled subordinates and guard colleagues on him. If it's only me, it's not only about the mind. Considering Vil's current position, we will be meat shields including me as well. If Vil were to die in the worst case, it would cause great troubles for everyone. Owen. If I consider the fighting strength of our party, there shouldn't be any chance for such blunder. But I guess it's also necessary to have guards to not be taken by surprise. Or rather, although he shouldn't know about the situation of the prattling idiot, Kurt, in our territory, we even troubled Minister Edgar. I'm not a simple military fool, I guess that's what it's about. The capital's guards will function well even if I'm not here. We have even the leeway to send out at least a few helpers as additions. For that reason, we will take some along with us tomorrow morning. Paul. Understood. Wendlin. Apparently the plans are for Paul Nissan to be accompanied by 5 helpers. Rather than those with commanding ability, the chosen members excel at martial arts. There appears to be a person that doesn't belong to the guards. I was told to take him along by our boss, but apparently it was on recommendation of Minister Edgar. He seems to be a battle axe master. Paul. It's probably necessary to make 2 stealthy round trips to the exclusive forest in the back of the main mansion for these numbers. Well then, we will meet in the garden of the Brandt's mansion tomorrow early morning. Wendlin. Understood. I will tell the helpers. Paul. If possible, it would be nice if nothing happened. Wendlin. Even the dumb me knows that hope is vain. Paul. After finishing to briefly arrange the meeting place, we have gone to bed earlier than usual in preparation for tomorrow. And, in the morning of the next day. Good morning, Vil. Let me introduce the guards. Paul. Right on time. Paul Nissan brings along the 5 guards. By Minister Edgar's decree their job is to protect me, even if they have to become shields in the worst case. Though it is a slightly exaggerated motivation. Wendlin. It isn't exaggerated. If Vil dies, Cardinal Hohenheim, Finance Minister Ruckner and Minister Edgar will faint. Even if nothing happens, those are the absolute terms for guards. Eric. In Eric Nissan's mind, who heard about the circumstances, he is already recognizing the Bourmester territory in a semi-rebellion-like state. It's impossible for only our party members to go to such place. Since it's like that, I look forward to work with you. Wendlin. Introduce yourselves. Paul. The party touring the Bourmester territory expanded up to 12 members in total. The mutual self-introduction has begun. I'm Sieghard von Victor Runmer. I'm the 3rd son of the Knight Runmer household. Sieghard. First off, His age is around 19 years, I guess. With around the same height as me, the blonde-haired, blue-eyed Ikeman boy introduces himself. He advanced to the second match of the final round of the martial arts tournament. He has experience and is an expert in swordsmanship. He is my junior. He has the same military rank as me, platoon leader, and is in charge of dozens of subordinates. Paul. The second match of the final round in the martial arts tournament. We live in different worlds, with me who lost at the first match of the preliminary round. Wendlin. From my point of view, Baron Bormister who can use magic is a lot more enviable, sir. Sieghard. Next, with a height of around 170 centimeters, characteristically flat, black hair and a chubby figure, it was a man around half through his 20s. Ottmar von Blibdre. I'm the fourth son of the associate Baron Blibdre household. Ottmar. He is a user of a gigantic wooden hammer, which is unusual for nobles, and it seems that he uses a sword to some degree as well. He was a person working as platoon commander in the same garrison as Paul Nissan after all. Paul Nissan. Wendlin. Don't say it. There are many geese with such circumstances including me as well. By the way, he also joined at the same time as me. Paul. If the sons below a noble's second son go broke, they will get involved with the army first. This was the same no matter which world. I'm a friend who joined at the same time and a person you should keep around. Paul being that dragon-slaying hero's elder brother, I wondered whether it was someone else having the same name. Ottmar. Shut up. Paul. Well, don't be so hard-hearted. It's biggest chance in my life as the fourth son of a poor associate baron household. Even if I were to be killed in the line of duty here, I shall protect Baron Bormister Dono. Ottmar. Number. Don't go dying in the line of duty or such. Wendlin. Given that it would break my heart if he were to die in front of me, I wanted him to stop talking about it. Gothard Theodore H. Phillips. Gothard. The third person has a height of around 180 centimeters. His white, close to silver, hair is extending down to his hips. He was a man in his 20s with the curt, thin tone being his feature. He is holding the 8th rank with his father being the third son of Viscount Phillips. He will be treated as noble until his father dies, but he apparently wants to separate from his social status as noble no matter how hard he has to try since it's hard to be ascended peerage. Or rather, regardless of his father's death, he will be a commoner. Even so, it's better to put his all into his job as guard, he explains bluntly. After all, he talked about his forte being the handling of knives and the thrusting with thin swords. Rudy Urban Rister. Rudy. I wonder if he is halfway through his 30s. He had dark brown hair. He appears to be a normal old man you can meet anywhere. With his family's home being a small grocery store, he joined the guards since he couldn't succeed the store's second son. He has a surname though he is a commoner. That seems to be because his ancestors were descendants of nobles. Even if a bit, I wonder if he will be useful for business? I'm thinking as he is introducing himself. It is really unknown if he will be useful at all. Since my enlistment, I have been earnestly serving as subordinate soldier for 20 years. Please don't expect too much of my physical strength. Rudy. Then, what? Wendlin. It's because Paul Sama is going on a provincial inspection trip in the Bormister territory and for form's sake a subordinate soldier is probably necessary for that as well. That's the reason. Rudy. Although treating it as legal holiday from being a guard, it was apparently become necessary to give Paul Nissan a pretext to enter the Bormister territory. It's not so bad if he returned home by himself in private, but he is leading them as guards. They are using the system of a provincial inspection trip here. But wasn't the system partly a mere shell? Owen. I'm surprised that Ilya knows about it. Blue Eyes. Blue Eyes, you are rude for no special reason. Owen. The provincial inspection trip is for the sake of the kingdom's administration to confirm whether the noble, to whom the territory was entrusted, properly maintains the public order within his domain. It was a system to send people regularly. It was a system that was effective to some degree during the time of war, but nowadays it has totally become a mere shell. Even the nobles didn't like it if an outsider is visiting to say this and that about the public order. The inspectors also performed it as information gathering for the time of worst case when the noble revolted. The costs of the stay for the provincial inspection trip was charged to the noble to be inspected, which was also a prime factor of it being disliked. It became history as a great number opposed the system, causing it to gradually turn into a mere shell. They also came to my family's home. Owen. Nowadays it's doubtful whether they come once every 10 years, even the inspection itself finished by only formally examining a place prepared by the feudal lord. Also, they have to at least cover the costs for food and lodging. If it's an important noble like Margrave Brithhilda, there will be an inspection every year, but if it's small, provincial feudal lords, it will turn out like Witheru's family's home. Master is complaining that it's extortion and borrowing in the name of a system, but, Burkhart, the reason why this system doesn't disappear is because it has become a special part-time job for the young nobles who lack money. The reward from the kingdom isn't bad considering many have to go to distant places as well. Even while on the move and at the time of staying before the inspection, they are able to live with their daily necessities taken care of for free. This is why it's a special part-time job dedicated to poor young nobles. The inspection is only for the form's sake. They spend time and money though it isn't the same degree as in the old days. Burkhart-san saw Margrave Brithhilda grumbling, putting aside the money. It's just a waste of time. Although the inspection is only for form's sake, Margrave Brithhilda is required to spare time to guide them around. Even so, it's probably better if they come. Paul. It's better? Wendlin. It has never happened that such people came to our family's home. Paul. According to what Paul Nissan says, it appears as if such people haven't tried coming to the Bourmister territory. That's because no one wants to go to a territory that has no public order as well as no other shit. Paul. Certainly. It was a worthless territory without merit to be visited for an inspection. Even the probability of a rebellion is almost zero. Or rather, if they even had revolted so far, it was frightening that it would have probably ended with them saying, miles per hour, so what? Therefore I was ordered to do a provincial inspection tour of the Bourmister territory for the first time. Even if the real objective is to Gardeville. Paul. Although it is a mere shell, a provincial inspection tour is an important task for the noble Samas. Thus, I'm to take care of Paul Sama as subordinate soldier. Yes, Rudy. In reality that's only for form's sake. Paul Nissan is able to at least handle his own matters as he knows the treatment of those below second sons in families. Nevertheless, given that his position is different from before, he has a subordinate soldier follow him like this as well. Nay, I'm hungry. We are currently introducing ourselves. Paul. And lastly, it is the introduction of the fifth guard, but you could see that she was a different existence. She isn't affiliated to the military such as the guards. But since we heard that she was a Battleaxe master with a recommendation of Minister Edgar, we thought a very brawny man will appear. However, a little girl repeatedly telling Paul Nissan, "My stomach is empty," while pulling the sleeves of his clothes, was in front of us. Is this girl here to see one of the guards hands off or such? Wendlin. That is, the fifth guard is this girl. Paul. My stomach is empty. I'm Wilma at Lvonasgahan, Viruma Itorufonasagahan. Wilma. Note, don't know why the translators made it to Wilma instead of Vilma. She went to the degree of saying, "My stomach is empty," before she introduced herself. She seems to be hungry. In a state of demanding food from Paul Nissan, the size of her body isn't much different from Lu Ai's. You can completely see her as nothing but a little girl. She became emotionally attached, does it seem so? Anyway, she is quite the big eater. This girl. Paul. Last night Minister Edgar's retainer left this girl alongside a silver plate, money, at Paul Nissan's house. The silver plate was for the food expenses. As expected, Minister Edgar thought of it, but Paul. Given that she was a guest sent by Minister Edgar, Paul Nissan's wife prepared an extravagant dinner. However, she was stuck making additional food several times. If not for that silver plate, we would have reached the limits of our household finances this month. Paul. And, although she said she was hungry now as well, she apparently ate up a breakfast of 5 people's worth. Is that so? Wendlin. At first glance you can't see her to be a master with the Battleaxe at all, but in the hand, other than the one pulling the sleeve of Paul Nissan's clothes, she is holding a special-made Battleaxe, which even had a sharp spearhead attached to its tip, with a huge double-edged blade and a hilt, which was surpassing her in length. Something much like such heavy-looking Battleaxe is, at least for me, impossible to be lifted. You are quite good to carry such heavy Battleaxe. Wendlin. She seems to possess strength out of norm which you couldn't guess from her appearance. Wilma-san is. Wendlin. Wilma is fine. Wilma. How old are you, Wilma? Wendlin. 13 years old. My stomach is empty. Wilma. Okay. Wendlin. At any rate, she apparently was hungry. Once I gave her stuff like sweets, that were unsold at the bazaar, from my magic bag. She began to eat those while munching. Her appearance was completely like that of a young squirrel. Her hair color is pink. Since her hair has been put together into the shape of a dango, she could be called a pink dango squirrel. Different from my previous life, it's amusing because there are many people in this world who had an unusual hair color. A moderate sweetness, delicious. Wilma. I see. That's good. Wendlin. Okawari. Wilma. Yes. Wendlin. Although she appears to eat a lot, it doesn't mean that her taste has dulled. The sweets were products of a store which is famous even in the capital. But Wilma continued to eat them without holding back. Paul Nissan. Wendlin. Don't say it. Paul. To take a 13-years-old minor along to a place where a rebellion might take place. That's not pleasant. But Paul Nissan wasn't able to do anything since she was recommended by Minister Edgar. However, this girl is the best among the guards here. Paul. Is that really the case? Wendlin. It's as Paul Nissan says. This girl is an owner of troublesome strength that can even defeat Warren-san. Eric. I wondered whether the other guards, prideful of their own strength, would object towards that remark. But Sekhard-san etc. immediately acknowledged this to be a fact. This girl has the hero syndrome. Sekhard. This is the first time I encountered one. Wendlin. You might also call the hero syndrome as a kind of hereditary disease. If you look for similar symptoms in my previous life, it would be the Hercules syndrome. TN. Seems to be an illness that causes increased muscular growth for infants. To the last it was only similar though. On top of excessive muscle density in the body, the muscle fibers have a structure of efficiently coiling many times around minuscule mana beads. It's not a power to the degree of Daoshi, but it's possible to exhibit a power that overwhelms normal people for long periods of time with minimal mana. If we restrict the talks to energy consumption, it's worthwhile to be compared with someone like Daoshi. Burkhardt. As expected, Burkhardt-san knows about this. However, Wilma doesn't look like having a muscular appearance. She is a small, regular girl you can find anywhere. Her breast is bigger than Lu Ai's. Wendlin. Or rather, her breast might not be much different from Ina. Since I will be hit if I say that, I didn't utter a single word about it. Because of the problematic structure of having a muscle density influenced by mana, the hero syndrome doesn't change the appearance. Therefore, even this girl's level of mana in her grown hair has a difference in power at the elementary level. If we restrict the story to her ability in interpersonal combat, she is probably the strongest class. Burkhardt. If there was fighting in this time's matter, it would very likely be interpersonal combat. That's probably the reason for Wilma due to be here. The hero syndrome has a possibility to appear in one person out of 10 million. They are far more rare than magicians. Burkhardt. Excluding a magician opponent, they are almost the strongest in interpersonal combat. However, as compensation, they will immediately end up dying due to starvation if they don't take in excessive amounts of calories. They end up starving to death before they can make use of their talent because of their birthplace. Did you feel hungry because of that? Wendlin. Thanks for the meal. It calmed down with this. I was told by Edgar-sama to protect Baron Bormister-sama. Wilma. This means that this girl is Minister Edgar's hidden ace. The door is small for a woman to get into the army. She is still no more than a minor as well. It would be difficult to use her for regular work, but she is useful if employed to guard me. Apparently that's how it is. Say, Elise. Wendlin. Yes. The Associate Baroness Gahan household has a long-standing tradition to produce military personnel. They are an appointed noble household having a relation of being relatives to Minister Edgar as well. Elise. As it would be troublesome if I were to die at this point, they are lending me a helping hand as favor to resolve the situation at my family's home while also wanting to make inroads to the rights of the Savage Lands development. At a first glance he looks like a military man, however Minister Edgar is also a big noble after all. I have been entrusted another job by Edgar-sama. Wilma. Job? Wendlin. As it's the sticks without any amusement over there, I'm to keep you company as Baron Bormister's attendant. Wilma. Have you actually understood the meaning of that? Wendlin. Somehow. It's fine as long as you aren't bored. Wilma. She is the daughter of a noble, although she should be understanding it even if she is 13 years old. The impression she gives with the way of her appearance and how she talks is that she doesn't understand it. Or rather, I don't want you to boldly talk about such things in front of Elise's group. Even as those three are laughing because they think it was a joke, I didn't know whether they may be enraged. In fact, I heard that there isn't even any store in the Bourmester territory. Amusement is necessary. Wilma. Anyway, thanks to Kurt, I'm not bored. Wendlin. In order to settle the chaos that will very likely occur at my family's home after this, I hardened my determination at last. Certainly, it also appears to be extremely rare for Minister Edgar to send this bomb, and, for Elise's group in this situation. She is a lovely girl. She wakes my desire to take care of her. Elise is handing a water flask filled with mate tea to Wilma, but after her previous remark, it couldn't be seen as anything but trying to tame her right away. Elise is a bit scary. She has a similar height as me, but her breasts are overwhelming. Blue eyes. Eyes due to the new concubine candidate. Blue eyes, once she looked closely, was exasperated with a sense of impending danger due to the younger Wilma having a bigger breast than herself. Chapter 49, Stay at the Bourmester Territory and Kurt's Troubles. Here we go. We have arrived. Wendlin. Well, teleportation is convenient. Paul. As my family's home is affected by various troubles, we leapt as far as the capital and consulted with Eric Nissan's group. The next day we once again came back to the Bourmester territory. Which reminds me, although we should have fought twice with undead armies, that any normal adventurer would want to avoid. Yesterday in the Demon Forest, it left a weak impression thanks to my family's home. Instead, nothing but the deeply moving attitude of my granduncle's lich was left within my memory. Since he was angry to have lost his life in an unreasonable expedition, he became a lich far quicker than the other undead. However, noticing that I'm his relative, he had me tell him of his family's circumstances and vanished without showing even a hint of fighting spirit. And, it was just with the words, "Leave it to you." Having let him pass on by purification, I have decided to intervene at the turmoil of my family's home. Afterwards we went to the Brandt's mansion in the capital to consult with Eric Nissan. But in the end we didn't know whether the things that Klaus said were the truth. It could either be 100% truth or 100% lie. That's probably how it feels. Besides, I ended up being told by Eric Nissan, my influence is already too big. Something like this truth is a trivial issue. Once I spent an effort to investigate such matters, I should be able to somehow handle the troubles surrounding my family's home. Certainly, it's correct to not waste useless effort on that person in the future. Even about the aspect of resenting someone, it probably can't be helped to worry about it as well since it's already too late for Kurt. I have decided to take back the territory of my family's home in this way. Even though I say that, I will decline to do something like developing the territory by myself. I will only provide the money and go with a strategy of trusting them in the future. Saying it in words of my previous life, I will have a proficient subordinate with political ability maintain the status quo as viceroy, as it is a territory that has no borders with an enemy nation, just like in historical simulation games. Once time has passed, it will be a new miracle. The national power will increase on its own and send money and goods to the front. That was the strategy. Since there isn't any particular front where goods and money can be sent to, it will already be a success, if the territory's power increases. By the way, if I were to fail, I planned to quickly defect to the Holy Empire Urquhart. My only prayer was for the meals in the Holy Empire Urquhart to be delicious. Given that the seafood was tasty, I'm not too worried though. Having heard the story from Eric Nissan's group, we have decided to go to the Bourmester territory the next day, but we were provided with additional bodyguards. Without a doubt, as Finance Minister Ruckner and Minister of Military and Naval Affairs Edgar should have been told by Eric Nissan, they are likely the masterminds behind this. We ended up getting Paul Nissan and 5 more bodyguards. Furthermore, in order to give Paul Nissan a justification to enter the territory, he has been appointed to do a provincial inspection trip. Going as far as this, the kingdom is after all planning to promote the development of the savage lands at the southern tip of the kingdom on the basis of my funds. Indeed, the kingdom's finances will be alright even if I fail at worst, as it is someone else's money. Nobles are really detestable creatures. And, in the morning of the next day, the excellent guards seemed to mostly be young nobles. Once I asked, a single pain in the ass was mixed among them. Albeit a relative of Minister Edgar, she still was a little girl not of age. However, she is endowed with superhuman strength because of her hero syndrome constitution. The battle-axe master Wilma Etelvanusgakern. Furthermore, as she was the trump card of that Minister Edgar, I have no doubt that she also was a concubine candidate for me. It might be the start of my harem legend at this point, or rather, because it felt like even a single woman was impossible for me in my previous life. I honestly want to be spared from this part. Say, Elise. Wendlin. Yes, what is it? Elise. Given that the number increased, I leapt to the forest located behind the mansion of the Bourmester main household 3 times, but the current target of interest was the situation with the little girl called Wilma. That girl is a bit, you know, Wendlin, as it would be troublesome if she started to say, "My stomach is empty." Once again, it proved fortunate that I had handed her a large quantity of candies. Wilma is licking those while discussing something with Paul Nissan's guards. Maybe they are discussing the guard schedule. Certainly she also gives the impression of her speech and conduct being slightly childish, but I think she has a good head on her shoulders. Elise, defending me is the task of the guards. For this reason, as the 5 people have gathered and are discussing the plan, it's a normal matter for Wilma to participate in this as well. Judging by my first impression, we seem to be making a big mistake. Did you know about her? Wendlin. Only to the extent of rumors. Elise. Wilma is the 3rd daughter of the Associate Baroness Gahan household. The Associate Baroness Gahan household has a lineage of producing military personnel for generations as relatives of Minister Edgar. Because they are an appointed Associate Baron household, they are suspicious people who may use Wilma as a chess piece in a political marriage. In addition, there is also the handicap called hero syndrome. At any rate, if she doesn't eat a lot, she will end up starving to death. It can't be helped to call that a large handicap to some extent, right? Elise. Although she is powerful if made to fight or teach martial arts, it took manifold the food expenses of a normal child to raise her this far. Even if it's the Associate Baroness Gahan household, she is a valuable talent, but it was also a fact that they couldn't only spend money on her. It's also not like an appointed Associate Baron household prospers to the degree of being envied by society. If it's a man, they can gain fame by things like the martial arts tournament or by playing an active role in the army, making use of their superhuman strength. Holding those achievements, there is also the move to have them adopted into some bride's noble household that has nothing but daughters. But Wilma is a woman. Except being active as adventurer, this current country had in fact unexpectedly few places an existence like her could call home. However, that girl has been strong since her childhood. Paul Nissan. Wendlin. I heard this story from Minister Edgar's retainer. Paul. Because Wilma wasn't stupid, she apparently thought that she didn't want to bother her family too much. Once she became 10 years old, she headed to the mansion of Minister Edgar holding a certain weapon from her family's home. Displaying her own superhuman strength, she promoted herself to him. There was the troublesome point of how to deal with her since she is a woman, but it is never wrong for important nobles of Minister Edgar's level to possess many pieces that can be used. Minister Edgar judged that he can probably use her for something. He even provided her with personal training. Paul, having her grasp battle axe techniques to counterbalance her superhuman strength, he looked after her other necessities such as studying and food expenses as well. And now he found the most effective use for her. If he now offered a two-plain woman to me, there would be many complaints from people like Cardinal Hohenheim. But, if it's a woman who can even pass as party member and at the same time as guard, even Cardinal Hohenheim won't be able to raise any complaints. It's because the current fool is also an adventurer. Isn't it pointless to throw someone like the daughter of a noble for a political marriage into the fray? Paul. Certainly, that would become nothing more than a hindrance. Wendlin. We are currently going out of our way for the matter with my family's home. But since I have planned to work as adventurer going to various places in the kingdom with my party members every day, it would be a bother to introduce a sheltered young woman like that. If it's Wilma, she will fit in perfectly. Paul. It's possible for her to enter a monster domain and fight there as adventurer, and she can even be used as guard like in this time's case. This is why she is the most suitable talented person to join me. Wilma will stick to Vol. Paul. Wendlin. During my talk with Paul Nissan, the discussion of the 5 people finished. It is the duty of the 5 guards to escort me, but it has been arranged that Paul Nissan will officially do the provincial inspection trip. Although, normally there would be no choice but to take around 1.5 months for the provincial inspection trip to arrive after the notification came, they will appear together with us, and furthermore, Paul Nissan is the leader of the inspection. As expected, Even for Kurt it's unthinkable to accept this at face value. The kingdom's administration has dissatisfaction towards the governing system of this territory. In a certain sense you could even call this a proclamation of war. The old man doesn't know. But I'm a target of Kurt Aniki's resentment as well. If it's done this way, it will also lower the pressure on Paul. Anyway, the first one will be Paul Nissan. He cannot avoid greeting father and Kurt. That's because the setup is for him to visit here on a provincial inspection trip. Sieghardt's group belongs to the capital's guards. They have been appointed as group members because they are young nobles. Therefore they can't avoid giving their greetings alongside Paul Nissan. However, Wilma isn't a group member. I'm Baron Bormester Sama's personal guard. Wilma. While munching on the candies she had received from me, Wilma talked about her own role. However, it's great that she isn't a person getting diabetes. Also, I will attend to you as necessary. Wilma. That's something that requires further discussions afterwards. Wendlin. If Baron Bormester Sama says so. Wilma didn't say that she would attend to me at any cost. Doesn't she understand the meaning too well? Though it was uncertain whether she thought it wouldn't be good to push me down forcefully. Even so, she was still munching on the candies. She ate them without even licking them. Are those candies tasty? Wendlin. Given that they are from a store I previously thought that I want to eat from, they are delicious. Those are not something I can buy myself. Wilma. Because those are candies from a store of a certain noble purveyor in the capital. Wilma never had the chance to eat them up until now. Even at her family's home and at Minister Edgar's, she was indebted to. She couldn't ask for such luxury. If I think about it like this girl is a bit pitiful. This was also Minister Edgar's aim. However, I think the candy will be more delicious if you lick them. Wendlin. I will do so from the next one. Wilma. At any rate, the discussions and transfer of everyone finished. Having increased up to a total amount of 12 people, we leave the forest in the back of the mansion of the Bormester territory's main family and move towards the location of father and Kurt. No, it was Sir Bormester Artur. Around 2 years ago, at almost the same time as Helmut Nisan was adopted as groom into the capital's Bormester household, Paul Nisan has been given the rank of appointed knight as well. Therefore father wasn't thrown off in his speech as noble of the same rank towards his blood-related son as conversation partner. However, my baron household, the main family in the capital, the newly appointed knight household and this territory, the number of Bormester households was increasing completely like an amoeba. It's been a while. As a matter of fact, I have been appointed for a provincial inspection trip by the kingdom the other day. Although even more than 100 years passed since the territory has been established by the kingdom's administration, it's probably funny that there hasn't been an inspection even once. But, if you consider the time to travel for an inspection like this, it won't be that easy to perform a provincial inspection trip. Accordingly, due to the role of Baron Bormester being capable of transferring with magic, Paul Nisan, affiliated with the capital's guards, was appointed to do a provincial inspection trip to get the details on the state of affairs on site. While saying this, Paul Nisan showed the official written appointment for the provincial inspection trip issued by the kingdom's administration and 2 decrees by the kingdom's administration, addressed to father, ordering him to cooperate with the provincial inspection trip. This is off their record. But the actual circumstances of provincial inspection trips are as the rumors state, therefore it isn't necessary to be this cautious. There are rarely any crimes in our territory as well. Artur. That's something I know, too. The bare-faced conversation between Paul Nisan and father continues. Father understood the reason we came here, including Paul Nisan himself, and the Baron Dono next to you. Kurt. That's impolite, Kurt Dono. It was Kurt, who showed a far too bitter face after seeing the face of Paul Nisan. But now he asked for the purpose of my visit. Did the aforementioned mission succeed given that it's soon after departing, or did they fail? There were no more choices than those two. We have safely concluded the mission. We even mostly succeeded in collecting the articles of the deceased of the Bormester feudal army. Wendlin. I see, Kurt. In relation to the articles of the deceased, there's probably nothing we can do but consult the bereaved families. Wendlin. If that's the case, it becomes necessary to gather the bereaved families somewhere. If I remember correctly, there were 77 victims in the Bourmister feudal army. As far as a place where all of their bereaved families can gather is concerned, there was no other choice but the plaza where we held the bazaar before. Have them gathered in the evening. They will be able to assess the articles of the deceased there. Wendlin: no, that's unnecessary. Leave everything that seems to be an article of the deceased behind. Kurt: huh? Wendlin. Whereupon Kurt once again said something foolish here. We are a poor agricultural community, even though the bazaar the other day was the same. It's troublesome if you tell me this easily to do something like gathering the fief's inhabitants. I will handle the inquiry work for the articles of the deceased. Kurt: no, we refuse. Wendlin: what was that? Kurt: is that something to get angry over? Wendlin: getting angry over the things said probably means that there's something to feel guilty about. To begin with, my client is Margrave Brithhilda. Beyond being told by him his wish to have the articles of the deceased returned to the bereaved families, it was necessary for me to confirm whether this has been fulfilled completely. If I left the distribution to Kurt, he wouldn't hesitate to put all of it into his own pocket. I think he won't exploit such rusted weapons and armors from the bereaved families, but I can't guarantee that for almost everyone's shares such as the inhabitants' wallets. In addition, special rewards were apparently given by the previous Margrave Brithhilda for obtaining results in hunting during the previous expedition. More than one would think those were often packed with silver coins and such. He might go as far as stealing the contents of the wallet within the articles of the deceased. I was told by Margrave Brithhilda that to have them returned to the proper bereaved families. Wendlin: you bastard. This is my territory. Kurt: you are the person in line to be inaugurated as next family head, right? Lord Bourmister. Wendlin: due to my words loaded with sarcasm, Kurt's face has become even more red, and he probably judged this situation to not be beneficial. It's unusual for father to talk to me first. I don't mind if you gather the bereaved families to show them the articles of the deceased. However, will that really make the distinction easier? Artor: to be honest, it will be easier than the Brithhilda feudal army. Wendlin: in the case of the Brithhilda feudal army it was easy to differentiate between the equipment of some like the previous family head, the staff group and magicians. However, when it comes to the regular soldiers, it's quite difficult to differentiate to whom which equipment belongs, as all of them had similar equipment items. On the other hand, it will be simple to split up the Bourmister feudal army's sides items. That's because all of them didn't have any common equipment with their patchwork equipment. Understood. You have my permission. The bereaved families may go see the articles of the deceased at the plaza in the evening. Artor: evening because they will have finished the farm work by then. Also, I don't think we have those within our territory, but there might also be fellows trying to take away articles of the deceased by impersonating others. It's fine for you to use Klaus as assistant. Artor: while father's facial expression has become slightly gloomy, he tells me that he will have Klaus help us out. Father and Klaus, they have a bond from the past. You can't really say that their relationship is awfully good. But I guess Father is forced into a position where he has to consider Klaus' abilities. And another point is, he likely understands that if he entrusted this task to Kurt, it would spell nothing but troubles. Today it's this place. I wonder. I will guide Inspector Dono on his inspection in the territory. Artor: it seems that Further plans to guide Paul Nissan's group through the territory today. They will probably carry out the original task of the provincial inspection trip. But even Kurt has already noticed that Paul Nissan's group is my guard troop. Having said that, they can't officially abandon their task and not go either. Further will innocently guide Paul Nissan's group to the familiar places within the territory since it is his home. Paul Nisan will also check merely for form's sake whether there are any problems with the public order within the territory. These are adults. I, with my insides being an OSN, decided to believe. By the way, what's your schedule for today, Baron Bourmister Dono? Artor: given that the distribution of the articles of the deceased is in the evening, Father is asking what I will be doing until then. If possible, I'd like to stay here for several days with a large number of people. Wendlin: certainly. It will be necessary to go hunting and collecting. Artor: or rather, if we don't do that, it's likely that the meals will once again be dry and crumbling brown bread and thin, salty soup. As expected, the current me wants to be excused from such meals. Although I allow you to gather herbs and go hunting, before that, Arthur. Before that, Wendlin, father points out that I have forgotten the most important thing. It's been a while, mother. Paul, I'm terribly sorry to not have greeted you the other day. Wendlin, the aspect pointed out by father was neither Paul Nissan nor me having yet met mother. Or perhaps I should say, as this country is dominated by males, you might even say that it was no more than Paul Nissen putting priority on his task of the provincial inspection tour as it is official business. Also, even though father's group and us are currently talking about work, what would happen if mother recklessly barged into those talks? Likely she would have been only scolded to remain silent without it being considered as shameful towards a close relative at all. In addition, the bad thing was that I didn't meet mother as I went to the demon forest yesterday for performing the purification, though it ended up like that thanks to Kurt. No, I understand the difficulty of Wendlin's position. Joanna, although there is also Kurt's wife, Amelia's sister-in-law. Mother understood well the isolated nature of this territory since she also is a person who married in from outside. Due to my existence, it might from now on become possible to easily trade with other fiefs. More than half of the fief's population expects this to become a fact. On the other hand, there are also people who think that the current lifestyle is sufficient and that such convenience is unnecessary. It's the elder people of the main village who are supporting Kurt. If you consider that they originally were inhabitants of slums, their current life would satisfactory, or rather, my existence is a hindrance to the order within the territory for them. In their case, they support the line from father to Kurt and they are expecting me to receive a hearty welcome from the inhabitants from the other villages. At any rate, both of you have become handsome men, haven't you? Joanna, although we are her children to whom she gave birth, there aren't enough chances to meet us without sudden change in rank. No matter how much she was the mother in my second life, this was something slightly painful. Mother, that's because I'm a bonus to Wendlin. Paul. Only Paul Nissan and I have entered mother's room to have a normal parent and child conversation. Therefore Paul Nissan rejected mother's words with partly filled sarcasm. It's probably different from Eric, who became the son-in-law of the Brandt household by his own efforts, but Helmut and I have the same feelings on that. I think we consider us as disappointing as elder brothers. However, even we won't throw a tantrum like Kurt Haneke. He has an attitude of showing no mercy. Paul. Thanks to their younger brother they were able to become nobles with the possibility of inheriting a peerage. Although they comprehend this, it also causes a feeling of being worthless as elder brothers. Even I'm able to understand Paul Nissan's feeling quite well. Although I think that Kurt is strange as well, there isn't anything I can say about it in this territory. Joanna. If mother advised Kurt or such in such a remote rural region, it would only kick up a fuss with the conservative folks. I'm afraid to say, but this place is one such region. Father and Kurt are relying on Klaus for stuff like calculations, but in fact, even if Klaus didn't do that, mother and Amelia's sister-in-law should be able to handle it to some extent. But it would be conceited for a woman to butt in on such work. Thanks to that, it has turned into mutual distrust with Klaus. Though it's a reality you can't really laugh at. It can't be helped now that it has already become like this. Let's stop talking about this. By the way, Helmut and Paul have married and Wendlin has a fiancé as well, right? Joanna. Yes. Wendlin. At such occasions you would show something like photos in my previous life. I end up thinking. In fact cameras exist in this world, but since those are magic tools with a very high price, they were out of a lower noble's reach. Although I should say that this would be Paul that Nissan's reason. For me there was no problem to buy a camera. Since I didn't have much interest in it though, I didn't purchase it. Elise wanted to extend her greetings to mother. Wendlin. Understood. The others are probably concubine candidates, right? Bring them here all together. Joanna. I introduced Elise's group, who was waiting outside the room, to mother. Elise was silent in accordance to noble's etiquette and it was normal for Inat to be slightly nervous too. Even that Louise introduced herself calmly since she was nervous. It's not like I'm on good terms with Layla-san either. But we aren't showing it on the surface although we are opposing each other. Which reminds me, my mother was on bad terms with the mistress as well. Joanna. Mother's and Layla-san's relationship isn't to the degree that they have unpleasant feelings such as hate. However, they do keep a distance from each other as the feeling aren't that pleasant either. It seemed to be such a situation. It's alright, mother-in-law Sama. We are also members of the same party. Elise. Yes. The three of us have to cooperate. Inavil is. No, that's not it. The surroundings are eager to push concubines onto Wendlin-sama. Blue eyes. It seems so, doesn't it? Wilma. Before entering Mother's room, I have confirmed Wilma's figure being at my side. Looking at my current situation, she probably noticed that she had been forced onto me. Because Wendlin has returned home, there is the possibility of various things happening in this territory. Please support Wendlin properly. That's the only thing I can say as his mother. Joanna. She probably wanted to request the safety of Kurt's child as mother, but she gave priority to this as it would have no meaning if something happened to Paul, Nissan and me. At any rate, she wanted us to put the priority on our own safety. It looks like Mother is thinking in such way. Mother is Paul. This is a remote place with the male domination of a rural territory. They will ignore someone like the old me. Joanna. Certainly, assuming we fell into a situation. The chance of the damage spreading to Mother, who has no political authority, is low. Even if something happened to Father or Kurt's child, everyone knows that Mother is without doubt necessary to put in order the state of affairs required afterwards. Therefore Mother is attentive to the safety of her own children. However, it's also a fact that I'm praying that nothing happens. Joanna. No, that is. Wendlin. I do understand. In the end it's just a hope. Joanna. Even if nothing happens here, there would be no point if the territory were to be once again plunged into chaos right away. Even if it turns into a cruel outcome, I'm waiting for something to happen so that there is a necessity to deal with it. Wendlin. Paul, just keep the victims low. Joanna. Yes. Wendlin. Paul, Nissan and I only bowed silently. Be that as it may, basically we are on standby now, right? You can even call it holiday, eh? Having finished the conversation with Mother, I have transferred to Brittberg right after that. I handed over the majority of the obtained goods from this time's purification to Margrave Brithhilda. The only exceptions are items that are thought to be articles of the deceased of the Bormister feudal army. It proved to be fortunate for the differentiation that both armies happened to take different actions. The probability to make a mistake was small. To begin with, the differentiation was simple given that the equipment items were different. Something like returning the articles of the deceased to the bereaved families of those killed in action of the Brithhilda feudal army and appraising the magic cause and the obtained dragon bones will take around 1 week, I'm told by Margrave Brithhilda. It has been decided that we will stay on standby within the territory until then. There's also the returning of the articles of the deceased to the bereaved families of those killed in action of the Bormister feudal army. It was necessary to pay 30% of the procured gains as tax to Father. Such being the case, we currently entertained ourselves with hunting and gathering in the forest in the back of the Bormister main family's mansion. This time it won't be fine to once again stay at the branch family, was Klaus' opinion. We are borrowing an open private house close to the main family's mansion from Father. As a matter of fact, that open private house was the house where Klaus' father lived during his time of serving as village headman. Until a few years back it was used as storage for wheat and spare agricultural tools. But nowadays it is a vacant house. Even stuff like the cleaning has already been finished. Klaus. Well then, let's borrow it without reservations? Wendlin. Since the branch family is no good, I would end up rebuking Kurt each time I encountered him at the main family's mansion. Besides, as this was his home turf, there also was the possibility of him still scheming something. Is it alright for Paul Sama's group to join them as well? Klaus. It's fine. Paul. Thanks to Klaus' praiseworthy preparations, our place to stay at had been decided. Although I'm bothered by this setup, gathering the 12 outsiders, we decided to take care of preparing our own meals and such. I don't think it will happen, but it's a measure to decrease the danger of having poison mixed into our food. Given that there is a detoxify spell in the worst case, there won't be any extreme situations. I've decided to think. Isn't it quite a chore for Paul San's group? Owen. In a certain sense. Wilma. Excluding Wilma, Paul Nissan's group has become the provincial inspection party for form's sake. Currently they were in the middle of inspecting the territory while being guided by Father. Even though I say that, something like crimes wouldn't regularly occur within this territory. At most it is to the extent of inhabitants, who are on bad terms with each other, quarreling. For the time being, they are doing the inspection in accordance with the formal regulations, but both Father and Paul Nissan should consider this to be a farce. Well, there's no way for us to cause something to happen. Wendlin. That's how it is. Because it's a problem that originates from within the territory, We will put that in order. And, father, being its chief executive, will be forced into retirement, and taking that opportunity Kurt will also be disinherited in order to take responsibility. This is the future with the highest rate of probability. But since it wouldn't be good if we did something before that can happen, it developed into a situation of us having holidays, unable to do any more than being on standby. That doesn't mean that we aren't doing anything either. You could even say that us being here is a provocation. Vulsama, it's full of wild strawberries. Wilma, let's do our best in picking them up. Wendlin, wild strawberry juice. Wilma, it's our usual members who have entered the forest. Wilma was forced upon me as personal guard by Paul Nissen. It reached the point of her calling me Vulsama. It's the result of me asking her to stop calling me Baron Boar Mr. Sama. Isn't that girl quite skilled? Together with the others from the girls' faction, Wilma is gathering stuff like wild strawberries and yam, but her way of using her hands was quite adept. In fact, I'm used to it. Wilma, no matter how much support she receives from Minister Edgar, she won't survive if she doesn't eat a lot. Therefore she worked hard at hunting and gathering in the forests in the outskirts of the capital once she had free time. Ah, you're experienced at this. Miles per hour. Wilma. And then, after an hour we had gathered the necessary amount of stuff like fruits, yam, wild strawberries and other kinds of edible wild plants. We decide to transfer to the savage lands to hunt there. There is prey to catch in the forest as well, but there is a great number of large prey in the savage lands. However, accordingly they are awfully brutal despite being wild animals. That also became the reason why the Boarmister household didn't perform an investigation. Wolves, bears, wild boars, deer, grassland rabbits, that's about it as main targets, right? Owen. I go hunting grassland rabbits with the bow alongside arrow. After a long time, my skills didn't deteriorate as much as I thought they would. Both of us caught around 10 rabbits. After immediately draining the blood with magic, I store them away into the magic bag. There's a lot of game here. It's the savage lands after all. Wendlin. Ina seems to be in a good mood due to bringing down several deer with her exclusive throwing spear. By the way, Louise's Wendlin. She found some wild boars. While provoking the wild boars she found in a slightly separated grassland, Louise escapes from the place, to where the boars came rushing, by jumping into the sky. With a method of striking the top of their heads with a quick single blow just before they passed below, Louise easily killed the large wild boars. Please drain the blood. Louise. Understood. Elise and Wilma are. Wendlin. While draining the blood of the wild boars, Louise carried over, with magic, I'm storing them in a magic bag. I notice that I can't see the figures of Elise and Wilma. I'm over here. Elise. If I think carefully about it, Elise doesn't have any skill related to hunting. Therefore she appears to be harvesting plants that can be eaten close by. If it's Wilma, she's on the other side, if I'm not mistaken. Elise. Turning my sight into the direction pointed out by Elise, I saw Wilma fighting something outrageous over there. It's something you rarely see in these grasslands too. She continued to glare at a huge bear with a height of close to 4 meters. That is Wendlin. In my case, I would likely be killed right away if I didn't use magic. Such huge bear as an opponent is severe even for Wilma, thinking that we head over to her as relief in a hurry. However, Wilma's action excelled our expectations by far. I will be able to indulge in meat after a long while. Wilma. As Wilma jumped up, she quickly sent the head of the bear flying with the huge battle axe. The bear, who was facing off against Wilma in an imposing stance, loses its head and from the severed neck a fountain of blood is spouting into the air. Wilma. Wendlin. Today will be all you can meat. Wilma. Yay. We will get our fill. It's fine since she is possessing sufficient skill to serve as my guard. I persuaded myself with that. Such huge bear in one hit? Paul. Yes. Wilma. I wonder whether I should call you Wilma-san from now on? Paul. Evening of the same day. Paul. That Nissan's group has returned just as we are cooking the large amount of game as ingredients. It looks like they have been going around the territory guided by Father and Kurt today. All of them appear to be mentally worn out. Such inspection isn't necessary, right? Sieghard. Though you say that, it's important as formality. We are members of the provincial inspection trip. Otma. Sieghard dons a facial expression showing his dissatisfaction with getting worn out by an inspection that isn't really necessary, and the one reproving that was the elderly Otma-san. Rather than that, The food's here. Gothart. It seems anything's fine, as he already finished the inspection. With Gothart's brief words, Elise's group lined up the prepared dinner on top of the table. Isn't this more of a feast than expected? Paul. Just like me, Paul apparently was expecting that thin, salty vegetable soup and the dry, grumbling brown bread. But, in order to avoid this, we obtained the permission to hunt from father. I'm serving as poor guard in the capital, however now I'm eating far better food than my family. Paul. While saying this, Paul Nissan ate the tasty bear meat in miso stew. By the way, today's menu is wild boar and edible wild plants nabe, with soy sauce taste, bear meat in miso stew, grilled helmeted guinea fowl filled with yam, roasted helmeted guinea fowl, grassland rabbit meat simmered in wine, etc. And as dessert we have wild strawberry juice and jam. As it would be troublesome to bake bread, I put in a large amount purchased from the capital's bakeries into the magic bag. Therefore, we are always able to eat freshly baked bread. Also, since there is even cooked rice according to my wish, it reached the point that we were able to eat the main dishes with either. Wasn't it a great burden to cook all that? Paul. We have many women. Wendlin. Elise was very skilled at cooking, and Lu eyes are also adequately getting familiar with it. Even Wilma demonstrated her skill to do such things as dismantling and preparing the game. It looks like she ate the cooked and dismantled prey she caught in the forest before, herself. This house didn't have a stove and cooking ware from the start. Since I had a small magic portable cooking stove, used by parties for camping and outdoor activity, as inheritance from master, we used that. However, Elise Sama's way of cooking is delicious. Wilma. Please eat your fill, Wilma. Elise. Yay, I will eat my fill. Wilma. Certainly, this quantity is impossible for us. Rudy. Although he was a subordinate soldier of Paul Nissan, Rudy-san is eating together with us since there isn't much work for him to do. He is surprised at the amount of food placed on top of the table. I'm home. Burkhart. Burkhart-san, who disappeared after arriving at the territory, has returned. He held a bottle of the aforementioned honey liquor in one hand. Burkhart-san, alcohol is forbidden. Wendlin. I know. This is honey water and not alcohol. Burkhart. Since I don't know what will happen during our stay within the territory, I have sentenced everyone to abstinence. That's because at least I didn't want to face an end of being stabbed in the back while being drunk on alcohol. Still, it's quite the childish drink. Even so, it's the specialty of that branch family. Hey, Herman Dono. Paul. Yo, Provincial Inspector Dono. Herman. For some reason Burkhart-san has brought along Herman Nissan as guest. Herman Aniki. You are somehow accompanied by dignity, though you are dominated by your wife according to the rumors. Paul. You still don't know it. While a man usually compromises with a woman, he will still come through with an impact in critical times. Herman. What's this about impact? Marlene. No, it's nothing. Herman. Where's the impact? Shut up Tilda. Herman. Additionally to Marlene's sister-in-law San in the back, the main subordinate warriors and their wives came. If it's this number of people, there won't be enough food. Wendlin. We will prepare more. Marlene. Vul. Please give me the stored away ingredients. I will help as well. Lu eyes. In addition to Elise's group, Marlene's sister-in-law San's group has begun to prepare additional food in cooperation with them as well. Thanks to that, all of the today caught prey is cooked. Furthermore, I got stuck with supplying additional ingredients that were stored within the magic bag. I can eat so much meat. Wilma. Aren't you full yet? Burkhart. In the territory's forest and the savage lands the number of captured prey is low because the population is low. If they felt like it, they could get plenty of game. Even though it's possible to decrease the number by overhunting, they are currently too few to do that. With only that much Baron Boar, Mr. Sama's group qualifies as great adventurers. Herman. There are many dangerous animals in the savage lands. Today even a bear appeared. And the huge wild boars are dangerous wild beasts as well. It seems to be dangerous even for a professional hunter if heading in there alone. If we advance the reclamation, it might become possible to go out hunting freely a little further out. While eating the additionally prepared food, we continue such chat. If you consider it normally, it should have only become a dinner party requested by the junior commander family of an adventurer party and the provincial inspection group staying within the territory. But The leaders of the inspection group and the adventurer party are brothers of the junior commander. There are certainly people who will overreact to this fact. It will gradually cause repercussions within the territory. Humphrey, isn't it a splendid thing for brothers to be on good terms? Kurt, and what about it? Does it inconvenience Kurt Dono in any way? Wendlin. Early morning of the next day we were asked to come to main family's mansion once again by Father. Kurt, who was tagging along like an extra there, seems to be unable to stomach the matter of yesterday's dinner party between us and Herman Nissan's group. He has been spilling complaints as soon as he met us, but I played dumb with my answer on purpose. At any rate, it's necessary to put an end to our stay here. For that reason I invited Herman Nissan's family over on purpose. How long do you plan to stay here? Kurt, at least until the liquidation of the aforementioned loot has finished. Wendlin. Yesterday evening the bereaved families of those killed at the expedition gathered upon Klaus' notification. They took home the rusted weapons, equipment, personal belongings and wallets we had collected. As for the differentiation what belongs to whom, it proved to be fortunate that they didn't have a unified equipment like the Brithhilda feudal army. It ended without much of chaos. Rather, differentiating the unified equipment of the Brithhilda feudal army was likely more difficult. Wendlin Sama, thank you very much. Villager. My father finally returned home. Villager. The bereaved families thanked us for bringing back the articles of the deceased. However, that idiot did something unnecessary again. Kurt showed up leading the fief's population that is about the same age as him. It's impossible to reuse those after all, eh? Kurt. Yes. But isn't it possible to melt and cast them? Blacksmith. A male inhabitant answers Kurt's question. It appears that he is a blacksmith from the main village. Well, then let's do that. Give those rusted armors and broken swords to the blacksmith Eckhart. Also, I will take half of the profitable articles of the deceased as taxes. Don't try to falsify the reports. Bring those until next week. Kurt. The faces of all the bereaved families warped due to Kurt's declaration, which lacked any kind of compassion. And, from among them, a single old person, as representative, began to persuade Kurt to reverse his statement. Kurt-sama, apart from the taxes, I'd like you to pardon us from offering the articles of the deceased which are soldiers' equipment. Why? Kurt. Those killed on the expedition don't have any remains. In exchange for those, let us fill the graves with. Given that the bodies, which had turned undead, crumbled away in the holy light of purification, we didn't bring back their remains at all. Therefore they had no choice but to fill the tombs with the articles of the deceased. What foolish thing are you saying? Kurt-sama, why are you calling us foolish? Won't it be a great help to the territory's development if we melt and cast those soldiers' equipment items into agricultural tools? The people, who are with Jurgen, how long do you intend to fuss over items from dead people? Kurt. It appears that this old man called Jurgen is the village headman of another village. Even he lost his children etc. on the expedition. However, since these soldiers' items are things we collected on our own, there shouldn't be any kind of problem to put them into the tombs, right? Jurgen. We were worried because the equipment was in pieces, but it seems that even the equipment items are from one own's effort in the Bormister feudal army. The Bormister feudal army doesn't do something like lending uniform soldiers equipment like the Brithhilda feudal army. There is a problem. Our territory is suffering from an iron shortage. Hand over those armors to Eckhart quickly. Kurt. That is far too cruel. Jurgen. Even though he is my elder brother, as expected, his miserly statement caused a smell of small-mindedness to hang in the air. Certainly, if they were to recycle the iron articles of the deceased by melting them down, they should be able to alleviate the iron insufficiency of the Bormister territory, where nothing more than mining small quantities of redstones was possible. A little bit. However, to deprive the articles of the deceased from the bereaved families just because of that was far from being admirable. It seems there are many of such feudal lord in the provinces. There isn't any particularly odd point related to tax collection either. For the Bormister territory only fathers and Kurt's opinions are the law. However, there are only few idiots who confiscate articles of the deceased from bereaved families. If you end up going this far, it will become an act equal of planting grief in the hearts of the fief's population. By the way, Kurt Dono. Wendlin. What is it? Wendlin. Kurt. With father not being here, he likely thought it would be better to take a firm stance in front of the inhabitants. Kurt has addressed me without honorific titles just like back in the old days. I can understand your plan to recycle available resources, Wendlin. If that's the case, don't interfere. Kurt. So, you, the blacksmith in the back, how much iron will you be able to collect from these? Wendlin. I will pay a suitable price. Blacksmith. Greater than Eckhart. I have no doubt that he will beat down the price close to free of charge. This blacksmith called Eckhart seems to be almost the same age as Kurt. They probably have been good friends since their childhood. Without a doubt he will use that connection to lower the prices to be paid to the bereaved families for the soldier items among the articles of the deceased. At the time of the bazaar the other day, Burkhardt-san saw a group going to Kurt to make a report. One among them seems to have been the territory's sole blacksmith of the main village's inhabitants. He is earning his income as monopolistic blacksmith in this isolated territory. I saw his work before, but honestly, his skill was below second rate. You could expect him to get immediately crushed in Brutberg and the capital. Before that, he shouldn't even have his independence acknowledged after his training ends. Even so, he is able to do so because they were loyal to the Bormister family for generations since the time they emigrated. In order for blacksmiths to not emerge in the other villages, he did nothing but managing the employment of several blacksmith masters. As blacksmith he is able to make iron weapons. Therefore, his loyalty might be more important than his skill in this remote area. Although there are people who are descendants of blacksmiths in the other villages, it would become a problem if they secretly made weapons for the sake of rebelling. For someone like him, he won't keep his monopoly if he doesn't support the order of Kurt inheriting the peerage from father. If one of the other brothers succeed, the exchange with the outside will increase. He is cornered by the danger of his business failing. In other words, it's fine if it is iron. Wendlin. Though it is a talk of if Eckhart. It's a good thing that this blacksmith called Eckhart has the backing of Kurt. He is hated by the inhabitants for selling stuff like agricultural tools for a high price without those items even having high quality. Furthermore, even his attitude didn't let him gain an overly good impression as he is borrowing the authority of the next feudal lord, Kurt. I have it. Wendlin. I take out a cluster of iron. I tried to refine myself during my childhood. I trust that in front of Eckhart with the power of magic. It is a single cluster of iron with a size of 1 meter in all directions, but Eckhart is unable to stand up out of surprise in that situation as it fell in front of him with a thump. This much should be enough. Wendlin. Isn't that dangerous? Eckhart. Since you are a blacksmith, you should be proficient at handling iron. No. Wendlin. He tried to steal the iron attached to the articles of the deceased of those killed on the expedition with a rip-off price using the authority of Kurt. I felt it was useless to have a decent talk with such a guy. Putting aside weapons such as swords, stuff like armors is almost completely made out of leather and doesn't use much of metal. Because of the numbers, you can say it will be a certain amount if gathered. Even things like the few recovered shields are in a state of having almost rotted away as they are practically entirely made out of wood with one metallic part. If it's this, I don't think there will be any problems to put them into the graves. Please work hard to make good products out of it, okay? From the things I've seen, I don't believe you have made a serious effort yet. In the case of the capital, your items are at a level of being a disgrace to be lined up at a shop's front. Wendlin. You bastard. What are you basing that on? Eckhart. You probably would have understood, if you had seen the exhibited items at recent bazaar. Wendlin. It's not like those various items were particularly high-class items. All of those are things that can be bought at a reasonable price in Brutberg and the capital. And yet, the inhabitants, not knowing when they will be able to buy these next, bought them in large quantities because the families of blacksmithing experts and craftsmen, including other general goods for living, originating from the main village, have been monopolizing the market within the territory for generations. They became strong supporters of Kurt. For them I might be a nemesis. Even after this, I think it has been decided that Sir Bormister will periodically hold a bazaar within their territory due to the request of the main village's village headman, Klaus. But I wonder if you aren't in danger of your business failing if you don't polish your skills. Wendlin. Due to my provocation, not only Eckhart, but even Kurt in the back had his face turn bright red in rage. Eckhart, you will create splendid agricultural tools out of this iron. Don't forget to hand in 50% for the other returned cash income. Kurt. The bereaved families turned their looks of disdain at the backs of Kurt and Eckhart leaving from the place, making sure to spit out those words as if those were a parting threat. However, I wonder if Kurt's group has realized that with this case they turned more than 100 inhabitants into their enemies. They might have tolerated it, if I haven't been there. But I was there in that pathetic situation. They might not have noticed it. But even if they continued behaving modestly towards me in front of the inhabitants, it would have probably had the same conclusion in the end. Quickly liquidate it and bring the taxes. Kurt. Please tell that Margrave Brithhilda. Wendlin. Humphrey. It's fine as long as you don't cheat. Kurt. Arthur. As expected, I considered it to be quite foolish to publicly criticize one's patron. Father roared at Kurt. I will pretend I didn't hear that. So, today's schedule is Arthur. First, since the bereaved families will bury the articles of the deceased that were returned to them yesterday, we got the permission to participate in that funeral service, or rather in the ceremony of depositing the articles of the deceased and their burial. This ceremony is attended by a priest controlled by the church within the territory, but he is an old man who is already past the age of 80 years. Given that the burden will be heavy for a single person, it had been decided that Elise would help out. I will participate in that ceremony as well. I will leave the supervision of the aforementioned irrigation channel construction to Kurt. Arthur. Understood. Kurt. Even Kurt probably doesn't want to have to see my face any longer. He obediently nodded, hearing Father's plan. Also, Arthur, because Father gave us the permission upon Klaus' request, we have the right to periodically open the bazaar and to hunt and gather in the savage lands and the demon forest during our stay in the territory. Officially it was an authorization to act as free adventurers within the territory. Unofficially it was a malicious proposal with a desire to provoke Kurt's supporters for the sake of striking at the root of evil in the future. Well, has Father actually noticed that? Does he have the intention to approve it? That's a very worrying point. Related to the loot from the demon forest and the savage lands, the parts Baron Bormister's group and the fief's population eat won't be charged. As for the items liquidated outside the territory, we will hold negotiations about a special tax afterwards. There is also the agreement with Brotberg Adventurers Guild Branch and Margrave Brithhilda Dono. Arthur. Father. Kurt. Then, are you telling me that you will earn money by hunting in the demon forest? Arthur. That is. Kurt. Currently the only adventurers able to do something like hunting in the demon forest are Baron Bormister's group. It's necessary to treat them a bit favorably, or are you going to invite adventurers to come here? Arthur. That is. Kurt. With Father's unusually firm rejection, Kurt is forced to keep his mouth shut. A short while later Klaus brings a contract that reliably recognizes the earlier conditions. Well then, let's go to the funeral service. Arthur. After the meeting with Father, the scheduled burial of the articles of the deceased is next. This is also attended by Father and the village headman Klaus, while Elise is assisting the territory's priest, who can't even walk without support anymore. She was reciting something like a ritual prayer, which is a speech to invite those killed in action to ascend to heaven. Sons of God, thou have surpassed the painful time of thine final moments. Head to the promised land where God and his followers are residing. And by thy guidance thine parents, siblings and children shall be led to the promised land as well. Elise. Accompanied by the ritual prayer recited by Elise in a unique rhythm, the bereaved families put the articles of the deceased into the previously dug holes and buried them by covering them with earth. Elise is even able to do such a thing. Wendlin. You didn't know? Elise is also possessing the qualifications of an assistant priest. Ina. I didn't realize. Wendlin. Although Ina's showing a face of, why didn't you know about that? I usually don't talk overly much about the church and religion with Elise. She is probably trying to not talk about it since she understands that I'm not interested in it. Vil really doesn't care about such things as the church. Louise. Is Louise interested in it? Wendlin. In fact, not really that much. Louise. I end up telling even Louise, but I'm properly paying donations. That doesn't mean that I feel like evading the church and religion to that degree. It's only that I don't intend to zealously believe in them. I've become a believer because it's the state religion. However, in fact I don't care about it much. There are unexpectedly many people who think like me. Vilsama. The offerings look delicious. Wilma. Don't eat them, It's imprudent. Wendlin. I know that. Wilma. After burying the articles of the deceased, each of the bereaved families is offering food. Wilma, who saw this, made an expression of wanting to eat those. Wait until evening. Wendlin. Why did I gain permission from father to hunt once again in the savage lands a little while ago? It was for holding the planned party in the evening once again. The bereaved families of those killed in action, for the sake of recognizing their service today, are each bringing stuff like food to the party. However, as a result of us and Herman Nissan's group participating at the party of the bereaved families, Kurt is heartlessly regarding the party as dubious. But, will he cause something indirectly? Wendlin. Burkhart-san, who participated in the ceremony as well, addresses me in a low voice standing next to me. Won't it be the necessary just cause if Kurt makes the first move? Burkhart. Since the opponent is the next feudal lord of a tiny territory anyway, it would be nice if it ended with nothing but a forced disinheritance by the kingdom's order. However, because that move won't be able to have a big influence on the other nobles, it was necessary for us to make showy moves within the territory to cause Kurt's group to burst. I wonder if it will make them burst. Wendlin. Though it will take a bit time, it will definitely cause that to happen. Burkhart. If it's only Kurt himself, he might not go on a rampage. That's because he is a man who shrinks back if he is yelled at by father, just like a little time ago. Even so, there are his supporters in the surroundings. The more we open up this territory, the more heated the surroundings will become. Wendlin. Just as yesterday's blacksmith, Eckhart, there are the other craftsmen and their families as well. With them being natives of the main village, they monopolize the market for generations due to their loyalty without having the skills. This is beginning to crumble thanks to us. The others as well. There are people with a conservative way of thinking, who don't wish for something like the territory changing. They should be scowling at the behavior of us, who are already people from the outside. If he receives pressure from the supporters, Kurt won't have any other choice but to act either. Wendlin. Anything's fine, if it makes that Kurt's group move. Burkhart. If they make their move, it will become the pretext for us intervening. For the kingdom's administration it doesn't matter how trivial it is. As for me it's fine as long as it's something that doesn't add damage, no matter how small. That's the reason for the party. Wendlin. It's not a party. Isn't it a gathering to comfort the spirits of the war dead, who returned home after a long time, together with the bereaved families, though with meals? Burkhart. After that the burial ceremony ended without problems. The attending Klaus and father didn't say anything in particular. Even the bereaved families, although there are points to consider regarding Kurt and the second-rate blacksmith, that doesn't mean that they intend to bring up the case with father. Apparently that's how it is. I hear that Wendlin-sama and Herman-sama will hold the ceremonial dinner to comfort the spirits tonight. Klaus. Every bereaved family is welcome to participate. Wendlin. Then I won't send people to help with the cooking or to set up the venue. Klaus. We will also bring some ingredients. Wendlin. Given that there is little entertainment in this territory, everyone is looking forward to it. While chatting freely, each of them returns to their home. As they are working in the fields during the day, it had been decided that they will gather at the place of our stay, which will be the venue, in the evening and help with the preparations. The number of participants is quite high, isn't it? Burkhart. It's the bereaved families of 77 who were killed after all. As Burkhart-san says, because there wasn't any rule as to what degree someone will be considered as part of a bereaved family, it's possible for close to half the population to participate, if they feel like it. Well, then I think I will help out with the preparations as well. Owen's group, please go hunting infinitely, okay? Although it is in the name of gathering to comfort the spirits, the concept of a vegetarian cuisine doesn't exist in this world. Therefore, at the time of holding such gatherings, it was normal for everyone to prepare a feast to be eaten on such occasions. Elise Juchan will build the altar together with the priest. Burkhart. Because it's tentatively a gathering to comfort the spirits of the buried deceased, it was normal to build an altar, albeit it being small. The priest-san has plenty of knowledge about that, but unfortunately he can't move his body due to his age. Therefore it was decided for Elise to help him. And after that ends, she will assist Marlene's sister-in-law's group and the women of the bereaved families with the cooking and prepare the venue. Will Inajukan and Louise Juchan help Erwin's group with the hunting? Burkhardt. It was arranged that Paul Nissan's group and Hermione Isan's group will go capture the meat for the party. In order to obtain enough meat to satisfy a great number of people, I want them to do their best in overworking Burkhardt's. So, what about the boy? Burkhardt. I will go to the ocean for a bit. Wendlin. Huh? Burkhardt. And then, around 1 hour after that, everyone is in the middle of their respective tasks to prepare for the party. I stood together with Wilma at the beach south of the Demon Forest. You can't access the Southern Ocean if you don't pass through the Demon Forest. But since I remembered the points where I broke through the forest's sky by flying in my childhood, we immediately arrived here by teleportation. I remember that I ate barbecued marine products after catching them and made large quantities of salt with magic back in those days. Ocean. Wilma. And if you speak of the ocean? Wendlin. Seafood. Wilma. Correct. Wendlin. As I entrusted the other people with securing meat, I was going to secure marine products by using Wilma. Since it's a rare party, I thought it would be better to have some rare treat. It's simply because I wanted to eat that. I want to eat fish. Wilma. Have you never eaten them? Wendlin. There was Konal and Namaza. Wilma. Konal and Namaza. Going by their appearance, they would be called carp and catfish on Earth, because they are caught in large amounts at rivers and such. They are sold reasonably cheap in the capital. After extracting the mud, they are cooked alongside salt and potherb. Similar to fried seafood, those were usually eaten after deep frying them in oil. To be frank, I dislike their taste. Many are buying marine products even if they are expensive. There are others as well, like the dace which is called utok. Fishes like crucian carps, called fuha, seem to have become the commoner's palate. I was bad with both of them. Today I will eat the ocean's seafood. Wendlin. Tilda. Wilma. Wilma's answer felt a bit lacking, but her eyes became the usual eyes of her craving for food. So, will we dive into the ocean to catch them? Wilma. By no means. Wendlin. Though we are no more than 2 people with the number of people having gone to get meat, I can use magic and Wilma possesses superhuman strength. Since that's the case, only that move was possible. With only us 2 it will be a dragnet operation. Wendlin. We catch them with a net? Wilma. Since I bought a dragnet and put it into the magic bag as it might have happened that we needed it before, I will throw it into the sea from the air. Before long it will become an operation of me, who enhanced his body with magic, and Wilma drawing in the net. Since I was an amateur I wasn't knowledgeable about the points of throwing a net, but I have decided to consider it to be alright, if I don't have to try too many times to catch something. Wilma. Hold the string on one side of the dragnet. Wendlin. Roger. Wilma. Next, I fly towards the sea holding the net with the tow rope on the other side. After throwing the held net little by little at the coast in an arch, I return to Wilma, who was waiting at the sandy beach. Although, strictly speaking, it's necessary to do that with something much like a fishing boat, I decided to deal with it similar to scattering roses with my flight magic. We will try a few times. If it's no good. Wendlin. Wilma, who has her superhuman strength to begin with, and me, whose body was enhanced with magic, pulled the net, which was distributed in the sea in an arch. Fish. Wilma. Slowly. Pull by matching my timing. Wendlin. I was anxious whether we would really catch something. Will it prove fortunate that there wasn't anyone who used a net so far? The net, being pulled up to the sandy beach, was filled with several hundreds small and large fishes. Fishes that resembled mackerel. Fishes resembling horse mackerel. Fishes resembling flounders. There are many others as well, but for now I put them away into the prepared magic bag. Although I excluded fishes that appeared to be fishy on the poison detection spell, there were some unusual catches too. Turtle-san. Wilma. You can eat that too. Wendlin. It's delicious. Wilma. Apparently it is. Wendlin. Wilma discovered a sea turtle that exceeded an overall length of 2 meters, caught in the net. Its flesh is edible. The shell could be sold for a large sum of money as raw material for tortoise-shell craftsmanship in the capital. Got it. Wilma. After finishing off the sea turtle without hesitation, Wilma tossed it into the magic bag. As expected, she is a woman who earns the money for her own food. She has a really resolute character. I want more fishes. Wilma. That's right. Wendlin. We caught more than I expected. However, it might be better to get a little bit more fishes. We, who thought like that, carried out dragnet fishing at 3 different places. As a result we caught a splendid amount of fishes. Furthermore, at the close by rocky area, we decided to catch things like shellfish, crabs and shrimps. Next time I will even prepare a net to catch crabs, I guess. Wendlin. Today I will capture them. Wilma. Once she had said this, Wilma took off her clothes and jumped into the close-by ocean from the rocky area. Although I seriously expected Wilma's nudity, she apparently wears underwear similar to full-body tights below her clothes. It's because I catch prey in rivers, lakes and ponds as well. Wilma. In order to eat plenty, Wilma was skilled at things like swimming, and, several seconds after diving into the ocean, she first turns up with one small animal. It's full of them. Wilma. Please only catch the big ones. Wendlin. Understood. Wilma. Because what I'm doing here is to leave it to only Wilma. I dive myself into the ocean after quickly applying an underwater breathing spell on myself. It's not like I can't particularly swim, but swimming while gathering seafood in the sea like Wilma was difficult. On that point, it becomes possible to act in the same way underwater as above the ground with this underwater breathing spell. At any rate, this spell covers my surroundings with a layer of air. There are plenty here. Wendlin. Adding myself as well, the two of us are collecting things like shrimps, with a length of close to 1 meter, crabs, with a length surpassing 1 meter, turban shells, with a size of approximately an apple, and ablones, with a length of around 30 centimeters. If I remember correctly, I have a feeling as if I saw their official names in picture books before, but I decide to now deem it acceptable to not know those since they are edible. Vulsama. They seem to be tasty. Wilma. You sampled them? Wendlin. I ate them. Wilma. Given that we caught a decent amount, we have decided to take a break for now. Taking out a wire netting for barbecuing from the magic bag and after placing it atop Arak linking it up with a stove model, I throw in charcoals and ignite them. After heating the wire netting to some extent, I put shells and cut up shrimps and crabs onto it. As they were roasted nicely after a short while, I completed them by sprinkling a bit of salt onto the food. It looks delicious. Wilma. I hope they aren't burned. Wendlin. It's darky, monsieur. Wilma. Wilma stuffs the tasty-looking shellfish, shrimps and crabs one after the other into her mouth. As she eats quite well after all, the roasting work gradually fell behind. Thanks for the treat. Wilma. Did you enjoy it? Wendlin. It was the first time I ate something this delicious. Wilma. Is that so? I'm glad then. Wendlin. We have to catch a lot more. There's also Elise Sama's group's portion. Wilma. True. Wendlin. Although she had her superhuman strength and ate a lot, she was a girl whose appearance invited the desire to protect her. It's likely also due to the influence of my over 40 years old contents. Let's go back soon. Wendlin. We caught plenty. Wilma. That's right. Wendlin. Since we secured our share to eat and the party's share after a few hours, we decided to return for today. Wilma. Before that, put on your clothes. Wendlin. Because of the ocean water, I use a cleaning spell on Wilma who rose from the sea. It's not sticky anymore. Wilma. Because you can't get into a bathtub during an adventure, adventurers naturally developed this spell. As it doesn't consume much mana, it has a feature of being easily usable even at elementary level. Apparently magicians, who can use this, are very popular in parties with a high female ratio. Though you can say that they don't fuss over their appearance during an adventure, it's probably the mentality of women. I use the cleaning spell on my body as well to get rid of the salt attached to it. Wilma has finished changing as well. Just at the time we were about to go back, she suddenly set up her battle axe and sent a sharp gaze towards the sea. Once I looked at the sea, I was able to confirm a creature, which resembled a dragon with an overall length of around 20 meters, heading toward the coast here. A serpent. Wendlin. A serpent, sea dragon, has the appearance of a dragon though it isn't actually a monster. It belongs to the category of large-scale sea carnivores. It was a wild animal of the sea. Usually it is preying upon large fishes, whales, dolphins, etc. It seems to be a ferocious fellow that occasionally eats stuff like seabirds flying over the sea. However, it won't attack if it is large ships since it's basically a coward. It runs away in the opposite direction before that. Besides, it won't show its appearance in the areas with human activity often. Generally its base of operation is far down in the deep sea. That was written in a reference book I saw before. It's big. Wendlin. Even so, it seems 20 meters is an average size for those. If it's only this big, it probably can't hunt whales or such. However, why is that sea dragon heading towards us? Wendlin. It's considering us as food. Wilma. That's right. isn't it? Wendlin, coming to the beach by chance, it is preying upon us since it found food. Not just serpents, sea dragons, but also other large carnivores gladly try to prey upon them, once they find a few people. Therefore, if you encounter them on top of a raft and on a shipwrecked boat at sea, it's probably best to consider that you won't survive anyway. Vulsama. Wilma. What's up? Wendlin. I will bring it down. Wilma. Will you be alright? Wendlin. Since a serpent, sea dragon, is a large-scale sea carnivore, naturally a normal person or a fisherman won't be able to handle it. They are seldomly captured as they usually live in the deep sea, but the meat tastes like an excellent delicacy. Stuff like their scales, fangs and bones could be sold for a high price to be used as raw materials in weapons and armors. I will use my big technique here. Wilma. Then I will leave it to you. But, if it looks like it will be no good, tell me right away, okay? Wendlin. Understood. Wilma. Once she agreed with a single word, Wilma set up her battle axe facing towards the serpent approaching this way. She closes her eyes in that stance to concentrate. After a few seconds passed, I detected mana gradually gaining in quantity within Wilma's body. I see, she will use her scarce mana in a burst instantly. Wendlin. Wilma doesn't possess more mana than between elementary and intermediate level. Even as for magic, she usually isn't able to do anything but to circulate the mana within her muscles quite efficiently. While normally saving her mana, she can burn a large amount of it temporarily. Wendlin. She can raise her physical ability tremendously for a very short while, but since she will end up running out of mana afterwards, it was a big technique she used once she had no other options left anymore. Wilma doesn't let her concentration waver while her eyes are closed. During that time the serpent came very close to this place, and, at the time it tried to prey upon us by stretching its long neck to the beach, Wilma threw the battle axe, completely as if throwing a boomerang, towards the serpent. She threw such heavy battle axe. Wendlin. I think it was a bolt from the blue for the serpent, who thought it could almost eat us too. Without even comprehending the reason, it is beheaded due to the battle axe thrown by Wilma. A fountain of blood gushes forth from the cut end of the neck which had lost its head. A short while later the thrown battle axe returns after drawing an arc in the sky, but even then it is simply caught by the hilt as if it's ordinary. You could even call it a treasured great technique with her fearsome kinetic vision. If we drain the blood quickly, the meat will become delicious. Wilma. That's certainly true, but Wendlin. Although she is usually cute like a small squirrel, she changes into a beheading master where the securing of food is concerned. Yesterday it was a bear. Today it's a serpent. She is definitely Minister Edgar's trump card. She is the owner of a dreadful battle prowess. If it was Vilsama, how would you have defeated it? Wilma. Let's see. Wendlin. The scales sell for a lot. Though it is large, it doesn't mean that it has the same smashing power as a dragon. After having it lose its mobility by freezing a part of its body with ice magic, I would hit it with a single strike on the top of the head with a spear made by rock magic. If Wilma had failed, I would have used a strategy like this, I told her. Same as Vilsama, I also considered it would decrease the edible parts if I damaged the body of the sea dragon. Wilma. No, I was worried about damaging the scales. Well, that's true. Wendlin. At the end we encountered an unexpected yield. Having obtained seafood without problems, we returned to the Bourmister territory. For the sake of finally sending the people, who were unable to ascend, to God's side. For the sake of bestowing food for surviving tomorrow to the people who did that. Even while it's meager, we offer the food in this way. Priest. It's not really meager, now is it? Wendlin. Vul. SHH. In our Chapter 50, Attempt to Develop the Savage Lands. Well, that's how it is. Wendlin. I don't have any objections either. I request Baron Bourmister's group to contribute to the development of this territory. Artor. It's 1 week after finishing the purification in the Demon Forest. We once again faced father in negotiations at the mansion of the Bourmister main family. Be that as it may, father basically doesn't do something like opposing us. Previously the conditions had been conveyed by Burkhartson, who acted as messenger of Margrave Brithhilda. Besides, since father is still the territory's lord, it's nothing more than a good plan to gain the fief's population's support on top of leading to the advancement of the territory. Even discounting Kurt's feelings on this matter, it was only common sense for the feudal lord to approve of this plan. As a result various and several subjects were resolved. As Kurt, sitting next to father, has been left out of the loop. He is slightly trembling like a small dog while being the only one with a bright red face. Although he likely wants to vent out some complaints, he has been stopped by father, as any more reckless remarks from him would directly influence the reputation of the Bourmester household. During the negotiations he continued to glare at me without saying anything. He still hasn't snapped. Guess we have to provoke him some more? Wendlin. First off, the appraisal of the sorted articles of the deceased. We left with Margrave Brithhilda, the articles which were left behind due to the absence of an owner and the raw materials of the monsters we fought, had finished. According to the prior negotiation, the Bourmester household's side has been given 30% of the share. Kurt seems to have expected a substantial amount from that. Once I was given the detailed account of the written item details, he took it from me as if stealing it and searched the numerical figures. Given that he can't calculate at all, he isn't able to judge anything but the field stating the total amount they will get. However, he can't even properly tell whether they have been cheated either. If you can't confirm it yourself, you won't be able to tell whether it's bullshit or false either. I think it's little, Kurt, and he has been disappointed by looking at the numbers. Given that the total sum isn't more than 200,000 cents, he is somewhat unhappy, as he has been thinking until now that it will be a large amount of money. Klaus, are there any mistakes in this calculation? Kurt. There aren't. Klaus. It would be impossible in the first place for Margrave Brithhilda, being in charge of the kingdom's south, to do something like swindling the money handed over to the poor knight household next to him. That's only natural, since the lost reputation would be larger than the obtained profit by swindling a small amount of money. It's also unlikely for him to make a mistake. There are several talented people who are beyond Klaus' level in financial affairs within the Margrave Brithhilda household. Still, the debt the Bourmester household made with the Margrave Brithhilda household has been cleared. Burkhart. Debt? Kurt. The debt meant here is the support money from the main household in the capital at the time the Bourmester household became independent in this territory, which they didn't return. There was also the debt for the congratulatory gifts for Eric Nissan's, Paul Nissan's and Helmut Nissan's marriages, which they didn't provide. Margrave Brithhilda, in his function as patron, has settled all that and paid for them. Of course this was something that had to be resolved. Looking at the written details, the paid back amount is reasonable. Klaus. As expected, even for Klaus it was nothing more than an ambitious undertaking. But, Kurt, who heard about that, raged. We are the ones who decide when we will return the money. Kurt. Though he said that, I'm certain he likely hadn't any intention to pay back the money. Margrave Brithhilda really has absolutely no trust in them, since he has done it in such way. Kurt is really a stupid man. It's normal for nobles to make debts, but isn't it better if you repay those quickly, as a debt is a debt after all? Wendlin. Even if you say anything to Kurt, it's only a waste of time. Therefore I try to ask father. That's right. With this our debts are gone. Artur. Father finished the matter concerning the work in the demon forest with these few words, and also did the same for the story about the debts of the Bourmester household. Will Baron Bourmester's group be active as adventurers hereafter? Artur. Building our base in this territory, we will go hunting in the demon forest by using my teleportation magic from here. In addition, we will regularly hold a bazaar, and since there is absolutely no guild within the territory, we will take up the other tasks as well. That was the current topic, and how much tax we will pay to the Bourmester household after getting rewarded for those jobs. Even the tax rate had already been decided by Margrave Brithhilda. It's difficult for our territory to convert items into money. Things like the raw materials that you acquire in the demon forest will be liquidated in the Adventurers Guild of Bertberg. Afterwards you will pay the fixed 20% as tax of that sum of money. Artur. Since we are still affiliated with the Bertberg branch, it was necessary to do the things related to liquidation over there. In reality it was required to pay 20% of the liquidated sum of money as tax for the government at the Bertberg branch. But, if they end up paying 40% of the total sum, there will be complaints from adventurers like us. As expected, it is detestable to exploit adventurers this much. Therefore, Margrave Brithhilda successfully negotiated with the guild on this matter. As a result, the governmental tax on the side of the Bertberg branch vanished. Given the situation, it can be seen as one-sided loss for guild's side. But since the guild is making plenty or profit by reselling the raw materials of the monsters hunted by adventurers, it didn't seem to be a particular problem. Besides, in this case political intentions are involved as well, as there was the mismanagement by the Adventurers Guild's headquarters a few days ago too. They won't unreasonably demand the governmental tax from Margrave Brithhilda and me. I heard about this from Burkhart-san afterwards. Anyway, you will pay 20% of your obtained profits. I want you to submit a written report of the details once a month. Arthur, understood. Wendlin, it will be Klaus' job to check that written report. However, he isn't the kind of man to cut corners on parts of his job. He also shouldn't blame me for stealing profit on behalf of Father and Kurt. I was able to trust him on that point. He is bearing a grudge within his heart against Father after all. Wendlin Sama will begin his activity as adventurer in this territory. That's really wonderful. Klaus, who was ordered by Father to check the written reports, doubtlessly said that on purpose. His great joy was an overreaction. Officially our activity as adventurers is just a front. The true aim is to purge Kurt, who will likely become a seed of trouble in future. Klaus has certainly noticed that already. For him my decision is an event of great congratulations. And, although Kurt is sharply glaring at such Klaus, he behaves as if he hasn't noticed that at all. It's been a while since I last looked forward to some written report of a calculation result. Klaus, since each family harvests an amount of wheat, how much tax is usually paid? Given that he does nothing but always calculating only these things, he shows a delighted expression at being able to serve in his role as accountant after a long while. But in reality it couldn't be seen as anything but him ridiculing the abilities of Father and Kurt as feudal lords. Although Kurt, who realized that, glared at Klaus while his face became even redder, Father's expression didn't change in particular. Klaus also continued to pretend not noticing Kurt glaring at him. I shouldn't underestimate Klaus after all. Wendlin, having noticed my provocations to make Kurt snap, he is helping out without saying anything about it. There is also the matter of the remaining smaller cases to be discussed and decided. Arthur, true. Wendlin, like this the negotiations with Father safely concluded. The only one having been left out of the loop was Kurt. He stood stock still on his sport while having a bright red face. Master, those are quite nice item sets. Roderick, you have experience as shop manager. Roderick. Wendlin, I was a stand-in. I was asked by a friend of a certain ordinary general store business. Roderick, I see. Wendlin, for the time being we decided to move our base of operations to the Bormister territory until Kurt could be purged once he went on a rampage. I gathered various items and people in this week. First was the house. Since that rented house was too narrow once the number of people increased, I decided to move to another house. However, the biggest house in this territory is the Lord's Mansion. Therefore I decided to dismantle the house in Brittburg I inherited from Master, and rebuild it over here. Although I was confronted with the question, how are you going to cross that mountain range? I resolved that with magic. Thank ya for choosing Rembrandt relocations. Rembrandt T/N. The term used here means dismantling historic buildings and reconstructing them somewhere else. It's too long to write out, so I changed it a bit. Around 3 days ago I had an appointment with the head of the company, an old man named Barcode, who bared this fake Kansai accent in front of my mansion in Brittburg. Actually, this old man uses a unique magic belonging to the earth attribute. That magic is called relocation. It was possible for him to dismantle quite the large structures and move them to another place to rebuild them there. Since he can even use teleportation in addition, he first transfers the target object into a magic bag once he has received a jobs from a client. After transferring to the target site, he takes out the building etc. out of the magic bag and reconstructs it there. Of course, since a building has parts like the foundation, which have to be buried in the ground, it's absolutely necessary for it to function in the same way after the relocation as it was before the relocation. Rembrandt Uge, who is able to calculate his relocations to this extent, always has his schedule filled for several months in advance. His customers are rich people such as large nobles. For example, if you want to build a villa in a beautiful landscape, but it's troublesome to call enough construction workers, you get Rembrandt sheet relocator completed building to a suitable vacant land. In addition, he also does things like relocating historic structures on order of the kingdom's government. Thanks to his special skill, he obtained the same position as me, appointed Baron. Originally he shouldn't be able to accept my request right away, but it seems Finance Minister Ruckner put in a good word. He appeared in front of the mansion at the appointed time. "Well, then let's go, Rembrandt." For some reason Rembrandt Uji talked in a slight Kansai dialect, however his work was fast with few words. Right after making a quick trip around the mansion's vicinity, my mansion, that was the just now, disappeared. "Then, I leave it to you to guide me to the designated location." Rembrandt. Even though Rembrandt Uji was able to transfer to almost all places in the kingdom as expected, it seems he hadn't gone to the Bourmister territory yet. Therefore I have taken him along with my teleportation spell to the Bourmister territory. Peaceful place, eh? Rembrandt. Arriving at the place of destination, Rembrandt Uji smiles with his whole face while looking at the Bourmister territory that could be called a rural area in the sticks. And, Rembrandt Uji and me were greeted by Paul Nissan's group, whose role was to guard us. This is the planned site. Wendlin. As discussed with father before, it is located at the border of the sphere of influence of the Bourmister household and the Savage Lands. I borrowed a level and sturdy ground. As the rent is free of charge, it doesn't matter what we do on the Savage Lands side. Instead, we have to definitely pay 20% of the gained profits. I believe that father probably thinks it to be most satisfactory if the obtained spoils of the hunting in the Savage Land turns into money. If it's here, it'll be alright. Rembrandt. It's a weird Kansai dialect. Wendlin. I'm told that Rembrandt Uji is also working as architect on the side. Making use of this knowledge as well, he took out the mansion, that originally belonged to master, from the magic bag and reconstructed it into the same state as it was before. As usual it is instantaneous, fast work. Next is Rembrandt. Continuing onwards, he starts to relocate the 10 odd houses I requested from him before. I had them brought by Rembrandt Uji for the people, who will be living in the Bourmister territory for a while thanks to me. First off, regarding Master's mansion, there will be our party, Wilma, Roderick and the maid Dominique. For the houses on both sides, it will be for the skilled guards chosen by Roderick and the houses of the newly employed servants. In addition, the house, where Paul at Nissan's group lives, has been relocated as well. An amicable resignation? Paul. Senpai, we are here as well, though. Seek hard. Finishing the job of the provincial inspection trip, Paul Nissan's group was working as my escort and had currently retired temporarily, but they ended up speechless by the sudden letter they received from Minister Edgar via Brittberg. The reason for that is the letter stating that while Paul Nissen and the 4 others are carrying out their mission to guard me, it has been decided to retire them from their guard units. Why, Paul? How about trying to read the continuation? Otma. Once Paul Nissan read the continuation of the letter urged on by Otma-san, this was written there: continued the protection of Baron Bourmister without change. As for the contingency fee, I promise you that you will be promoted to the peerage of Associate Baron and will be given an appropriate plot of land. As for the remaining 4 people, they will receive a separate reward and as Paul Dono's retainers, Paul. In addition, although they are in a temporary suspension, their families in the capital will be paid the extra allowance of the provincial inspection trip and a salary for them working in a remote region to compensate for the part of the salary of the guard unit. Additionally, they will receive a large sum of money as fee for the guarding. That was the gist of what was written. Territory? Paul. Isn't that likely somewhere in the Savage Lands? Otma. Without doubt it's as Otma-san has said. And, together with the plans to have Herman Nissan succeed the territory, I will assist in the development. As a result of that, I, who will possess the Savage Lands in the future, will become head of an advising branch family. Well, it's an unpleasant job to drag out and take down Kurt Haneke, who is the only one left out. There are the hardships of development, but such reward isn't that bad either. Paul. I'm really glad that I'm your friend. Otma. Senpai. You are the best. Seek hard. I have outwitted my old man. Gothart. My wife and the children will be delighted. Rudy. The other 4, hearing that they will be placed as retainers of Paul Nissan's developing, new Associate Baron territory, hugged Paul Nissan in great joy. Hey, I don't swing that way. Paul. I know that, my best friend. No. From today onwards you are my lord. Otma. It's strange to be called like that by you, Otma. Paul. Though it will probably a problem if you can't get used to it. Otma. In contrast to Paul Nissan, who was making a sullen face since he was hugged by 4 men, the 4's expression was filled with delight due to the tentative decision of them working as retainers. which has the possibility of being hereditary. Heredity is possible. Retainer is wonderful since it has that. Gothut. With this the proposal to Christa. Seek hard. It won't do if I don't write a letter to my family next. Rudy. All of them are below third son of a noble, children of an one-generation knight or had been born into a merchant's family with their ancestors being nobles. They would likely be glad if they could become nobles, but they weren't dreamers who deluded themselves this far. From their point of view, they are plenty of winners if they are able to get a heredity as Paul Nissan's retainers. If it is like that, it won't do to not definitely ensure the safety of Baron Mr. Sama's body. Otma. This is the occasion where my skill with the sword will be helpful. I will behead hoodlums without making them suffer. Seek hard. That's right. Let's slay everything that is slightly suspicious. Gothut. Why don't we pretend to make a mistake and kill that eldest son? That method would make the work rather fast. Otma. Stop those dangerous statements. Wendlin. I eagerly calmed down Otma-san's group, who started to say outrageous things as they were getting carried away by their happiness. In the end you will open a shop after all. Roderick. Doing something like a bazaar is troublesome. Wendlin. Since I obtained the permission from father that it was all right to freely use the Savage Lands part, I spent around 1 week to bring in various things. I requested the relocation expert Rembrandt to get 10 odd moderately priced houses that are up for sale in the capital, and relocate them around my mansion. Among them there were also some naturally aged houses that were dirt cheap, but the carpenters, who Roderick employed and brought along, are currently in the middle of repairing those. It was planned for me to send them back to the capital once they finished their work. Still, more than half of the houses are vacant. Will you recruit immigrants as well? Roderick. The word immigrant is dangerous. Wendlin. With this place being the territory of father, it resulted in being no more than leased land for adventurers. Therefore I was employing new servants and not immigrants. Will there be sold various items in this shop? Roderick. I leave it to you, Roderick Tenchu. Wendlin. Roderick. Some of the vacant houses had also mid-sized shops, which once went bankrupt and grew old in the suburbs of the capital. Once that shady Rinan Himuji heard that I was looking for such stores, he looked for cheap property. He found other old, cheap houses. He negotiated for them to be sold for a price that was close to being almost for free, as the buildings were scheduled to be torn down due to their age. Even for the other trade partner, since the buildings, planned to be demolished, were disposed of without having to pay dismantling expenses, it was a good deal for both sides. Besides, the state of the houses isn't that bad either. Given that there is a tendency of rebuilding houses quickly in the capital, they were decently usable properties once they had been repaired a little bit. Though it is wrong to say it, the houses within the Bourmester territory are a lot more worn out. Even the shop types among these houses will do just fine with only repairing their interior. Wendlin. One among those properties has the scale of a shop from the Genshu era, T/N, 1384 to 1392. It's already under the command of Roderick. The mansion's maids, who act as shop assistants, and their young male clerks, hired in the capital, had a hard struggle with displaying the large amount of merchandise. Rather than opening a bazaar, the way of managing a shop is better for me, as it is less troublesome as well. Once arriving at that conclusion and obtaining permission from father, we have created Jack of all trades with me as owner and Roderick as shop manager. The goods for sale are indeed anything, or rather it was all the items we sold at the previous bazaar. Stuff like seasoning, general goods for living, agricultural equipment, manufactured metal products, sweets and meat. There are also items which rot easily, but once you put those into a magic bag, there is no problem at all. As a matter of fact, there is a general purpose magic bag among the items inherited from master. I left that with Roderick. It is a precious item since it is general purpose, but from my point of view its user-friendliness is bad, as you can only store away an amount of around one house. That's why it was an item I stored away. The user-friendliness is bad. Master, you would need to spend 3 million cents to buy this magic bag. Roderick. Well, then make sure to not lose it. Wendlin. Since it would be unpleasant to reimburse it, I won't lose it. Roderick. It was decided that I would regularly stock up merchandise at the Merchant Guild in Brittburg. It's also my job to buy items from the fief's population that might sell in Brittburg. There shouldn't be any items to sell but only wheat in the beginning, but I think gradually the inhabitants will also rack their brains over that. And then we were able to complete the shop. We decided to discontinue a certain tradition. Well, then there is no need to especially send a merchant group either, right? Brithhilda. Margrave Brithhilda has declared the suspension of dispatching a merchant group to the Bourmister territory, which had continued for many years. Although he rather left it to me than dispatching a merchant group while also accommodating me in various ways, I realized that it wasn't anything that would yield me an overwhelming amount of money. Please purchase the wheat as well. Brithhilda. Furthermore, we decided that I would make absolutely no profit on the sale of this wheat. It was decided that I would buy it at market price and sell it at market price, because that was how the purchase by the merchant group actually worked. We judged it would become a problem if we suddenly changed that. Besides, if it's about profits, I will earn income by selling more and more of the other merchandise. However, Master, you have done something nasty. Roderick. I'm doing it on purpose. Wendlin. With the matter of me having started managing a shop, the means to supply salt from outside, called the merchant group, was gone. Furthermore, if they don't depend on me, they will end up losing the ability to procure things like salt etc. I wondered whether father would notice that and say something. He has given me an unconditional approval without letting Kurt join the negotiation table. Margrave Brithhilda Dono had been controlling the unreliable merchant group with the questionable reason called feelings of guilt. How much could this change with Baron Bourmister's shop, Artur? Furthermore, the variety of my goods is bigger than that of the merchant group and my prices are lower as well. For father there is no reason to oppose it as long as the taxes are paid. Dad. At this rate Wendlin will usurp the territory. Kurt. Usurp? Then listen well. Until now the strategic resource for the Bourmister territory, salt, had been in the hands of the Margrave Brithhilda household. However, has their Margrave Brithhilda household usurped this territory so far? Artur. That is, Kurt. If you have complaints, I let you do something about the merchant group. Artur. Kurt complained to father about me managing a store after all, but in the end he caved in after the exchange with father. Do you want to call together the farmers in addition to Roderick? I want to eat rice. Wendlin. Is that so? Roderick. The Bourmister territory and the savage lands in its south have mild climate and rain comes down properly as well. Therefore there is plenty potential for rice crops. I decided to try cultivating them as a test. An expert in rice cultivation? Yes, there is one. Roderick. Since rice farming is popular in the territory of Margrave Brithhilda, I will employ several old farmers, who have already left their agricultural land to their children and so on. They would coach the ambitious young people I recruited as farmers in the capital. Given that it will take time to cultivate new land to being agricultural land from the scratch, I created irrigation channels and paddy fields with engineering magic dividing them in equal sections. I removed stones and unnecessary things from the soil of the paddy fields with magic. Furthermore, I took a little bit of earth from a place that has been an excellent paddy field for several hundred years within the territory of Margrave Brithhilda. Using that as reference, I changed the soil of only the paddy fields that had been reclaimed, with magic. Repeatedly fine-tuning it many times, I got a passing mark from the farmers, whose role is to coach, in the end, and the soil of the paddy fields was complete. While cultivating the actual rice afterwards, this soil, I spent my time on, is the most suitable soil for this region and climate. Even now, 10-odd young farming applicants plow the soil in accordance with the guidance of the old farmers. They do construction work to reinforce the ridges between the rice fields and the irrigation channels. In preparation for planting rice, I assembled the previously purchased glass houses for the sake of setting up the raising of seedlings. You are going all out, Roderick. That's because I really want to eat rice. Wendlin. Though there is that too. I developed the savage lands in short time with magic, which couldn't be developed by any members of the Bourmisters until now. It was for the sake of putting pressure on Kurt. If Master says so, I will manage the foundation here as well. Roderick. Since it is adjoining the Bourmister territory, I had planned to entrust this part as assistance to Herman Nissan in the future. If you calculate the tax yields of managing the development of an area of cultivated land, a small-scale agricultural community and a shop, it's not that far in the future. It will become practice for Roderick, whom I plan to set as prefectural governor of the developed territory in the Savage Lands. Don't make mistakes in the calculation of the taxes. Wendlin. It's because I'm taking advantage of that personage. By the way, what about the ladies? Roderick. If it's Elise's group. Wendlin. Paul Nissan's group is in the middle of encircling Roderick and me as guards. Elise has gone to help out Meister Dono at the church. I'm told he hurt his back last night again and ended up losing the ability to stand up. Since there shouldn't even be any other priest in this rural territory, it has become the turn of Elise, who is an assistant priest. But since Kurt would scheme something stupid if I let her do it alone, Wilma, who can't get used to wear a priestess garb, served as her bodyguard. God. My stomach shrunk. Wilma-san. God won't listen to such direct petitions. Elise. Since Wilma has probably the same weak belief as I have, she would say such thing though. So, Owen-san's group and Burkhardt-sama are in the Demon Forest? Roderick. Because our stay here was as adventurers, not going to hunt was like putting the cart before the horse. Therefore Iru's group and Burkhardt-san left to explore the Demon Forest. I wanted to go as well. Wenden. Master's official work is here. Roderick. Until now, we haven't done anything but roughly exploring the invasion route of the expedition force to the center of the Demon Forest. The distribution of monsters in the center didn't look to be very different to other domains. But, there's also the possibility that it might change in other areas. We decided to investigate this for a while from now on. In the morning I took them to the investigation point with teleportation. I will pick them up there in the evening. That was the plan. Isn't it still too early to pick them up? Wendlin. Then, do you want to finish earlier than usual? Roderick. There is a reason why the Bourmister household gave up on developing these savage lands. One point was that there are many dangerous wild animals in the savage lands. If you are growing crops, wild boars, bears, wild rabbits, aiming for the crops, deer and wolf packs aiming for those will appear as a matter of fact. While carrying out the development, you have to guarantee the security of that personnel. Certainly that's impossible for a small-scale territory that hasn't overly much flexibility. However, isn't that the same for Master? Roderick. Although I gathered people for the development and guards with money and connections, their numbers are still insufficient. Therefore, Roderick was now worried as he also felt that the number of people was too little to protect the area of cultivated lands once the general reclamation finished. Too much personnel isn't necessary. Wendlin. The reason is that there is a gap of 3 meters between the savage lands and the reclaimed area of cultivated lands. I dug a moat with a depth of around 5 meters. I used the dirt I dug up at that time to create earthen walls and thus protected the area against the invasion of wild animals with 2 layers. If that's the case, it'll be alright. Roderick. Roderick seemed to be relieved. And, once he heard the rough management plan from me a while after that, he returned to his work in a rush in high spirits. No, well, thanks to Baron Bourmister Sama, the countermeasures against harmful animals during the reclamation are quick and simple. The elder men in charge of coaching raised a voice of astonishment due to the new cultivated land, which took shape in only a few days. Also, it seems they have been somehow able to manage the newcomers by themselves. Instead, I ask you for rice. Wendlin. However, there isn't enough fertilizer. Fertilizer? Wendlin. Of course fertilizer is necessary to make delicious rice. But you can't expect for chemical fertilizers to be in this world. I harvested a large quantity of weeds in the savage lands with magic. Also, in addition I fermented with magic a combination of raw garbage, human waste etc. I completed a large amount of fertilizer on a vacant land after working at it for a while. Baron Bourmister Sama can even produce fertilizer with magic? However, it's impossible to produce it all the time. Wendlin. If the first portion is this much, I think we will be able to harvest a lot at the first time. For the next time, we will do something about the fertilizer? Reclamation, digging irrigation channels, keeping the soil in good condition and producing fertilizer. Usually, they would have overworked their bodies. The things they should have done, have been mostly done with magic. Because such reclamation under favorable conditions is very improbable, they are relentlessly training the newcomers so that they aren't spoiled. Baron Bourmister Sama, please use your magic once again at the time of reclaiming new land, if possible. By the way, Will you go with 2 crops per year befitting to the climate? Wendlin. Given that there are sudden dangers, we plan to go with 2 crops per year? After exchanging the above-mentioned, the elder men began to teach rice cultivation to the newcomers. Because that's how it is, I will entrust the management of this Special Development Ward to you. Wendlin. Special Development Ward? Roderick. With such plot of land it is fine, if we have to pay 20% of the profit to father. The management of the shop and rice cultivation has begun. Although it is within the Bourmester territory, the influence of father and Kurt doesn't reach to me, who is the master of that place. Therefore I arbitrarily called it Special Development Ward. For the present the preparation of the shop, agricultural land and housing finished in the evenings of the days. I talk with Roderick, who is calculating the expenses, about my plans in the study of my mansion. If we raise the profits here, Kurt's reputation will fall. Wendlin. Don't kill with a blade, but kill with money. It is? That's heartless. Roderick. By no means. That doesn't mean that I will go and blow him away with magic either. Wendlin. That's certainly correct. Roderick. Roderick, do you think that I'm a detestable guy? Wendlin. It would be fine if he thought like that, but I decided to try asking him as a test. If you consider my previous circumstances, you won't have the leeway to think such a thing either. That personage neglected to put in effort although he would be inheriting the territory. He wasn't able to deal with the change of times, namely the relationship to the outside, either. He didn't bow his head to his younger brother with the reason being his seniority. For nobles it is occasionally necessary to bow to someone else in a place not seen by people. Roderick. I see. Wendlin. From now on it is unknown whether it will be necessary for master to bow his head. However, you will be able to lower the initial expenses this way. Magic is something outrageous after all. Roderick. Thus I was finally developing one part of the savage lands by using the power of money. I hold